Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fucking where my mask at. The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride, 3 straps, ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps, ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you hollering in cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch, boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, everybody. All right. How is y'all doing today on this beautiful Tuesday afternoon? Shout out to Brother Eric, better known as 16 to Life, letting us use his music. Go check him out at 16 to Life, YouTube page. Good dude, Brother Eric. Good dude, man. Good dude. All right, let me pull Brother Eric down, man, because we got some work to do, y'all. Let me get back over my spot. We got some work to do, y'all. I I heard something today that really shocked me, But really, man, we shouldn't be getting shocked anymore, man, because you done heard some of the richest, quote unquote, the happiest, quote unquote, the most God fearing, the most quote unquote, all this good stuff, and you turn around and get a divorce. Couples, they're getting a divorce. I heard today that Judge Mathis and his wife was getting a divorce. You know Judge Mathis, right? Mathis. What's it called? His court. Uh, I forgot the name of his show. I think it was the Judge Mathis show or whatever, Mathis Court or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, long running court show, right? Only brother in the game at one time, right? You know, a bazillionaire now, right? Now I think they say he's worth about 25 million. But still, man, that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money to even spend in one lifetime, $25 million. But I hit my team up. I said, hey, y'all, I said, is this right? Is Judge Mathis getting a divorce? They hit me up and said, yeah, Clarence, this is how it's going down. I was like, what? Now, Judge Mathis had 39 years. 39 years in the game. Right? I got 34. Right? But see, what I know as a human being, I know that people, anybody could slip on the banana peel. Anybody could slip on the banana peel. See, that's why I keep on trying to tell y'all, man, nothing is promised. You can be in love with somebody and they can be in love with you. They can be in love with you. But they might have something inside of them that is only going to activate when the atmosphere is at the right temperature, when the atmosphere is correct. Once the atmosphere is correct, then it's like a bean you put in the ground, a seed you put in the ground, right? It don't just pop open. It pops open when that ground, when that dirt hits the right temperature and the heat, and it can sense where the heat is coming from. Poof! It explodes. The explosion, and then it explodes, and then it shoots a root down and a shoot up to the sunlight, right? But you can have that seed, you can leave it in your hand for 100 years, ain't gonna pop till it's in that ground, and that ground hits a certain temperature, poof, then it'll pop and explode, right? See, certain things need a certain kind of atmosphere for them to be effective, to get the most out of them, right? But anyway, let me before I get into this divorce situation, man, because it is ugly, man. It's ugly. We got to talk about it. Let me check everybody in, man. Shout out to Vagoda, man. We hope you're okay over there in Israel. It's our Jewish brother over there in Israel. Shout out to Vagoda. Shout out to Jeff Short. Jeff Short, the pasta. Jeff Short, good to see you in the building, my brother. Who else is in the building, man? Sister Annie. Excuse me. Right. Sister Annie's in the building. Sister Annie's one of the ones that said, yeah, Clarence. Unfortunately, Judge Mathis hit the dust, man. They bit the dust. Yeah, man. Shout out to Sister Annie. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Who else is in the building? I think that's everybody that wants to get checked in. Oh, Scorch Church is in the building, man. Shout out to Scorch. Good to see you, Scorch. We about to talk about this divorce thing, man. So if you even thinking about getting married, if you even thinking about getting married, if you've been married, if you married, and you got less than 20 years, less than 30 years in, I think you ought to listen, man. If you want to steer clear from divorce, we're going to drop some jewels on you today. Hopefully Von Bryan will check in. Hopefully Bolo, well, how can they check in? I haven't sent them nothing. Clarence, what's going on with your Clarence, man? I ain't sent them the link. Right? I gotta send them the links. And then we can do the do, right? Hopefully Rico Young will check in, man. A lot of these married guys, man, that's been around for a while, they can check in and tell you how I go, man. How I go, right? They put a subject in here, man. So you know, they want this thing. Vaughn is always saying, hey, I didn't get the link, right? So Vaughn will be like, I didn't get the link, Clarence. And I'm like, I sent it out, Vaughn. Everybody else got it, right? Vaughn's the only one that won't check his spam, right? Scorch said, I'm married but separated. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that, Scorch. Sorry to hear that, man. But you need to listen to this, man. If you really want to, you know, um, if you have the okay, man, you know what? Let me let you come up first, man. Let me talk to you. This link is just for Scorched Earth, man. This is just for Scorched Earth. I'll talk to Scorched Earth right now. Just him. No one else right now. But you can come, yeah, you can come on up, Scorch, if you don't mind talking about it a little bit. You don't have to get into detail, but you know, you mind just talking about the situation and how it's affecting you and how it's affecting if you got any kids or anything like that, you know. But you don't have to get into detail, naming names and who did what and all of that, you know. I'm trying to get these young dudes game, man. You know what I mean? Because a lot of them think, and you know, when you get married, it's easy, it's over and done with. Nah, not so much. Scorched Earth.
What's up, brother? What's up, man?
What's going on with you, big brother? How you doing?
I'm all right, man. Just celebrated 52 years of Among This Earth, man, this past weekend, Saturday, man. So, you know.
Congratulations to you, man. And God bless you with many, many more, man. Man, congratulations, brother. Scorched. Do you
Go
mind?
ahead, man.
Do you mind you know, discussing a little bit about the situation? You know, like I said, you don't have to get into details or nothing like that, but just how it's playing out and the effects and
Well,
stuff like that. Can you do that?
yeah, I'll put it good, frankly, like this. I'm gonna give a little bit of pushback.
Okay.
It's actually my second marriage.
Oh wow.
I've been married before. I had 3 children with my first wife.
Okay.
Uh, my second wife came into the picture when my daughter was 4 years old. Stuck around until my daughter 3 years ago until she was getting ready to turn 12.
Okay.
My daughter's getting ready to turn 15 this December.
Okay.
Uh, beautiful wife. I'm not gonna take none of that away from her, but I think one of the issues
This is
is
a
that
first wife or the second wife?
my current. I
Oh,
think
this
what
current.
happened, yeah, the current wife. I think what happened is, and it happens to a lot of our sisters, unfortunately,
Okay.
they get bored. They feel like, or you
Okay.
know, if they feel like they no longer have to sit up there and follow the lead of that said husband. They'll come
Okay.
up with any excuse other than, I mean, outside, I didn't beat on her. I wasn't cheating on her.
Okay.
So, I mean, outside of a normal duality of what a married couple goes through day to day, you know, hey, she let the serpent speak in her ear, which could have been her family, her friends, whoever it was. That when she decided she wanted to jump up and make the move, she jumped up, she made the move, moved to another state. She's been out there for 3 years. So, you
Wow.
know, and unfortunately, me being the type of man that I am, especially now that I'm more spiritually inclined to understand what marriage really consists of,
Wow.
you got people play on that. You know,
Uh,
they feel like they have give them more time. Where we at right now, this it. By the end of this year, I don't know what else to do. I've already prayed and told God. I'm like, I need for you to figure this out quick, fast, and hurry, because I'm just I done had it to the brink of my head. If she ain't coming correct by the end of the year, I'm gonna let the divorce intimate. And I just have to turn around and take that loss and find me another wife. Because I believe in marriage. I
right.
believe that that's the source. I believe that that's the source that's plaguing us all, because marriage is not talked about enough. Marriage is not preached about enough. We preach about everything else, but we don't talk about marriage in the way that it's supposed to be talked about. You
You're
get
right.
people that's married. You get our leadership from whether it be in the church or our political system or whatnot. They good for saying marriage, but then they don't tell you how you keep your marriage.
Well, that's what we're about to do today. Hold on.
Yeah, they don't preach on that, man.
But nobody don't want to listen to us, man. Nobody want to listen. Okay, so hold on, Scorch, because I'm gonna show you something. Hey, remember Aquaman? Remember Aquaman had to, could talk to the fish.
Yep.
And thoughts go, hey man, I'm kind of like Aquaman because I was like, man, I wish I could get Bolo to come on. I was thinking about him so hard.
Well,
Bang!
I just sent the link to sent the thing to Vaughn, so he should be hitting up on there in a minute.
Okay.
What up, Bolo?
What up, fellas? What's going on?
Hey, now I'm getting ready to hit you up again, man. I done text you again, and you still ain't picked up the phone. Again, man, check it.
See, first of all, you text me, and I seen that you put a YouTube.
Yeah, I said check it out. You could have responded and said I got you. No, you didn't, man.
I did check it out. No, I didn't respond to you. I did check it out.
Hey, Claire. See, that's the problem right there. We get no accountability, man. He just could have said, "I'm sorry."
My bad. Next time I respond and say thank you.
You're preaching to the choir over here, Scorch. I already know. Now, I'll give Bolo this. Now, if he think it's a real serious problem, he will call you right back.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I give him that. Yeah.
But if he think he got time, see you, buddy. Maybe.
You be like, you hit him up today, Clarence. You won't hear from him until the end of the month.
Yeah, it's crazy. We are so easily led astray, man. So easily led astray.
Hey, man, I was just thinking about you, and I was like, man, now this is something I really need his help on. I hope he got Vaughn too. I hope and Rico. I hope you guys get a minute to come on, check on in, man. Absolutely. And then when Scorch starts telling a little bit about his story, I said, oh man, yeah, I need Bolo here to help me with this one. So let me let you. Did you hear what Scorch was talking about, man?
I heard some. Yeah, I heard some of what Scorch was saying pertaining to his situation.
But Bolo already knows about my situation. Me and him have had private conversations. So
all right. So let me ask you this, Scorch. Are you interested in reconnecting with your your wife that you're separated from at this time?
Oh, most definitely, man. Because I believe that I try to live to the best of my ability by what the scripture says that we as husbands are supposed to live by. But unfortunately, I can't force the other party to do something that they're just unwilling to do. At some point, you got to turn around and say, okay, here's a line in the sand. What we doing?
Correct. Okay.
Because with this time that's been the time that we have been separated or whatnot, you're leaving a whole lot of space for the enemy to be able to come in and not just trick me into falling into diverse situations, but also yourself. Now, I won't say trick me, because if I do it, I'm openly doing it because of the fact that I can't do it with you. After this long, now I'm just being real. I mean, we can all sit up here and play the violin and sit up there and say, I'm holding on to the word of God until no. I like it. It sounds good until temptations strike, temptations come forth. It sounds good until, you spending all that time at night by yourself or whatnot. And me personally, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It all sounds good. And this is where I have an issue when it comes to our elders and those of the flock that says they're Bible toting believers. And when you go to them and you talk to them, they give up the homonym of, well, hang on to the Lord. No, I'm coming to you as my elder because the Bible also tells me when I have an issue that's going on to seek godly counsel. And you as a godly counsel, hell, you ain't telling me nothing because you ain't right in your own damn marriage.
That is unfortunately the position that a lot of our esteemed colleagues are in. They got their own little things going on, right? They
or
can't
they're giving
give
you
good advice anyway.
Yeah, or they're giving you a different blueprint, telling you to say, "Oh, well, you know what? She ain't acting right. He ain't acting right. Just go on and kick him to the side." And that's why we are in the position that we are in today, because everybody feels like we can change spouses like we do our draws.
Agreed. But let me ask you this, Scorch.
Huh?
Since you, in your particular situation, since you are want the you are game for the situation to be restored. What do you think is the issue that's keeping it not being restored? Like, what's stopping her or you or whatever? What's stopping the issue from being resolved?
I'll say outside sources, whether that be her family, her church, or her job.
Okay.
My wife, unfortunately, has got it in her mind that she's going to put in any and everything else above her husband. My wife would go to church, lift up holy hands, do all that stuff, but then when it comes to talking to me or whatever the case may be, I'm non-existent. My wife had told me on several occasions, "Well, if you can't do this and this and that, you can find somebody else and this and that." I'm sitting up here like, are you trying to gaslight me, or are you really trying to tell me that that's what you want me to do? Because if that's what you want me to do, then my only request is you go file for the divorce. For some odd reason, she don't want to do that. I don't know what the game is. I don't know what the gameplay is on that. I've heard different scenarios and this and that, but after it being 3 years, I'd already told her at the beginning of this year, if I ain't heading out to where you at by the end of this year, we done.
Mm,
Because at some point, you basically going you playing with God.
mm,
See, I have a hard problem going to church and sitting up there living like I'm something. Acting like I'm something that I'm not living.
mm. Good point.
So
Good point.
you know what I'm saying? I mean, and see, that's the thing. We're not honest with one another.
Now that is a great point there, Scorch. That is a great point. But I'm gonna explain to you why what happens, especially in a long term marriage. But I'm gonna let Bolo kind of get some opening remarks in here, and he can got kind of like throw some stuff against the wall too, brother Bolo.
Yes, sir.
Can you impart some of that wisdom on us, man, about marriage and how to keep things in order as
Well,
best as you can?
yeah. Well, some of the things Scorch and I have talked, extensively on the back end.
Okay.
Um, Again, when you're in the midst of something, it's easy, to look at the other person and say, this is what dysfunction they brought to the situation. So, the first thing that I did with Scorched was, we looked at him and examined him. Really can't examine the wife. I didn't really have a conversation with her. So
Of
we
course.
really can't examine the wife. So we can only examine him and get him, where he needs to be, and kind of, let him tell his version of it. And, looking at it through the wisdom of God, in discernment, you kind of pick out those things of what could have or what could be an issue or whatever. Again, I don't have the other side, so I can't tell you that this is it or it's not. Basically, we're spitballing, like you said.
Right.
Um, Again, it's very important that when you're going through something, it's very easy to say it's Brother Clarence's fault. It's hard to reflect and look at yourself and say, okay, what did I bring to the dysfunction that kind of could have added? Now you might have brought nothing, but self introspection is really most of the time the last thing we do
Right.
when it comes to issues that might have two parties involved. Now, again, I haven't spoken to his wife, so I don't know the thought process that she's in, where she's at, why she's moving the way she's moving. I don't have a clue. I go off of what Scorch says, right? So
Mm.
you can't really make a decision, or again, we're flying kind of dark because we don't have both sides that can kind of telegraph where everything is happening and why it's happening. So marriage is a hard thing, man. Marriage is an evolution daily.
Definitely.
You know, it's if listen, I would say marriage is top five, maybe top three, fighting to keep work, fighting to keep it to work. Next to you fighting for yourself to keep you on the straight and narrow. You know, marriage is something that's especially, you know, when you got years under the belt, it doesn't get any easier.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of the times, you know, people marry, and I was just having this conversation yesterday. I forget where, and it tripped me out. You know, that people marry for the emotion of love
Uh,
and not the emotional feeling. They they don't understand that love is not a feeling. It's an action that invokes a feeling. So
yeah.
they marry for the feeling of love opposed to the action of love. Right?
Uh,
How do I know that Brother Clarence is solid? He had all this money in his hand and didn't buy a Maserati.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know, when I needed him, he was there. When all the smoke cleared, he was the one standing by my side. You know, with them thick skin. I need the brother. He checks up on me, so forth and so on. So I know that the dude is solid in that aspect of it, right?
Right.
So it's because we've walked these dogs, and it's the same thing. You know, same message I had this morning. How do you gain a relationship with God? It starts with belief, then faith, then trust, then confidence, then conquer, right? Through that
Huh?
relationship you have with them, you have to learn trust. I trust that the Lord's going to be there. And when you see how the Lord has been there for you, regardless of whether you've been there for Him, you learn, you walk in confidence. And
Mm,
therefore, you know you're a conqueror. So, you know, in Christ, meaning that He's always there. So, with that being said, we don't know what other people are going through. We just don't know. And sometimes you got to let it walk its course
mm.
because, again, we don't know what the other party's issue might be. You dig what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So
I agree.
it kind of hurts the conversation. So the only thing that I can do at this moment is be there for my brother.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And counsel my brother and help him through Christ on his walk, or just be that soundboard that he might need, or just be that shoulder that he might need at that moment, depending on what he needs from his brother. So yeah, divorce is a crazy thing, man, because again, you know, you can't lie to yourselves about the relationship that you're in because it's going to prove its point,
Yeah.
right? There's certain things that you can't take out of the equation of God, regardless of whether you're in a relationship with man, woman, man, or woman, woman. Someone has to be masculine in that relationship. You cannot get rid of that dynamic.
Right.
Someone has to be the dominant one. So
Right.
even when you try to flip the script, it's still hardwired into that dynamic. And it's the same thing with relationships. If
Yeah.
both of you are not on the same page, it will show. It may take 2 years, it may take 10, it may take 15, whatever it may take, but
Right.
it will show. So this is why the father says, don't be unevenly yoked. And it's not specifically talking towards marriage, but since marriage is the topic, you have to make sure that you guys have conversations continuously and grow together. A lot of the times we could grow separate.
Mm.
That's bad, right? Sometimes you can heal separately. That's bad
Yeah.
because if I've healed a certain way, it puts me in a certain thought process. If Brother Clarence is healed a certain way, it puts him in a thought process. And if we share a company together and the way we've healed doesn't coincide with what we think the direction of this company should go in, then we're going to have a problem. A
Right.
problem ensues. So the
Yeah.
healing to a certain extent should be separate, but the totality of the healing should be together, right? As brothers, we run this company together. So we got to have the same direction to a certain extent. You may see it from a different perspective, I may, but we're heading in the same direction. It's the same thing with marriage. You know, you hear totally healed, totally on one side, and she heals on the other side. When you guys come together, it may cause more conflict because of the way you're healing. Why? Because you don't know what people are saying in her ear. You don't know what people are saying in your ear that will influence the healing process, right? So this is why it's good to have a hand together in the mending part of pain.
Did you get all that scorched? Did you get all that? My brother was dropping some jewels out there.
I'm not that long-winded when I'm talking.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I call you. You gotta talk me down off the ledge at times.
I know, man. I know. Hey,
Yeah.
y'all, Bolo called me sometimes, man. And Bolo's like Moses, man, just pulling his hair out, right? And I was like, I like Bolo. Bolo, this is our gift. This is what God saved these ones for us. These are the ones, like when you get your French fries, you take the burnt ones and you throw them out. You throw them to the side. We got the burnt ones. Those are the ones that we got to deal with.
This is crazy, bro. This is crazy. It's really crazy.
Like, Clarence, man, what's going on? Clarence, what's going on? Calm down, brother. This is our gift. This is God gave this. Man. Nova Goda, we are staying on topic today. I'm happy. If anything good happened in Gaza, I'm happy. But I just don't want to talk about anything other than marriage today. We have so many marriages going down the drain. And what happens is people that are not even married, they lose confidence in the concept of marriage because they see OGs going down in flames. And they say, well, damn, if he's an OG, he's a good dude, he's a good guy, and he went down in flames, what chance have I got? I better just not be in marriage.
You know what's so crazy, Brother Clarence? It seems that people cherry pick what they want to put faith in.
Yes,
right?
I would agree with that.
They'll sit there and say to you, I just seen Judge Mathis and 39 years of marriage and they're getting a divorce. So what shot do I have? But then when you tell them don't smoke that cigarette, well, my father, he smoked cigarettes for 50 years and never caught cancer. But that doesn't mean you won't catch cancer.
Right.
So people use the argument how they see fit. This is not a one size fit all. This is not. See, what people don't understand is, although if you're going to get married, the way society tells us to, there is a contract that you're signing. And the difference between a contract and a covenant is a contract is cold. A contract is already sealed and delivered. What does that mean? That means that we have stipulations in this contract that if you do this, this happens. If you do that, that happens. If you continue this way, this happens. When you're dealing with the covenant, it's a living organism. You know what I'm saying? So you have to grow with it and move with it. Sometimes it might move right. So you have to, move right with it. Sometimes it might just sit down in one place and you got to sit down with it. There is no one size fits all. So you have to hear the people out, whether it be a man or a woman, on what the issue is and where it comes from. And first of all, make sure you pray. That's the first, pray for discernment, to make sure that you ain't coming from your hurt. And that's where it comes into the people that's giving the counseling. You got to make sure that you're not even operating from your anecdotal experiences to influence this man or woman either way. So.
And I see the thing about marriage is, and this, it's dynamic. So people think marriage is static, right? Where I got married, that's it. It just stays the same. Marriages are dynamic. Why? Because people are dynamic. One day you get up, you feel this way. Next day you get up, you feel another way. Sometimes, you be married to somebody and all of a sudden they say, no, I'm going back to school. You're like, what? You're 50-something years old. What you need to go back to school for? because I just wanted to get that. I have a goal in my head. I want to do this, right? You're like, why? That's a waste of time, right? But people are dynamic, man. They're changing all the time. And I tell a lot of these young guys, the best way to keep your marriage, I mean, in my opinion, I'm not perfect, but the best way to stay on top of your marriage is to always be checking in. Always be checking in, man. The ABC, always be checking in, because you never know where their mind state. Make sure that you're on the same page, right? It's 2024, baby. Are we still going, buy this house? Are we still going to buy this car? We still going to do that? Make sure your financial goals are the same. Make sure that your spiritual goals, that's the key right there. Your spiritual goals are the same. Because if your spiritual goals are not the same, it's going to be difficult to get almost any of your other goals on target, right? When I say spiritual goals, I mean, are they looking to constantly improve their relationship with God? If they're not constantly looking to do that, and sometimes you might have to help them with that. If you're not prepared to do that, then it might be, what I'm saying? There's so much overtime in husbandry, right? It's so much overtime, man. You know what I mean? You don't really get paid for the hours you put in as a husband, as a father. You don't get paid for the actual hours that you're putting in, right? But we come to understand that. And see, that's the problem. A lot of these guys, in my opinion, a lot of these guys come into a marriage thinking that they got the 50-50 mentality. And that's no. That's not how it go, man. It's not how it go, man. Because God don't have a 50-50. God doesn't have a 50-50 relationship with us, right? What could you possibly do to be in a 50-50 relationship with God? Really? Oh, God, I'm going to provide you with air. I'm going to provide you with water. Come on, really? There's no way you're going to be in a 50-50 relationship with God, but God understands that. Our Father understands that, and he still provides for us anyway, whether we realize that or not. Because some of us that realize that, we appreciate it more, we appreciate his presence in our lives more. The same thing with a wife. She will appreciate your presence more when she understands the level of the job you have to do, even though you connected to God. And the more she see that you connected to God, she's attracted to that. In my opinion, this is my opinion. She's gonna be more attracted to that because she don't mind being dominated by a righteous teacher. It's the unrighteous teachers that she don't want to be. Who wants to be dominated and led astray by a wolf in sheep clothing, right? But to keep your marriage, pushback. Give me the pushback, brother.
If that was true, what you were saying, then we wouldn't have the lack of accountability, and we would have a lot more women, instead of them saying what you're saying, which some of them do. You wouldn't have so many of them filing.
Okay, be clear.
See, they're leaving and they're filing for divorce at a higher rate than men. It's not to exclude us as men from our responsibility and our duty and what it is that we took into partaking into getting into that spot. But most of us as men have the mindset, husbands especially, when you talk about righteous, and that's the funny thing to me. We talk about certain scriptures, there's like you'll hear it. I'm not listening to no man unless he's a man. I'm not following no man unless he's following God. Well, I have one question for that. Why in the hell would you be following any man if you know he ain't already following God, if he became your husband first? That's number one. Then number two, we can go to 1 Peter 3:1. And what does that clearly say? Even if he ain't following you or following God, it's through your chastening and your quietness that you can win your husband over. If this man chooses still not to do what it is by you doing what you're doing unto God, then what does verse 7 say? My prayers are hindered. I can't move forward. My favor that I'm married, because isn't that what we get when we choose a wife? We find favor.
Supposed to.
But see, that's just it. We supposed to, but see, the thing is, and see, not that we shouldn't. And see, me and Bolo and Vaughn, we always had this back and forth. Because I get it. Yeah, we must hold us as men accountable. We must, because we're responsible. But here go the thing. I'm not responsible. I can't be held accountable for the stuff that you go out there and do freely. It ain't like I didn't tell. I didn't. Like in the garden. It ain't like Adam didn't tell her don't eat from the tree. Matter of fact, he had it. He said, "Hey, don't even touch it,"
and then ate it.
See, so and see, this is where it comes to where I'm at. I know where I went wrong with my current wife. I knew where the mistakes that I made. Some of which was out of my control because one of the issues that I saw that I was having from it was like she still needed some healing to do from her past relationships. But I loved her enough that I was like, I'm willing to stick it out.
But you see, you can't. But here's the problem with that. The problem with that is you were looking from the perspective of a husband. You weren't looking from the perspective of a hurt woman, a hurt
No,
wife.
I got you. Yeah.
No, hold on. So you have to understand the same way, a wife can pick a dude and thought, because when you read that scripture, 1 Peter 3:1, right, which is a scripture
Uh-huh.
that you and I go through a lot back and forth. But 1 Peter 3:1 is talking about a man that has gone astray. It's not talking about an unbelieving man.
Exactly. There
He's a
you go.
believing man that has fallen astray, right? So she stays on path and on course,
Mm-hmm.
not adding to the madness that he's already in, going through for the moment. And her being a praying woman, through her quiet spirit and chase conversation, he is one back, to where he needs to be through his wife. What we have to understand is too that we pick wrong also.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So we sometimes put things on women that really isn't there. And this is where transparency is so important. A lot of people say, well, listen, we got 3 children together, we might as well get married. No. If this isn't something that you truly want to do, then don't. You're just going to make your environment worse for the children along for you with y'all. Sometimes, we can mistake a love as a sister or a brother, and we can mistake it wrong being wherever we are in our life, that we can't interpret it correctly. You know, this is why you get a lot of guys that trauma bond, a lot of women that trauma bond. And let me just say this before I give back the thing. I know, I got the clock ticker on. Let me just say this. What you have to understand also is that time and chance happens to everyone. It happens to all, man. There is no person that's not susceptible to it. There is no person that's not affected by it. Time and chance happens to all. So, a lot of the times, as men, we have to understand what our position is. You have to understand the position. You have to understand it. And this is why, I say to you that the love of a woman is different than the love of a man. It's not equal at all. It's not equal. Women can't love men as much as men love women. They can't. Because our love is sacrificing. Their love isn't. It's the same love that Christ has for us. Do you think we love him more than he loves us?
Nope.
Exactly the point. So the Lord fashioned that for a reason. Our love translates through respect and everything that falls under that umbrella, right? So we have to understand the difference in translation. It doesn't translate the same. So when a woman says, I want you to love me this way, I only know how to love you the way Christ loved me. I don't know how to love that way. That way is a hurt love. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to go into that. So again, and it's not easy. When you're in it, it's not easy. Believe me, it's not easy. But this is why you have the brothers and you have the sisters, man, so that we can weigh in.
Yeah, and now you was pushing back on me about something. What was you pushing back on me about, Scorched? I forgot.
I don't know. Bolo started talking. I forgot now.
You see what I'm saying? He was pushing back on you because you were saying the position of the woman, and he was saying, yeah, that's what I wanted to say. The numbers, again, there's some platforms that will use, the numbers of saying there are more wicked women than men, right?
I don't believe that.
No,
I
well,
don't. Yeah. I don't fall under that.
let's address it. There's going to be more wicked women than men because there's more women than men.
Right.
True.
So just like
Got a
there'll be
point.
more righteous women than men
Man. Yeah.
because there's more women than men. So let's understand the numbers and stop conflating the conversation to push it towards one side to make men feel better. That's the problem. Cats want to talk egotistically and stroke each other's ego opposed to saying the truth.
Well, and you know what, Bolo? That's what I was talking about earlier when I said that, the accountability. It's really not there on either side. Yeah, we may get it from the small nuances of the village, come to Brother Clarence, but how many people actually, especially as men, actually come to these spaces and to be held accountable? How many of us in our own little private space that we can act, that I know that the next man down the street, he see me out there out of order, out of line, he ain't got no problem coming up, yo, brother, what's going on? How many of them in our churches? And I'm gonna tell you that it's not many, because of the fact that if it is, you wouldn't have half of some of these goddamn preachers going through what it is that they going through. There's no accountability. So if we're not holding and I agree with you and Vaughn when y'all always say this, we gotta hold ourselves accountable. That's why Vaughn will tell you, I'll come to you in a minute and be like, hey, this is what I'm going through. I want you to check me. I want you to check me because of the fact, but see, the thing is, I don't want you to be checking me under a false pretense when you know you ain't living up to what it is you checking me on. And that's where the disconnect comes in at. Because you got a lot of foolishness between, especially amongst the brothers. When we're talking about everything else, doing this and being the pillar of the communities and all that, but fool, you ain't living the way that you preaching.
Well, let me say this, and if I can remember what you was pushing back on, I'll get there. I forgot, but
oh no, it's all good. It was just a question. I mean, he's absolutely right. And I mean, we've had this conversation before. That's one of the things that and they always, because I'm one that it's like, hey, I understand it ain't equal, but since we have our sisters walking around here thinking that they are equal to the things let's hold them equally accountable for the crap that they are here pulling, that's also adding on to the degradation of our community as a whole when it comes to marriage.
Yeah, but like you said,
you can't do that. You can't do that,
brother.
Well, I'm sorry. But see, the thing is, though, this is a problem. Because of the fact that, see, this is where I have a bigger issue at, because we don't have enough elder women, enough elder statesmen of women to come and actually do what it is that you have a lot of us that as men are bringing up. We get it. Dude, I understand. Hold me accountable. But you know what I get when I go to the elder women, when it comes to man, it was women that married me and my wife. That was my first mistake right there. Because, I'm gonna tell you why. Because they had no problem with her packing up leaving. They didn't sit down and sit up there and say, hold up. We did this under God. We ordained this. We sanctioned this. See the difference in responsibility that goes about when a woman does it and when a man does it? Because see, if you let's be real about it, Bolo. Let's use you as an example, or Brother Clarence, or Brother Vaughn. We came to you and we said we would like for you guys to marry us. You guys marry us, and then when the problem starts or whatnot, you ain't gonna let one of us sit up there and say, "Well, I'm done, I'm tired, I'm out," whatever the case may be, and then you just sit up there and say, "Okay." No, you gonna. What are you gonna do? You're gonna sit up there and say, "No, no, 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 no. God ain't ordained this." We can't say in one breath He ordained it, and then in another breath turn around and say when the problems come, we jump and ship.
Well, how about this? How about across the board, we all made a mistake? How
But
about
see that okay, fine. But see, that's the problem.
no,
This is
here,
whatever. No. You ask the question, and
no, no,
see,
no, no.
you
It wasn't a question. What I'm saying to you is, at the end of the day, let's just say if you said, Brother Clarence and Bola, we want you to marry.
hold on real quick. Hold on. What you say, bro? Yeah, yeah, you're right. Go ahead, Volo.
So let's say if you came to us and said, Brother Bolo and Brother Clarence, I want you to marry us, right? Okay.
Uh-huh.
So, Brother Clarence and I, we sit down and we counsel you guys. We see where you guys, are at or whatever. The Spirit is only going to allow us to see what you guys show us. I may say to Brother Clarence, yeah, something ain't right. I don't know what it is. We may poke and prod. At the end of the day, we all could have made a mistake. Maybe the Lord didn't want you with her and we missed something. Maybe the Lord don't want that woman with that man. And sometimes, again, experience is the best teacher. You get no better teacher than experience. Sometimes here's the crazy thing. We just finished reading Deuteronomy 3 today. And Deuteronomy 3 was a reflection on Numbers 32 and 20. Right? So Moses, before he passes, he's giving Israel a history lesson on what their foreparents did that caused them to walk 40 years in the wilderness.
Mm.
Right? When God was like, now this is the last time, bro. You have disrespected me these 10 times.
Mm.
So remembrance is something that's very important, right? The Lord always hits you with history. Remember, so you don't make the same mistakes as your foreparents. Remember, so that you don't make the same mistake you made yesterday. Remember. So Moses is telling these people that, because of the disrespect, the Lord said, I'm giving it to your children. So he's speaking to them about their fathers and grandfathers. Then he comes back, because in Numbers 20, remember when Moses disobeyed the Lord said, you ain't seeing the promised land. After everything Moses did in the name of the Lord, he gets to the last part of chapter 3 in Deuteronomy. And he says, Lord, please, I beseech thee, allow your servant to walk into the kingdom. Now remember, it was a sin that he did a long time ago.
He struck the rock when the Lord
Right.
told him not to. Yeah.
You know what
He
I'm saying?
struck the rock out of anger of the
Out
people.
of anger. So
Yep.
it's like he did a sin months, weeks, years later. Sometimes the sin that you do don't catch up to you and you pay for it maybe later on in life. Some people are still struggling through that sin that they committed, and where they were put it's crazy. The Lord told Moses, yo, man, I don't want to hear no more of it. You ain't going in. Tell Joshua, strengthen Joshua so we can move on. This is the Father, man. Moses was his man, is his man. But there's a point that I got to make, that if I do it to my man and he was disobedient and got out of order, how much more you and me? So sometimes as children, the Lord got to step back and say, yeah, you want to go out there and ride that bike by yourself without me holding the seat? Watch you bust your face. Go. And when you bust your face, what does your child do? Daddy. Okay, so you gonna hold my hand now? Yes. Yes. Okay, now we can walk these dogs. Sometimes we got to go through that. So I don't know if this is a situation, I'm just being in general, that sometimes these things happen. And this is why it's important to be real with yourself, most of all, because what you're signing yourself up for is going to hurt later more than it's going to hurt now.
Now, okay, I get what you're saying. But in that, like I said, twin sisters, both of them quote unquote pastors. Like I said, that was my first mistake. And I'll say this based on the fact of one married us in the living room of their home. A year later, we had the other one actually did the actual ceremony a year later.
Wait a minute,
When the
brother.
problems,
Can
go
I
ahead.
ask you, do you think it would have made a difference if it was a man in a church?
I just say this. See, my thing is when it comes to things of such as marriage, and this was a conversation that me and one of them had. I consider them my sisters even still to this day. So it's don't take what I'm saying as a testament of where it's just the conversation that was had. One of them said, "Well, I didn't think you should have married. You guys should have got married anyway." And I looked at her and I said, "Okay, hold up, time out. So why did you do it then?" Well,
You
you
pay
would have,
him.
you loved her. No, I didn't have to pay him. No, there wasn't no pay, wasn't none of that. That's the whole thing. I said, why did you do it? Why did you do it then? This was, well, we knew you loved her and you basically was gonna, whatever was gonna go down, you had the fortitude to basically, that's how much you loved her. So they knew basically what she was saying was, we knew that you was gonna stand by the word of God no matter what, especially after your first experience with the first one, with the first wife. And I said, okay, even still, that's still, you sanctioned it. So therefore that you've taken some type of responsibility by sanctioning, by doing it. If that's the way you felt, you shouldn't have done it. And she was like, well, we knew you was going to get married anyway. Well, let me go to the hall of justice, the justice of peace, and do it. At least then you remove the bloodshed off of what happens off of this if it goes awry.
But brother, what difference if it would have made if you went to the justice of the peace or
at least at the justice of the peace, I already know what type of thing I'm getting by sitting up there, not getting up under godly leadership. Okay, see, the problem was, hold up. That's just it. We wanted, I'm not trying to take responsibility off of me and her, because at the end of the day, when we go before God, he's going to turn around and he's going to say, hey, how did you do? What about A, B, and C here with this situation? But see, the thing is leadership. For those that call ourselves pastors and things of that nature, you can't turn around and sit up there and sanction something. And then when things doesn't, well, we didn't want you to be, we didn't think you needed to be together anyway. Well, that's the whole point of us coming through goddamn marriage counseling and all that other crap.
Right, but here's the thing, though, Scorched, and you and I had that conversation, right? If we go by the scripture, we understand that they're not supposed to usurp authority over men. So if you're allowing them to counsel you and your wife, and there's no man present in that situation, you're allowing them to usurp authority over you.
That was on me. That's I said that was my first mistake.
So, hold on. So then you have to look at this whole thing. The catalyst.
I did, man.
Right, but here's what I'm saying. The catalyst is you.
I got Bolo.
I shouldn't listen. No, the reason why I'm saying it, and we've had this conversation, the reason why I'm saying it is I shouldn't hear nothing about nobody else.
Dude, the question was asked. You can't get mad at me for answering the question.
I'm not getting mad. What I'm saying to you is accountability starts with you. It ends on you. So
now that we know, okay, hold up. Okay, Clement done been held accountable.
No,
I'm not even gonna, hold up. No. Let's don't do that, Bolo.
I didn't finish building, but okay.
Yeah, okay, keep building. Go ahead. I'll sit back and wait.
I promise you by the time I'm finished, you and I are gonna be on point together. I promise you.
We always gonna be on point, even though we go through this thing. I love you.
What I'm saying.
Shout out to M Mills, other snipers in the building. Shout out to M Mills.
You know what I'm saying to you is I like to deal with the root and not the branches. Right? If we deal with the root, then the branches don't come. We don't have to deal with the branch because branches just take your attention off of what the real problem is, and that's what the enemy wants us to do. Okay? So at the end of the day, if Brother Clarence, if I get arrested, right? I get into a car, we're gonna go do these drive-bys on someone. Let's drive by on somebody. Now, usually when people do drive-bys, All of the lights should be working. The tags should be good. All these things so that you don't get stopped for something frivolously, because we got choppers in this car. We want everything on the outside to seem right. I get into the car. There's a busted taillight. The tags is expired. And we get stopped. Before we can even do what we're going to do, we get stopped. And now I'm arrested. Now I'm in jail. I got all of these choppers with scratched serial numbers. That's federal now. It's Fed time, right? So now I'm having a conversation with somebody. I can't sit there and say because the car, the back lights was messed up, the tail lights was messed up, and the tags were expired. That's why we got caught. No, my G, you shouldn't have been there. Period. I don't want to hear nothing else after that. You put yourself in that position. You did. I understand everything else that fell behind it. We can have a conversation pertaining to that. But if you wouldn't have put yourself in that car, if I wouldn't have put myself in that car, I'd be sitting there talking on YouTube to you and Brother Clarence. But right now, I got bars between me. So that's what the Lord wants us to do now. We're going to break it down. Because once I got, it's my fault for being there. Now I can accept everything else that comes behind it. But it starts with, it starts with the first step. If I know that this isn't supposed to be done, why is it being done? If I know I'm not supposed to be in that car, I already know I got the anklet on there where they can check me out. Why am I getting into a car? I just finished watching this thing on court TV. The judge told the dude, man, 3 times I gave you a chance. He read this letter, Brother Clarence, please, judge, you know, I got my daughter's about to be born. My son is this, my son is that. He said, my G, even when the bench warrant was sent out for you, you didn't just come. They had to chase you. So these 3 times I look, nah, G, you going in for the year. So I'm going to give you 85 days, but the other 200 and something, you're going to have to eat that.
Yeah.
You're going to have to eat it. Now, maybe if he would have came and said all these different things a little bit differently, maybe the judge would have had a bit more leniency, but he kept blaming everything else. Not saying that you're doing that. I'm just saying that if I know the first move was the wrong move, every move after that most likely is going to be wrong. That's the only point I'm making.
All right, gentlemen. I'm just trying to, and I think you know, me and Bolo, we're just trying to keep you married, man, and get things back.
Oh no! It's all good. Now I'm sitting up here reading the chat line between Bond and M Mills, and
Okay.
one of the things, and see, this is a thing that comes into play. The first question, because of the fact that they've been together that many years, everybody always comes out with this thing about it must have been some serious infidelity. I want somebody to ask me what the hell does irreconcilable differences is, because if I know that she was caught in adultery or whatnot, that's what the hell I'm gonna put on there if I file for a divorce.
Can I explain to you?
Please do.
Okay, I explain to you. Irreconcilable differences means that the woman there's not a clear path of salvation in the woman's mind to rectify the situation. That is irreconcilable differences. There's not a clear way to, in her mind, because see, you are emotional and she is emotional, but she's more emotional. Women have to be more emotional than tactical. You and me, we're more tactical. Why? Because we have to defend. Part of our work is defense. And so we can't feel sorry for the attacker. We can't feel sorry for the person that broke into the house. We can't feel sorry for the person that's trying to snatch our children. Death is like, that's our first instinct, death. And then when we catch ourselves, if we can, you know, then we can kind of work down from there. But, you know, we have to be, you know, just straightforward, because defense is part of our is part of our job. Well, a woman's part of her woman's job is giving you immortality. She is here to give you immortality, right? You want God to go to every woman, every man bust you in the rib, then take a rib, makes it. No, that would be an impossible task, right? Well, God could do it, but a more streamlined task is for the woman to give you immortality. You pick the right woman, and she immortalizes you, gives you back to yourself, right? And so, but she's got to be emotional. If she was tactical like you, she'd say, "Ouch, that hurt. I ain't never gonna do that again." But she give you a second child and a third child. So her emotions have to be volatile like that. We have to understand that's the way she's made. She don't think like a man. She thinks like a woman. And her emotions are much more volatile. Therefore, we have to understand that and be able to this is some heavy science I'm about to drop on you. We have to be able to, you see the pimp and the lady of the evening, right? The pimps and the ladies of the evening, right? And what the pimp do is similar to what a pimp does. A pimp regulates their emotional range. He regulates that. He's able to do that well. And so that's what we have to do as husbands. We have to be able to regulate and manage our wives' emotional situation, even if that means we have to do something, right? Well, Claire, it's her. She's supposed to be able to do. Yeah, but sometimes part of being the leader is stepping in there, getting your feet dirty, right? You got to show somebody how to do something sometimes. Sometimes you got to get your boots on and get your boots dirty, showing them how to do it. And then once you show them how to do it, then they will see how to do it. Right now, my wife and my oldest boy wants a dog, right? But my wife got about 4 projects all over the backyard, right? I said, no, you're not getting a dog until you get
we clean up one of the projects.
Yeah. Why? But why though? Because if that dog see that stuff everywhere, then the dog is gonna think that's the way it's supposed to be, and he's gonna rip paper up and he's gonna have everything everywhere.
Not only that, who's gonna be the one cleaning up the dog poop? Because I didn't hear you say you wanted the dog.
My oldest boy would do that, but I'm just saying, with all this stuff all over the place, the dog doesn't know what a place looks like in order.
But I got a question.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I just because I'm gonna keep forgetting. I try to write it down, but I'm gonna keep forgetting it.
Right.
You mentioned something about picking the right person.
Yes,
how
sir.
How come? And I'm talking about the believers and followers of Jesus Christ. I ain't talking about the judge, because what I find it strange, and you even have a lot of our men today from the field of believers talking the same way now. And that's where it's starting to get real scary. Because when you said picking the right person, we get the vetting and all that. I get all that. But how come is it that I'm picking the right person until I choose that you're no longer the right person, and think that I can channel that and think through the eyes of God and what His word says concerning marriage and divorce, that it's okay for me to do that? See, at some point you have the church
with the person that you picked.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, see, sometimes, like I said, well, there's a couple things that people don't know that aren't married. You might know, you might be experienced, you might be going through this right now. Marriage is dynamic. There's always a shift. People are shifting, right? People, 1 minute we feel one way, 1 minute, and every 5 years, we all change. We're all different. You don't think the way you thought 5 years ago. I mean, we all different. We all, so, but one of the things that people have, like the earth has secrets, right? You can go someplace and you can dig up and you can find gold. You go someplace, you find, silver, right? Right? The earth has secrets buried in it. Well, so do you as a human being. You got secrets that's buried in you, and your wife got secrets that's buried in her, and my wife has secrets that's buried in her, right? And just like this, listen very carefully. Just like when you put a seed in the ground, it needs the right atmosphere and temperature for the explosion to happen. The seed explodes, the root goes down, and the shoot goes up towards the sun, right? But it will not do that. If you leave it in your hand, it's not going to do that. You can leave it in your hand for 10 years. It's not going to explode. It's only going to explode in that one circumstance. Okay, so my wife, your wife, everybody, we all of us have what I call hidden desires. We have hidden desires. Some of our desires We are conscious of these desires. We're conscious of them, right? And we say, like sometimes your wife will say, man, if I wasn't with you, I would be with this movie star or this actor or whatever, right? Or this athlete, right? That's a conscious desire. They ain't really after it, but they just know that they find that person appealing, right? I'm talking about hidden desires that even the person they are unconsciously, they have these desires, but consciously they are unaware of these desires. They may be unaware of certain desires. It may come out in conversation. They may say certain little words to you that may show you that they may have these hidden desires, but they are oblivious to these desire, even having these hidden desires until a circumstance come along. Rollo at the job, girl, you look good, girl. I don't know if Scorch is talking to you, but girl, you look good. Something hit them, and the circumstance is right, and they have a desire that they weren't aware of, that they move on, right? Because the temperature is the proper temperature is present. Somebody's putting the right pressure, right? Temperature and pressure are related in physics. So that somebody put the right pressure on that person, it get hot enough for them, they may or may not move on it, or they may have said no, 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 no. And then I do something at the house that really make my wife mad. So when she go to work, Rollo at the job, like, girl, girl, I don't know if Clarence tells you, but man, you looking good. I keep asking you to go to lunch. When can we go to lunch? And my wife maybe got so mad at me, she said, you know what? F it. Come on, let's go to lunch. And it start out as lunch. Then it move into dinner. Then it move into dinner and the movie. Then it move in from dinner and the movie to a stop at a hotel room. There's somebody out there right now, brother, sitting on a hotel bed right now saying, what am I going to tell my wife? What am I going to tell my husband? They've been blowing me up all night. I haven't answered the phone. I'm sitting in this hotel with this man. I don't even know this man. I just work with him. I don't even know this woman. I just work with her or go to the gym with her or whatever. What am I going to do? That's the see, but they got desires that they didn't know. And if they're not plugged into the God is the one that can short circuit that desire and say, right? He can cut it down. But if you're not all the way plugged in, now some of us are plugged in just enough where we feel like when it get tough, we can back out of it, right? When following God get tough, we can back out of it because we don't have to sacrifice. We don't want to make no commitment to it, right? Because when you commit to it, that's one of the things that Bolo was laying out earlier. Love has a lot of parts to it, but one of the parts that love has to it is pain. Pain is a part of love. You're gonna hurt. You're gonna hurt when they're hurting. When the person, the object of your love and affection is hurting, that's going to hurt you. Love ain't this thing where you don't never get hurt. You're gonna be hurt sometimes. That's the part when the person that you love the most in the whole world disappoints you. Because marriage, there's gonna be some disappointments in marriage. There's gonna get some money's gonna get messed up, right? Somebody gonna get sick. Things happen in a marriage, right? That's why marriage is a collective unit trying to deal with different challenges that come up in life, right? That's basically what's going on. And you trying to keep your commitment to yourself and to this person and to God all throughout dealing with all these different challenges. But people that get married think, oh, well, I mean, people that don't know about marriage that get married, they think once you marry, it's a static thing. Oh, we said we married. That's it. We were going off into bliss. On the contrary, once you get married, there's some more challenges, right? Because you think about it this way. She think about it that way. The kids think about it this way. Everybody, her mama think about it that way. Your father think about it this way. So it's always people in your ear. If they're still around, they're in your ear and even your influence on TV. That's why the best way, I'm telling you, the best way to keep your marriage, in my opinion, is to always be checking in. You got to check in on them every 2 or 3 months just to make sure that you're on the same page. Hey, baby, we still going to buy that car. We still going to do this. We still going to do that. We still going to go to church. We still going to the mosque. We still, what we doing? We are, you got to constantly be checking in with them to see where their head is at. Because if you don't check in with them and see where they're going, see, they're going to say something that, you go, wait a minute. That wasn't part of the program. Now you threw this in here? Well, I think I'm going to go to a girls' night out with girls, trip to Jamaica with my friends. What? Wait. That wasn't in the plan 2 years ago. What's going on? Yeah, it's all girls. No guys, just all girls. Uh-oh. See, now you know something's going on in her head. And you need to do a deeper investigation to find out why she would want to go 2,000 miles away and not have you with her. That might be something you need to investigate. Or that might be a growing thing that the influence of her friends might have put on her, or TV or whatever it is. But now she got a, I don't want to say demon yet, but I say she got a thought that's off, that's going to put your marriage on the curb, pull it over. Now you got to go in there and do some more digging to find out what's going on. Not, you ain't got to be aggressive, but if you're smart, you can ask questions, the right questions, and it'll give you the answer. And then here's the bottom line. What would God want you to do? If you had a woman that didn't respect you enough to take you on a girls' trip out of the state, out of the country, what would God want you to do? Just abruptly leave? Or would he want you to try to minister to her? See, that's the thing, man. We, as men, you're supposed to be the minister in your house. You're supposed to be the pastor in your house. You're supposed to be able to bring somebody over and sit down and talk. Now, if they don't listen, that's on them, but we're supposed to be ministers in our house. That's what we're supposed to be. We're supposed to minister to our children, minister to our wives, minister to whoever needs and is willing to listen to us to get right back with God, right? We're supposed to be bringing them back to God. Baby, I don't think you doing that is going to be a good look for our marriage. And plus, that would make me feel bad that you wouldn't want to take me, right? And based on her response to that, you know what I mean? How you going to handle that, right? And what would God want you to do? God, I don't believe God wants you to want people to just divorce. My belief is that he would want you to minister to the woman and give her the opportunity, because he always gives us an opportunity, right? Sodom and Gomorrah, man. It didn't go down the first day. Them two dudes didn't show up till finally it was just, it was over the top. And, he said, hey, man, Lot, you're a good dude, but hey, you need to get out of here now. It's about to go down, right? Scorch, you say something in the back. We say, hey, half these wives think they're priests in the home. What are you talking about? Well, see, that's the thing. How could a wife think that she's the priest in the home unless we wasn't on our post? She look up on that post, and she look at that podium where you as the man supposed to be preaching from, and she sees nobody there. They see your post abandoned.
You see what's so crazy? Do you see how important the presence of a man is?
Huh?
Righteous man.
Huh?
Do you see how many hats we carry in the home? That if you're off kilter, then the shift is going to happen. It happens with us too. The shift is going to happen. If no one is taking lead, someone's going to take lead.
And Mill said, I ain't going out of the country with no bunch of women. I need to be under the government protection of my husband.
That's the point. That's the point. That's the point.
Go ahead, brother.
That's the point that we have to remember. That, again, there's two choices that a woman's going to follow. It's not 10. It's two. Either she's going to conform or she's not. Those are the two choices you have. This is how the house is going to be ran. Not evilly, but in a righteous way. You understand? Now, again, let's say if you two were married and y'all were in the world and now you find the gospel and now you're changing and you're growing in the Lord, that's going to take time because everything that you guys did, you grew together a certain way. Now you both have to break out of that sleep and both awake at the same time. And that's hard to do. That takes a lot of patience also. See, what happens is a lot of the times people get into relationships after their patience is already done. I'm done. Then you get into another relationship and you have no patience for the new relationship because those chapters in your life are left open opposed to it being closed. So yeah, this thing it isn't easy. You know, it isn't easy because not only are you a father, a husband, you're a counselor, you're a leader, you're a provider. You know, you're emotionally a provider, spiritually a provider. You're the foundation. And the sad thing about it is when you do your job well enough, and this is sad, when you do your job well enough, where it's seamless, everyone thinks that they don't need you.
Oh man, say that again, man. Say that again.
They don't need you. But you know when they see what you did when you're gone, when that void that you filled is no longer there. Unfortunately, a lot of people have to have that void missing to see. It's different with women. Women are gonna console and do all that. We bring truth. At least that's what we're supposed to do. We bring the truth. This is why the Lord's at the age of 12, give your child to the father. Why? You did everything you could do at this point. You gave them empathy, sympathy, all that other stuff. Now it's time for them to understand rules and understand life and what it really is. And as hard as it is for us, we're going to give it. We're going to give it to these children, right? However, we have to understand the full totality of what our vocation as men, husbands, leaders, guiders, nurturers, spiritual advisors, counselors. The names don't stop when it comes to our family. It don't stop. And sometimes you have to put your foot down and say, no, we just ain't doing it. I'm not entertaining that conversation. I'm not going to entertain it. We just ain't doing it. I've given it enough brain power. We've had conversations pertaining to it, and we're not doing it. Sometimes you have to say no. It just is what it is. Now, depending on the relationship you have with your wife and her trusting you, because this is where that comes in too. Her trusting you, she might walk away in disappointment. But when the truth hits her later, because, a lot of us, we don't see when we're in the midst of hot sauce. When it hits her later, she's going to realize, you know what? I trust him. He knows what he's doing. We're going to walk these dogs this way. So all of that, because, again, relationships are not tried until fire comes. This is why people, when they get married for happy feelings, when the happy feelings go away and reality slaps you in your face, now that's when your neck is weak, right? But look at family goals and look at all the Instagrams and the TikToks and all that stuff. That ain't marriage, my G. That ain't marriage. I promise you it ain't. Now, God talks about that too. And this is the thing that we talk about these other channels when they be putting their foot on women's necks, right? And not holding them to the same judgment that the Lord holds us. The Lord said to the men, he said, yo, dude, you guys were whores too. And I was patient. You know how many gods you went and slept with? I'm going to get that scripture too. You know how many gods you went and slept with? And I still was patient? How much more?
Look at Solomon. Solomon turned around and had 700 wives and 1,000 concubines or something like that, right?
Yeah. And he started worshiping the concubines' gods. But the point of the matter is, God always says that you dudes are the biggest whores. Talking to the men. You're the biggest whores. So the way you want to not give grace and mercy to these women, I should hold that same thought process towards you because you slept with a whole bunch of gods and did some horrendous things. And here's the difference. When she does what she does, She's not sinning against you still, even though that's your wife. She's sinning against me because
Against God. Yeah.
I run this. You dudes sinned against me.
Mm.
And this is what, that's why you have to be very careful when you're swinging that sword. Because when it comes back at you, it's going to come back 2 times heavier and 2 times duller. The Lord
But you know what, though, Bolo? I don't have a problem with that. I'm just speaking for me. And
Right.
and seeing, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't speak for everybody on there, but not every brother on there. You got a lot of us as men that walk around, and we ain't got no problem with taking it. Swing that sword, let it be on me, because at the end of the day, I already know it's falling on my shoulders anyway. Whether I'm right, wrong, or indifferent, at the end of the day,
that's bad. But that's bad.
Why is it bad if you? I mean, hold up. Why is it, Bolo? Why is it bad if I already know? And then we wonder why men don't talk. This is why. This is one of the reasons why. Because when we do come and we do give our opinions, where we're at in life with our wives, our children, and all that, this is one of the reasons why they look down on the believers, the believers of Jesus Christ. This is why they look down. They kind of skeptical. This is why they don't want to sit up there and go sit down in none of these churches, because exactly what you just did right there. I'm gonna turn it back on you. We get that. We already, man. We deal with it day to day. Dude, there's nowhere I can go, man, without people looking at me, man. And it's like, I've been told how my name was smeared by my wife. I took that, I'm taking that on. Still, and yet, you're not going to come to me and talk bad about my wife to me, because she's still my wife. That's, hold up, let me finish. That's part of my protection over her. Even though she out there doing whatever buffoonery she's out there doing. This is one of the tenements of me loving my wife as Christ loved me. The sad part about it is we spend too much time where we don't, and this is where it comes to. Just like he did in that goddamn garden when he started handing out them punishments, he didn't lay it all on Adam. Yeah, Adam was most responsible, being most accountable, because of the fact he told Adam first. But I'm sorry, Satan got some and Eve got some. And this is a problem that we're having in our community. We got to stop just focusing in on the man. The men, most of us already know where in the hell we at. We already know where we went wrong at, man. And that's no, man, because you've been saying the same thing from day one, man. And that's what everybody, this is the biggest complaint, bro. When it comes to you, and I rock with you, you know this, man.
I know it, brother.
But this is the thing. At some point, now I get it. You as men, you want to hope, but you know what? Suggestion. When it comes to things of marriages from this point on, if all people are going to do is constantly talk about where it is we as men go wrong at, please bring a counterpart of equal value for the women. So therefore, because you got women that's listening to this mess and they think that they ain't got no accountability, they ain't responsible for nothing.
Scorched.
I'm good.
Okay. Now, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. We're all men here, right? We're all men here, right?
Yes.
Which one does it make sense for us to find accountability, at least in?
Clarence, you're right. I get that, but see, here's the thing: it's getting to the point to where it's becoming repetitive, to the point to where the men that need to hear this, they're turned off. I'm one of the few that still want to sit up there and take it in, but I'm gonna also be one of the ones that's gonna turn around and say, "Hey, here's the problem, fellas. Our men are turned off because they go to church, they hear from the preacher that ain't living it, but he's constantly telling them where we as a man are supposed to be the head. But still and yet they'll turn around and say you got to kiss that wife's ASS in order for you to be able to do anything."
I don't think any of us are saying that up here.
No, I'm not saying you two are saying that. I'm just talking about when you come to the spaces and you hear it,
I got you.
and then you don't see the counterpart. See, it'd be a whole lot differently if you hear. And see, I'm gonna tell you something. Get a counterpart on there that's gonna be equally holding the women responsible as the men are doing on here, and I guarantee you, you're gonna get a whole lot of backlash from a lot of these wives that don't want to submit and submit unto the Lord. Forget about the man. They don't want to submit to the word of the Bible.
Well, why are you with the woman that don't want to submit to the Bible?
No. See, no, hold up now. See, don't do that. Because most of us are already done jumped the gun and undone it. Now that we in it, what we supposed to sit up there and make a new ship pile?
Well,
Come on, man.
No, brother, you got to deal with the mistake you made.
I get it, but okay, hold up now. See, once again, no, hold up, Bolo.
No, hold on.
No.
You need to realize. Here's the problem, brother. Here's the problem, okay? because Christ tells us in the scriptures that the same way I was ridiculed, you gonna be ridiculed.
I get, dude.
No, hold on. No. What I'm saying to you is, Christ was ridiculed by his wife.
I get you, Bolo, but there's still at the end of the day. No, where is it? Okay, I'm not missing it, man. I think you're missing it. I'm not missing it. No, you're not missing it, dude. You're not missing it. I get where you're coming from.
Okay,
I understand. See, you're not speaking to Scorch anymore. You're speaking to someone that's a representative of the brothers that's out there that's hearing that stuff what you're saying, and they ain't where Scorched is.
Okay,
they're not in the mindset. So therefore, when you hear me talking,
what you're making and the way you're making it, you don't sound far-fetched from Red Pill.
No, I ain't Red Pill, dude. No, you're not gonna put that. No.
You are.
See, no, but see, you know, no, Bolo. Bolo, for you to even know, I'm not gonna let you finish, man, because what you're saying is you're trying to say that I'm close, and that's not the case.
That's not what I'm saying. You need to let me finish my statement.
Go ahead.
That's the problem. The statement was, if someone tunes in and only hears that part that you gave, that's close to Red Pill, my G. That we got to hold women equal. Men are tired of hearing that they have to hold things accountable. No, hold on. You spoke for 10 minutes and no one interrupted you.
You're getting ready to go on for 20 and ain't nobody gonna say nothing to you. Come on, man. Let me get my thoughts.
Never get tired of that, my G. Never get tired of being held to that high standard. Yeah. Never get tired of it. Hold on, because that's our vocation. It's not the woman's. The woman is to follow, not lead.
I said have a counterpart.
Hold on. Let me finish. I'm trying to show you that the responsibility and accountability that's parsed out to men is never going to be equal to the way it's parsed out to women. It will be done fairly,
Good point.
But never equally. There's a difference.
Good point.
I'm not looking for the equal. It ain't even fair, dude.
You said
Clarence,
equal.
Clarence. I hold up.
Watch,
Clarence, I got a question.
3 times.
I got a question.
3 times.
No, I'm gonna be honest with you. You tell me how many times have we have had this conversation and we talked about marriages and it was always, there was no equal counterpart to where it was. Now, when I say equal counterpart, where's the woman at to turn around and be on that same panel?
Now I'm gonna be offended. Now I'm gonna be offended.
I'm gonna
Why?
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you.
Hold on. Why are you gonna be offended when the thing is?
I'm gonna tell you why.
Scorch, let him finish. Let him finish. I gotta get Vaughn in here too.
I'm gonna tell you why I'm offended. Because in the village, we hold women just as responsible and accountable as men do. But we have to understand that being that we are who we are, regardless of whether we wanted to be born this way or not, there's a higher standard for men than it is for women.
Absolutely.
I'm not denying that, Bolo.
I'm not saying you are. What I'm saying to you is I hear the frustration in your voice. I hear the frustration in all of the men's voices. When women are on the panel, do we not dish out accountability and responsibility according to the way it needs to be done?
I'll put it like this. And maybe this maybe I'm on the outside looking in at this, and maybe because of the fact that I'm a little bit more I'm a little too close to the situation at hand because of my situation. So what I'm saying is just as well as we put it like this. Where's the age women at? This is what me personally talking about. Because see, even though you're sitting up there saying that, yes, on your panel, yes, on the village, you do. But even still, what's wrong with it having an aged woman that is just that understands what it is because of where we see, we're always looking. No. Okay, so that's what I'm asking. What's wrong with having an equal counterpart to be able to turn around when you're sitting up there laying down a smackdown on us as men, which you're supposed to do? But see, we already know it's going to be a little bit more easier when it comes to laying that same smackdown on the sisters because of the fact that they are sisters. They are of the unequally. They are of the lesser, not lesser value, but they're the weaker link.
Okay.
So therefore, that's where I say and that's why I said the suggestion and bring the equal counterpart in. So therefore, they can give them that same smoke.
Okay.
Because honestly, they don't think. Go ahead.
Of course. I hear you, brother. And I'm gonna let Bolo respond to you. Right? I'm gonna let Bolo respond to you. But I gotta let Vaughn Bryant get in here. I gotta let Vaughn Bryant's been waiting.
Oh, Vaughn get ready to go off on me too. Come on, bring it on.
Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna let Vaughn go off on you because I got something for you too. So I'm gonna let Vaughn go off on you right now. Vaughn.
Yes, sir.
Can you please help
our ready to lay me down? Go on, man.
Can you please help our dear brother Scorched Earth get this thing that we've been trying to tell him for the last hour? Help him with that.
Well, anyway, I would just say this. When it comes to the demise of any relationship or marriage, you see what I'm saying? There is three sides to that story. Three sides. There's his truth, her truth, and the truth. Do you see what I'm saying? And different situations, man, are different for different individuals. You see what I'm saying? When the relationship comes to a demise, one would have to look at themselves and say, well, what part did I play? You see what I'm saying? Now that's for the individual to do, But looking at Judge Mathis' situation, and looking at the longevity of the period of time, you see that they've been married approximately, 39 years?
Yep, yeah. 39.
That has to be a very difficult decision to make after that type of longevity. You see what I'm saying? So apparently it had to be something that was a very serious thing. I don't believe it was something that was trivial. You see, I've been married 22 years. If me and my wife were to divorce at this particular time, I would really have to examine myself and say, wow, where did I go wrong? What happened there, Lord? You see what I'm saying? Because I would have to take accountability for what my part is in the demise of my marriage. Now, not to say that she wasn't cutting up and doing the fool, because that could be the case as well. But then I would have to ask myself, well, why was she cutting up and doing the fool? Is there something I possibly could have done differently? You see what I'm saying? But like I said, this is on a case-by-case basis. No breakup is the same between any different type of people. Mine could be different than yours. Yours could be different than theirs. You see what I'm saying? So, it's very disappointing to me when I see a demise, especially of a marriage that had longevity. I don't wish that on anybody. You see what I'm saying? And nowadays, people aren't even staying married for over a month.
You ain't lying.
Let alone 39 years. You see, there's a brother that was only married a month here on YouTube, and that marriage is dissolved just about. You see what I'm saying? But there's accountability on both sides. So I don't know where I fit into the conversation, but I did just want to say that.
You're supposed to agree with me and Bolo. That's what you're supposed to.
Oh, is that what I
ain't nothing about nothing.
But listen, I wanted to respond. I want to
Ain't
respond
that about
to
nothing?
Okay. Well, I'm not sure if I'm disagreeing or agreeing.
No. You agree with us. You agree with us.
Hey,
So,
hold up. Why y'all gonna do me like that, really?
first of all, you called it. You said, watch Vaughn come up here and be against me too.
Well, I have to apologize because he was indifferent. I thank you. Thank you.
But Sports, this is what I'm going to say to your statement you made prior. Check this out. If the woman is off, they go to hell too, brother.
I agree with you.
All right, so justice is parsed out. Listen to what I'm saying. The pain threshold that I may be able to take, which is at, let's say, 8, and yours is, let's say, 10. It equates to it being equal because of the man that you are and because of the man that I am. So if I judge you, right, with the same partiality that I would judge myself, that would be a problem. That would be a problem. So I'm going to hold women accountable on their acceptable level. And that's where the men are having the problem. Because what we have to understand is, first off, when you say where are the women, the renowned women, brother, you know it was the men that taught women, brother? It was the women, there was the men. The older estate women, the older women were there just, to make sure things ran smooth and showed the women how to make things happen. But it was the men that did that. That's why the Lord said, give your child to your father at 12. Why? Why? So we have to understand that, we're the nucleus, brother. We're the anchor. And in being the anchor, it comes with a lot of responsibility and accountability. It just does.
So the scripture in Titus, I must have misunderstood that, Ronan. And if I did, my apologies. Where it said the aged women are supposed to teach the younger women how to. And that's the stuff. That's what I'm talking about. You don't see a lot of that no more.
I agree with you.
And that, and honestly, because I get it, yeah. Because see that, and because also it also says that wives, if you have a question, don't go asking the pastor or anybody else. You're supposed to go home to your own husband and get it now. But you don't see that either.
But let me ask you a question. So then, what about Ephesians?
What love?
No,
what part? Ephesians 5.
Ephesians 6, 24, 25.
What does it say?
When it said that Christ had a hand in grooming the bride. Christ. Yeah. All right. So you're missing what I'm saying. Okay. There's a comparison, right? When we read 1 Corinthians, we're the glory of Christ, women are the glory of man. So the hand that he took in grooming us as his wife, the patience that he took, the love that he took, the grace that he took, all of these things that he did with us, we're supposed to turn around and do to our wives, so that all of us have an example of how
washing them with the water of the word, according to their understanding. Correct.
Not only that. When you read Ephesians, it said that they had nor wrinkle nor blemish.
When we put them before us. You're absolutely right. I get you.
So that means we still had a hand in grooming the women.
I never said that it removes.
I'm not saying you did. What I am saying to you is, if there is no elderly lady there, we can do it. We don't need them to be there. It's good if they are. It's a very inviting situation. Bring them up. Let the women talk to the women. But if there are no women to talk to the women, that don't mean that we don't talk to the women. That's the point that I'm trying to make. It's a great thing if we had sisters up here saying, okay, so let's address the sisters. That's a great, awesome thing, because sometimes it sounds better coming from someone that you can relate to opposed to someone that's opposite your gender. I get that. And I agree with you on it. However, at the end of the day, it was the man's job to hold it all down. That's what we did. And what the Lord is getting us back to is that type of man. That type of man that he wasn't a professional at everything, but he knew a little bit about everything. That's where he's getting us to be. That's the only point that I wanted to make to you, that we have a hand in grooming these women also. because
Okay, now,
we're grooming them for
sorry.
husbandry. We're grooming them to be a wife. The women can only, the elder states, women can only guide them on how to keep a man. That's what they're going to guide them on if we just break it down to its last compound.
And that should be a good thing, shouldn't it?
Absolutely. That's not a bad thing. It's good if you're getting it. Listen, it's a great thing if you're getting it from both ends. Right? If you're getting it from the man's perspective and the woman's perspective, and it all equals to the path of Christ, that's a beautiful thing. Awesome thing. However, we have to be able to say, yo, check this out. The same way you can say in a conversation, if you're in the house and it's getting a little too raunchy, you can say, yo, now shut this down. Shut it down. And everybody has to understand, because Scorched is the man of the house. Conversation done. There ain't no question. It's done. When they see your spirit and you're like, yo, V, this conversation is done. That's what it is. So at the end of the day, that's how it ought to be. We know it's not like that. You know what I'm saying? We're operating on half capacity. These young men need good examples of men, same way as these women need good example of women. Brother, we're dealing, you know, Brother Clarence.
M. Mills said it best.
Brother Clarence tells me this all the time. We're working with what we got.
Yeah.
Working with what we got, brother.
Well, understand, Clarence, and I'm thinking you realizing this more and more every time I talk. I'm gonna give all opposing sides, and with every opposing side, I'm coming with passion, because honestly, I believe totally in marriage. I believe marriage was God given, it was God ordained, and it started with God, and it's gonna end with God at the end of the day. And I think all hands should be on deck, whether you are elder, whether you anyone that believes in that. We all need to be having some say so, because unfortunately, Bolo's right. I'm not disagreeing with him, but we must understand at some point, you got a lot of these men that just they don't know where to get it from. Some of the very same men that we complaining about, talking about they need to step up and be better men, they was raised by women that hate men. And see, we don't talk about that. We'll mention it, it'll fly over their head, because they still able to go out there and do whatever the hell they want to do, whether they in the home, whether they in the job, whether they in the church house. And that's where it has to come to. What this is where you got a lot of the frustration from men. I'm one of the more fortunate ones, and I don't toot my horn saying this, because the backlash that I get because I choose to do it God's way. I'm getting backlash from people within the faith saying, leave it, divorce. I ain't got no proof that my wife cheated on me. I like to think that that's what she's doing, because I have a hard time with the flesh. Hey, how do you do that? But that's not what God ordained. That's not what God said. If we're going to bring it back to the Bible and what the Bible says, then it needs to be all hands on deck equally from each side. Because that's the only way we're going to get these marriages back in order. That's the only way we're going to be able to teach our children that, hey, just because you don't like me for today don't mean that you get to get up and walk away from the covenant that you made with God.
Somebody has to suffer, brother. Somebody has.
I get it. I get it, and I understand. As me as a husband, I have to get on that cross and suffer, take the arrows. Okay. I have no problem. And see now, but see, here's the thing. Nobody sees the second side of it. Nobody sees the phone call that I gave Vaughn a couple of weeks ago, where I was at my wit's end.
Well, Vaughn, Bolo, they're good guys to call if you know.
No. Believe me, and I thank God for that, because 6 months ago I didn't have that.
All right.
See, so therefore that's why, and the thing is, I'm understanding and I'm seeing it from within. Our women don't have it either. That's why they are as lost as they are. And we keep sitting up there trying to say, men, do what you need to do, so therefore we can bring them back in. Unfortunately, some of our sisters are so far gone, man, that it's like because they're not getting it even from their eldership. They're not getting it from their mama. What they being trained from their mother is to be the same way that they doing it right now.
But it's the same way how you probably didn't get it from your daddy.
That's, but see,
Father.
but see, but come on now. This is what I'm trying.
What I'm saying,
I get it. So the thing is, it goes. I'm not saying that it doesn't go. I've been saying from the. We need it from all hands on deck.
And I agree with you. But guess what? When a movement starts, it starts with the move makers. Everybody.
Okay, so we do. But okay, see, so here we doing it on Clarence. What's the name of your show again?
Let's talk to Better Black Life.
Okay. Scorch is making a decree right now. Shout out to all the elder women, the elder statesmen among YouTube streets. If you hear our voice right now, your brothers need your help. We need for you to be what it is God called for y'all to be, to help me to this brothers that's trying to make the community better.
But listen, Scorch, this is what I'm saying. I think me and Bolo on the same page. We might be approaching a little different, but what I'm saying is that if we the brothers who believe, if we would just turn from our wicked ways and turn toward God. But the problem is we won't do that because we got to sacrifice the things that the little trinkets or the little things that we think are goodies that this society may have for us, right? A side piece, some money, flipping money, I don't know, whatever it might be. Usually it's sex. That we don't want to exchange that for God's to be in our lives fully, because that's going to be a sacrifice for us as men. You ain't got to worry about the women, brother. When we get enough men that's following God, the women that don't want to follow men of God, they're gonna be dinosaurs. Only Rudy Toots and Ragamuffins gonna be out there with women like that. The men of God ain't gonna even have to worry about a woman like that because she won't even show up on your radar. But the reason why they're showing up on our radar today is because most of us are like Lot's wife. We got a little bit of love for this wicked society. We got to, we dress up, and we wear bow ties and we wear straight ties and all that. And we go to church and we go to the mosque and the temple. But we got a little bit of love for that girl with that big old booty, right? Or big breasts or whatever it is. We got a little bit of love for this wicked society, how the wicked society will package her into something of where we could desire her unrighteously, right? So then we fall in love with a woman like that, right? Fall in love with a woman like that. And most women, not all, there's some women that's going to be straight up with you. But most women, man, if they think you can provide a comfortable lifestyle for them, they'll go along with you. Oh yeah, I believe in God. Oh yeah, I go to church with you. Yeah, they'll do that. And if you're not paying attention, I'm by any means, I'm not saying this is your situation, Scorch, because this happens to so many men that we just fall in love with what we see and what they telling us. We don't do a deeper investigation to find out if that's the reality of how this person is. Then when we marry them and they feel like they don't have to worry about us putting them out, that's when they start showing us their real personality, right? And then we go, oh man, I didn't know she felt like that. She told me she wanted to go to church. She told me to do this. But we want to believe it. We want it to be true, what they're telling us. We want to believe that. But sometimes we don't. It's just like a man. Sometimes a woman keep pressuring a man. We gotta get married. My mama said we living in sin. We gotta do blah, 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 right? They keep pressuring you. And so you ain't ready for marriage, but you want it for her. You want to be married for her, and you walk into that. She keep pressuring you for a date and pressuring you for it. When are we gonna get married? When are we gonna get engaged? When are we gonna get married? And you push it out as far as you can until finally, she just got you. I got 3 of your babies scorched. When you gonna marry me, right, or whatever, right? Clarence, I got 3 of your kids. and you know I'm still just a girlfriend. That ain't right. You know, they hit you with the morality and all that, and so you say, well, I'm a good dude. I don't want to, have her hanging out there. Let me go ahead and marry. And I really don't want nobody else anyway, long term. Maybe but long term, I really don't want nobody else. And so you go ahead and try and marry her. Then once you marry to her, you realize this was way more than I thought it was going to be. This commitment was way more than I thought it was going to be, right? Because marriage and fatherhood, they're thankless jobs, right? You don't get into this. If you get into this for hand claps, you get in the
Oh, you
wrong
could
business.
forget about
Right?
that. You'd be lucky
Yeah.
if you get a birthday card.
When you get your not even that. When you get your hand clap, you get your
When
hand.
you die,
You get
when
your
you
hand.
die, they your eulogy.
God gives you your flowers every day, but you get your flowers in subtle ways. He subtly tells you, Clarence, you did a good job. Why? Because I went through all the rooms in my house. Everybody who's supposed to be there is in their beds asleep, or they in the house somewhere, and your house is secure after you, because you should be the last one going around your house to make sure it's secure. So you secure
Most
your
definitely.
house. You secure your house, and then once you secure your house, you can count heads. All the heads that's supposed to be there is there. Everybody's safe. That's God saying, "Good job, Clarence." But see, we don't. We want somebody. We want a fanfare. We want a fanfare for what we do, right? And there wasn't no fanfare for Jesus. Jesus walking in. Yeah, who is this dude? Right? Is that the dude? Wait a minute, this the dude y'all was talking about? He should be on like Arabian. An Arabian horse is the best horse in that type of area, right? It's the fastest horse. It can run for days with no water, right? It's the strongest horse. People pay like thousands of dollars for an Arabian horse. He should be on 10 Arabian horses, right? We come in on a dusty old donkey, right?
Donkey, brother.
We will be calling it a hoopty today, right? He'd be swooping in a Vega or something, right? A Chevy
Datsun
Nova,
B210, Datsun B210.
and Dr. B210, right? He'd be like, you the guy that they said was coming that was gonna change everything,
The king.
Well, let me just say this real quick, Brother Clarence. A lot of times in many relationships, because they all differ, right? But a lot of times, that love, that spark, that union that we have, it becomes dissolved. And sometimes we are more in love with the marriage than we are with the individual.
Okay.
That's a very heavy statement to say, but it's definitely a
good point. That's a very good point.
We're in love with the idea of marriage. We stand on it, we support it, we believe in it more than the love that we actually have for the individual. You see what I'm saying? Because when the marriage becomes so sour to the point to where now you just about hate each other, how do you recover from that? One can't love the other and the other one hates the other. How is that going to be a proper union?
Well, I mean, I can answer that.
Okay, well,
I can answer that because that's I can personally say that because he's my.
But I'll reapproach it.
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I can give you an answer. Go on and finish.
No, brother. I want you to interject because I don't want you to forget your thought. Go ahead, bro.
No. Go ahead. I remember this one because I have to live by it daily. And I told you a couple of weeks ago, it's hard. Loving, that's where as a husband, exactly. I have to remember how it was that I treated Jesus. The many times I walked away from him, the times that I disowned him, all these things that I did. Whenever my wife turns around and does something like that, where she makes me feel that way, I have to in turn turn around and say, I have to love you as Christ loved the church. And I have to actually put in the footwork. It doesn't mean that I mean, because hey, wasn't it Jesus who said, if this cup can pass by me, let it pass?
Now let me be just
so no, I mean, I have to say, I have to not only speak it, I have to live it. Doesn't mean that I want to. It's a lot of things we walk around here and do, but we know we have to do it. It has to get done.
Good point. Well, Vaughn, you
It's a
gonna
lot of
finish?
things. Bolo said it
I guess
correctly.
not.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Well, we all long-winded, so it ain't gonna matter now. I mean, you got more long-winded brothers on the goddamn thing. Hell,
I,
we'll be another 10 hours.
I just wanted to read this one scripture for you guys, man. And this is Romans chapter 8. We're gonna start at 36. It says, as it is written, this is talking about Christ, for your sake we are killed all day long, talking about his chosen. We are counted as sheep for the slaughter. That's what we are. The same way Christ was a sheep led to the slaughter, that's what we are as husbands and men. The problem is we don't want to accept it. So we fight it. And I get it. There's times I fight it too, and I call Brother Clarence to talk about patience and all this stuff. Right? But listen to what he wrote in verse 37. Yet in all things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us. See, once I'm able to understand that, okay, this is the condition of the battle. I already know it's going to be unfair towards the brothers. I already know that we're going to get the blame for it. So someone can rob somebody on the other side of town. It was the husband's fault. I already understand that. So when that happens, I'm not tripping on that. I promise you, because the Lord said that, listen, you're no greater than the master. The way I was treated is the way they're going to treat you. They hated me. They're going to hate you. That covers everything. Everything. For I am persuaded that neither death nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, that covers the demons, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any other created thing shall be able to separate us from the love of God, which is in Christ Jesus our Lord. Now, why is all of that said? Dogs, I understand that's why the brotherhood is so important. This is why the men, it's important to have that camaraderie so that when you have that issue, you can call and vent. And knowing that you're venting to a man that is doing their best to serve God the same way you are, so that when you're at that vulnerable state, they don't inject madness into your programming. You know what I'm saying? So when you call me at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, the first thing I'm going to say, okay, just do me a favor. Yeah, go punch you in her face. You're not going to get that advice.
You ain't answering no phone at no 3 o'clock in the morning, Bolo. Get out of
That's
here.
a damn lie. You know how many times I pick up the phone for coach at 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning? There's times
I'm gonna test you. I'm gonna make sure. I'm gonna call you at 3 o'clock in the morning next time.
The only difference between coach and Brother Clarence is Brother Clarence texts at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. In the middle of the show, he'll text, "Hey, brother, how's everything going?"
Good show, brother. Good show.
So you know what I said to him? Okay, since you could text me in the middle of the show, I'm gonna call you at 2 o'clock in the morning. Guess what? He doesn't text me at 2 o'clock in the morning anymore. No, but
I
the
don't.
matter is that's just the brothers, man.
Lesson learned.
That's just what we do. As brothers, we get to know each other. We get to learn each other. So if I have that issue and I need to reach out to somebody and he's the only one that's there, yo, Brother Clarence, yo, give me 5 minutes. Let me put my granddaughter down and you got it. This is what we're supposed to do.
Vaughn, you still love me, bro?
Oh, brother, listen. I mean, that's a crazy question. That's a crazy question.
It's an offensive question.
No, it was a joke, man. Oh, my God, Lee.
We're talking serious business right now, baby.
Yeah, of course.
Because there's someone that needs to hear your perspective.
Yes.
That's why I love you, because you just don't conform. You give all perspectives, and it's good because when the Lord gives directions, he takes the time to say, and to the west, build such and such, and says the same thing for the east, north, and south, right? Because he wants you to understand, I gave you everything so there are no mistakes. So if a mistake was made, it was due to you. So this is important, and I'm glad that we have platforms like this where the brothers can come together and the sisters can come up too, and we all build in love, heal in love. That's the beauty of all of this.
All right, y'all. Let's bring in the young buck, Demetrius.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, man. What's your thoughts on marriage as a youngster, man?
Okay. First. Gotta say this, not married, all right? So that's not what I came up here to talk about.
Oh,
What
okay.
I just I came in here late, but I'm still gonna contribute to what y'all was talking about before, okay?
Okay.
So don't worry about me drifting off the conversation to something different. So when I came in, uh I guess I was hearing stuff about like the ladies not having exactly what we have, and like I guess the conversation was revolving around like walking in your true purpose under God, right? And I guess the thing that bothered me about it was I didn't understand why the conversation was happening, and that's probably because I came in late. Um, but if we as Christians understand that not everybody is going to be saved, and not all Christians are actual, the true Christians of that are walking in their purpose under God, then why are we even concerned about the lukewarms? That's one thing that I agreed with. I forget who said it earlier, but I think it was you, brother Clarence. I think it was you who said it. When you have enough men who are walking in their purpose under God, the ladies who are of God will come out anyway, and you don't got to worry about the lukewarm ladies. So I was just I just didn't understand why that was even brought up, because like we should understand this just as Christians, much less as men, but like even more so just as Christians. This is such a fundamental Christian belief that not everybody is going to be saved, and that there are a lot of lukewarms in the church. So, I mean, it just seems a bit redundant. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm
Okay,
saying.
Demetrius, here's what's going on. See, we're talking about divorce. Did you know that Judge Mathis is getting a divorce?
Yeah, I saw something about that. That's crazy. 39 years, we might just
Okay.
have to get separate rooms or something. I don't know.
So today we're talking about how to keep clear from that situation, right? We're trying to put some stuff out there to help people who want to stay clear from that situation, stay clear from it, right? So the brother was talking about his little situation. Now it's easier, see, because I can see you as a young man. You've never been in a marriage. You've never been, you never had your heart just torn into a billion pieces. And you're a young man, man. So I I understand that. But sometimes people, even though they're doing something and they think they're doing it for the right reason, they're actually not doing it for the right reason, but they don't find out that they didn't do it for the right reason till they get into a situation like this where they either separated or they have a divorce or some other situation like that happens, because
Yeah,
they don't
because
find
doing
out.
the right thing doesn't always feel right.
Well, even doing the right thing for the wrong reason, you're not going to prosper. You're not going to get anywhere, because eventually the motivation that you have to continue doing the right thing is going to run out if it's not to do the right thing for the right thing. That's why when me and Bolo were talking about, as far as don't look for it to be, it's gonna you're gonna be equal as far as duties of the men. We're equal as far as ability to bring life into the world. We're equal in that way, and we're equal as far as being able to stabilize a home. But as far as duties are concerned, the man and the woman are not equal. They're not equal. So the woman is not a weaker vessel, by the way, Sister Minnie. She is just the vessel that's not looked towards. You don't look to the woman if somebody busts into the house. You don't look to the woman to go run down there and confront that robber, right? All of us down here on this panel, if somebody busts in that house, who's supposed to go running down the stairs? Us. That's us.
Yeah,
We're
because
supposed
I wouldn't want. I ain't gonna
to.
lie. I wouldn't trust my lady to handle nothing like
Let me,
that. I ain't gonna
let me finish. Let me finish, Demetri. So what we gotta do is we're gonna have to lock. We're going to have to go down that stairs, and we're gonna have to be ready to die. That's our goal, is to be ready to die at any moment. To say these people, we're gonna lock them people in a room, and we're gonna confront whatever it is that came through that door. Bear, Colombian killers, whatever. Whoever's coming through that door, we got to confront them. That's our job. Just like when you and your wife or your significant other, you lay down and you say that prayer, let us make man after our image and after our likeness, right? 9 months later, here you come. This woman gave you she gave you yourself. She immortalized you and gave you yourself back to you, right? You could never have had that happen without her, right? You can't do it. Only she can do it. See, the duties that only I have and the duties that only she have. But together, we are one, right? We are one piece. But she has different duties that she can do, right? You got to think about what a woman has to go through in a pregnancy. A woman literally has to fight with death. Remember Joe, was it Jacob? Joe, what's his name that got his name turned to Israel? I forgot his
Jacob.
name. Jacob got his name turned to Israel. Why? Because he wrestled with an angel all night. This woman have to wrestle with death. She has to wrestle with death for, I don't know, 2 hours, 10 hours, whatever. They call it contractions, but it's death. It's death knocking. You gonna come with me? You gonna give me this baby? Or what you gonna do? You gonna fight your way through. And not only fight your way through, but get this child through. That's definitely knocking at her. And then when the child actually comes, that death is standing right over her shoulder. She has to push off death and literally push the child into life, right? But that's not your fight. I don't care how much big muscles you got. You can't fight that fight for her. She has to fight that fight for you, to bring you, to immortalize you and give you back to yourself, right? That's what she got to do. But see, that's why I don't like calling the women the weaker vessel, because they're not weaker. They just have different responsibilities than what we got. Now, getting back to the marriage, we as men, we on Front Street. Anything?
Question.
Okay. All right. Come on,
No, just a question. This will be real quick.
All right.
Okay, so you say, but isn't that what the Bible calls them? They are the weaker vessel.
Yes, I'm saying I don't particularly call them that. But if the Bible calls them that, the Bible calls them that. But because I have a different viewpoint of it, I don't necessarily call them, because it was a time when you could say they were the weaker vessel and they weren't offended by that as a group. Now, now if you say something like that, they may be offended by it. And we're not trying to offend them. We're just trying to say, we're trying to look out for you. But because
so now but see, once again, we're taking words from out the scripture. What the scripture is saying is to appease to the likeness and understanding of them, just to make them feel better. And that's one of the problems that once again, that is being had within the community. We don't want to sit up there. We want, this is what I'm talking about.
Wait.
This is where I said, where comes
it? Scorch, listen to me. What is your goal? Is your goal to force? It ain't
about forcing, brother.
Hey, listen. Because I want to ask you the full question. Is your goal to force them to listen to you, or is your goal to try to get them to comprehend and do what you're asking them to do? See, my goal is to try to get them to do what we ask them to do, because I'm only asking you to do something of the righteous, right? So no matter how I put it, if I put it in Spanish, English, German, whatever, I'm trying to get you to do something of the righteous. But if I'm trying to say it in a certain way, Brother Bolo always says, you say something, even if it's in love, but if it's in the wrong spirit, it's just going to be a weapon. The other person going to see it as a weapon coming their way, right? So I'm saying that we got to learn how to be flexible as men. We got to be more flexible and we're not getting off the program. It's just a word. I'm still going to push the program, right? I mean, I'm still pushing my program as a man of God. I'm still pushing my program. But if I say something in another way,
Okay.
I get the cooperation that I'm looking for. What's the difference?
And you
You
know what
say it that
happens?
way, and you don't get the cooperation, but you get to say you said it that way.
You know what happens with that too, brother Clarence? What happens with that too is that men are kicking that narrative that you're weak if you do take that route.
Right.
I'm not
we
saying that.
have. I'm not saying
I'm
you
not.
are. I'm just
Yeah.
saying. I'm saying in general. In general, and I tell brother Clarence this all the time. Hell, I tell you guys this all the time. I hate taking 20 minutes to say something that can be done in 2 seconds. Because of the person that I might be talking to at that moment, depending on where their mindset is, you have to go through the motions with that man. Not as far as meaning you're going deep into it. You're going into that situation to pull them out of it. Not to indulge them in it, but to pull them out. So sometimes I'm going to have to say, yo, listen, man, you could be a little bit stronger, opposed to me saying, yo, man, you was weak as hell. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you gotta be weak to the weak and strong to the strong. And sometimes, changing the vernacular, changing the word or the inflection of your tone doesn't make you weak. That person may not need that at that moment. So sometimes you may need not change a word, but pick a synonym that still represent the word, but that's not as taken as a weapon today.
All right,
I
fellas.
get.
Are men
It
of
was
God
just a.
smart? Hold on. Are men of God smart?
Yeah, they should be.
I
Yeah.
think so.
Yeah.
Exactly. So take what I think what his name Bolo said, right? Uh, Saying something along the lines of, "Hey, bro, you need to be stronger, all right? Because what you're doing right now isn't working." Versus saying, "You weak as hell." Which of those is the more tactical? The more tactical phrasing.
Hey,
It's the
hey,
first one. That is the smartest way and the most compassionate way, which also demonstrates godliness to get the desired result. That is all.
Yeah. Yeah. See, and then you got to know who you're talking to. Now, I was, you guys know I'm in the Nation of Islam, so I used to be a special secretary for one of our captains, right? So, he specifically had me on his team because I'm gonna tell you, it sounds so crazy. He had me on his team because he knew he could cuss me out, and I would just start laughing. I would laugh at it. I would say, okay, all right, I learned a lesson at that time. Okay, all right. And I would just move on. I wouldn't take it personally, right? I would like some of the dudes would be like, oh man, you cussed me out, man. I can't take it. But I knew the job was bigger than his cussing me out. The things that he was saying to me he wasn't directly attacking me, but he would go off on us when we did something not to his liking, right? And we learned a lesson from that. But like I said, but he would tell me all the time. He said, "Man, I love you guys." He hit me and another brother. He said, "Because you guys I could talk to like that." But he said, "Other guys I can't talk to them like that, man. I got to break everything down. It takes so much more time to talk to you. You guys, I could say, clean that ish up, do this, right? So you guys could just get it right away. But sometimes you got to, what do they say? Know your audience. Sometimes you don't have an audience where you could say everything because they so emotionally invested in the situation going bad that it's difficult to use certain language. Like me and Bolo, you see us now, we sound so eloquent and so beautiful, right? We get together, man. We could go, both of us, we could go corporate, we could go street, we can talk any kind of way, man. If Bolo go corporate, I go corporate. If Bolo go street, I go street, or vice versa, right? So, but sometimes it depends on the audience you're talking to, right? It just depends. So my thing is, we got to be more motivated to try to accomplish our goal than to try to say, I need to say this way so that I can prove that I'm a man. really proving that you a
Just
man.
just a question.
Okay.
Just another question. I'm sorry, Brother Clarence. I know, because I mean, I so what you're saying when you use the word of the woman, you don't use the word weaker vessel. Now, if
I
you was
try
in
not
the
to. That's me.
yeah, I get it, but okay. Now, in the course of you, where you are, say, for instance, as an example, you are behind a pulpit preaching from the Word of God.
Okay.
Would you change? Would you use that same analogy and say, "Well, the Bible says this, but this is what I would call it," because of the fact that we have people in here that doesn't may not feel, because you get that same type of feeling
But
when
but
you
I'm not
talk. Hold up,
preaching
you
on
get
no.
the,
I'm not preaching
I'm
now.
not no, but
You
you're
talk
not
about
preaching
us
now.
preaching.
No, but see, this is a point that I was trying to make when I asked the question. This was the
Okay.
question, because even though you're not preaching in a quote unquote pulpit type of sort of way,
Uh-huh.
this is your pulpit. This is your podcast.
Okay. Okay.
So therefore, when we're talking about the things of what the Word of God says, and this is just me, because you have you have women out there, they can't take the word of submission good. They all, the minute you say submit from the Word of God, that turns into a cuss word.
Okay.
You're talking about control, slavery, and this and that. Well, we can look, okay, fine. I had the same situation with my cousin over the weekend. I said, okay, what word would you like me to use? She said, well, what does it mean? I said, it's nothing more than agreement. Submission is nothing more than agreement. I said, but if you want to take it from Genesis 3, he said the man will rule over you. When you look into the dictionary and you look up the meaning of the word rule, do you not know that one of the words is control? So I mean, we sit up here. So therefore, for me, how I'm looking at it, when you turn around, it puts some women, not all, it puts them into the mindset that, oh, it's easy to listen to Brother Clarence and Brother Bolo, because of the fact that it's easier for us to understand, but it doesn't have the same uh the same effect
Let me ask you a
from what
question,
even.
brother. Let me
Go
ask you a
ahead.
question, Scorch. Let me ask you a
Go ahead.
question. Do you think that you could have put Moses in Jesus' time and Moses would have had some type of positive effect? He would have been able to handle that situation.
Probably not, but the thing is, here's what it
Wait a
is.
minute.
We
Wait a
also
minute.
do, hold
Wait
up,
a
hold up,
minute.
hold up.
You dropped
Probably
me.
not. But hold up. We had John the Baptist. Jesus, before Jesus' time, it was John the Baptist that was preparing the way, eating off of wildlife and telling them just what it is. Prepare ye the way.
Okay.
Repent, for
But
the day of the Lord is at hand.
okay, but this got nothing to do with John the Baptist. It's got something to do with Moses and Jesus. So you said that Moses would not have been able to handle the situation
I
that
said
Jesus was
probably
dealing
not.
with.
Maybe
Probably
not. I
not.
don't
Okay.
know.
Okay, but let's take
You asking
let's
me?
take
We know what he did do
well
when he was there.
okay. Did you okay? I need you to commit to either probably not or yes he would have something or I don't know. Commit to one of those answers, because when I try to talk to you and you jumping around from probably not to I don't know and maybe you might I need you to commit to something so that we can work from there. See, I'm
So
okay.
you
Well, I'm
saying
gonna give you
if
an answer.
Moses, you're asking me if Moses was in Jesus' time, Moses wouldn't have been able to do what, is that what you're asking me? What he would have been able to do what it
Yes,
is that
but he was
Jesus
able
did?
to accomplish the things that Jesus was, or even been able to withstand that situation.
No, because of the fact that was the case, there wouldn't have been no need for Jesus to come in and do it.
Correct. Correct. Why do you think Moses would not have been able to handle that situation?
I don't know if I'm gonna answer this correctly, so therefore I'm assuming because of the fact that wasn't his attitude. I mean, Moses had anger issues.
Huh?
I think Moses had anger issues. That's just my opinion. I think
Do you think most
he
black men have anger issues?
Huh?
It's different times, bro. That's all he's saying.
But
When
no, but
God came, when God came and spoke to his sons, right, to the prophets of the different times, right? Did he or did he not speak to them in a way that they can understand for their time?
that was my point, D. Thank you. That was my point. So in this time, there was a time when you could say, "Hey, woman is a weaker vessel," and women wouldn't took women. The average woman wouldn't have taken offense to it. Now, in this time, in this day and time, the situation is so out of control. If you say, "Oh, the woman is a weaker vessel," and you mean it in a way like, because I'm supposed to have the most authority, and if things go wrong, it's all on me. That's the way you're trying to say it, but they won't take it that way. They'll take it as if you're trying to take something off of them, right? So now we have to figure out a way where we can say stuff, right? Because if Moses would have came and was talking that Old Testament stuff in Jesus' time, nobody would have even been nobody would have been listening to nothing he was saying, right? He would have been totally out of time, and he wouldn't have been getting nowhere. That's why we had to have Jesus come, right? Couldn't send Moses back. Hey, Moses, go back and try and do it again. Go back. No, he wasn't even considered to coming back. We had to have somebody else, right? Who can talk to the people up to the modern times and realize that, okay, now this situation is so crazy. It can't just be about the bloodlines anymore. See, before, when it was around Moses' time, hey, this bloodline, you from this bloodline, okay, you stay away from that bloodline because they don't pray this way. They don't pray the right way. They do sacrifices. They do this and that. So they try to keep you away from people that were, everybody tried to keep you away from what they thought God, the true and living God, was doing, right? So they separated everybody from the bloodlines. By the time Jesus come along, there's so much mixed up bloodlines. It's not about the bloodline anymore. Now it's about what you do, right? What you do with your hands, what you do with your feet, what you say with your mouth. That's what it's about now. Your behavior is what gets you into heaven, not being from the correct bloodline. You follow? But Moses couldn't have taught that. Moses couldn't have taught that because Moses was so stiff. Hey, you gonna do? I mean, he was pulling his hair out when they was asking for divorce. Right?
when he came down from the mountain and he saw them worship the golden calf,
Like,
he lost it. He lost it.
What y'all doing, man? I told you I'd be back, right? So what y'all doing? So that's what I'm saying. So he wouldn't have been able to handle it, but because he would have been pushing the Old Testament stuff, and that wouldn't have worked at that. It worked in Moses' time, but it didn't work in Jesus' time. So now we're in a situation where we're in a whole nother time, and some of the stuff in the Bible is correct, but the way it has to be laid out, it has to be laid out in a way where the wicked of this world can hear it, comprehend it, and make the decision if they want to go forward with his way or not. You follow? Can't just say, "Oh, what? You did that? You're going to hell. And you're going to stay in hell." And that's it.
And for this cause is the reason why Jesus used parables quite often.
There
You
go.
see what I'm saying?
There you go.
These are stories that he told with a heavenly intent, but an earthly understanding. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Everything is not complicated when it comes to God. And what we do is we complicate it. When Jesus said, I just want to break it down so plain to a 5-year-old. Listen, there was a man that went to sow some seeds, and he threw the seeds out there, and some of them fell on this type of ground, and some of them fell on that type of ground. And then he explained how the seed would develop according to what ground that it fell on. Just simple stuff. So when we sit here and we try to complicate the things that Jesus made for us to be easy, you see what I'm saying? And we philosophize and then we get off into our deep theology and our ideologies and all of these different things. You see what I'm saying? When God is simply saying, go left, don't go to the right. Or he's simply saying, don't go to the left, go to the right. We have to exegese the whole scenario and make it more complicated than what God is actually saying. You see? And so this conversation is a very good one. I believe that, I've gained some things from the conversation so far, and hopefully the listeners have, but when it comes to divorce and demise of relationships, there is a period of time where either individual has to know when to let go. You see, that's the hard part to talk about because we're so interested in holding on to it. You see, now, can I tell you when to let go? Can Brother Clarence tell you when to let go or when it's appropriate for you to get a divorce? See, I can't get into that aspect of it. But what I do know is that if my wife stopped wifing and she don't want to do wife work, you see what I'm saying? Well, now what am I to do? Drag her into wifehood? Should I tie her up and gag her into being a wife? If she decides to go her separate ways, should I, what is that when the cowboys take the rope? Should I lasso her and drag her back to where I'm at? I can't do that. So I have to be realistic. And like I said, each situation is different. Each situation is so different. But we do have to realize when it's time to step away and move on. And that's what the hardest part is, because, Lord, how can I step away and move on? And it's been 39 years and I was ready to ride this thing till the wheels fell off. And God, what are you saying? This can't be happening now. Not after 39 years of marriage, not after 22 years of marriage. God, what are you saying to me? How do I deal with this? You see what I'm saying? How do I look at this? What do I do now? The situation is this, though. The reality of it is I can't make my wife stay with me. She's sitting on the couch right now.
That's correct.
Listen to me. I can't make her stay with me, even though she's sitting on the couch right now. You see what I'm saying? But if she decides to pack her bag, hold on now. If she decides to pack her bag and walk out the door,
ain't nothing you can do about it.
For whatever her reasons are, I could try to talk her into it. I could have conversations. I could suggest counseling. But when it's over, my God, ladies and gentlemen, it is over. And that's the part that takes us into this mental conundrum that we find ourselves caught up in regards to these relationships. We're on the verge of just about jumping off a bridge behind relationships. You see what I'm saying? God is pulling us closer to him. But because of the psychological issues that we're suffering behind these spiritual and physical ties that we have to individuals, it's driving us crazy. This is a situation that is definitely going on. Today it could be this brother. Tomorrow it could be me. I don't know. Tomorrow's not even promised to me. But there is a time when moving on is appropriate. And I believe God set it up and designed it that way. We can go about the letter and the law. You see what I'm saying? But the letter killeth. The Bible says it's the spirit that maketh alive. So yes, go to counseling. Yes, try to work it out. Yes, get together and seek education and information. But at the same time, ladies and gentlemen, when it's over, it's over. And then when my wife decides not to be my wife, I'm moving on. I'm definitely going to move on. Because at that point, what else do I have to do? And I digress.
Well, if God is our Father and he is our companion, if anyone leave us, we
should be okay.
Just let it don't be God, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Just let it don't be God. Don't leave me. Okay. I don't want my wife to leave me. I love her. I don't want her to go. If she go, I'll be her. It's gonna sting a little bit, but please God don't leave me, right? Because
Don't take your
sometimes,
spirit from me. Don't take your spirit away from me.
oh
Lord, if
man.
I got you, then I got everything I need.
Yeah.
Of course, I need my wife. You see what I'm saying? When I get elderly and unable to put on my sock, she helps me put on my sock. Do you see what I'm saying? So she's definitely a help me, just not for only those things, but others. But God, if she's not here, I got to put my trust in you. God, if she decides to walk away, I got to still trust you, God.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And sometimes trusting God is outside of what we want. I want my wife to stay. Yeah, but your wife want to go, and God want her to go. Right?
God
God
has
said
to will it so.
something's better down the line for you, or you need some time to yourself to recuperate or whatever, right? But
Right.
sometimes we want what we want more than what God wants, and that's where we
Yeah,
need to be.
exactly.
And
But
Brother
I
that's where
Clarence,
we need
remember
to
and for
literally listening to a sermon about this brother Clarence, and the pastor literally had to tell people like, you can make all these plans all you want, and this is because his wife had recently passed away, right? And he said basically, you can make all these plans that you want and everything. That's nice. Just leave room for God's will. Say, I want these plans to come to fruition if God willeth.
okay.
If your marriage ain't gonna work out, it probably was never gonna work out.
Uh, well, see,
but
that's
here's
the
the
thing.
thing. Let me just say
Sometimes,
this, Brother Clarence, if I could, real quick.
okay.
You know, we still have to be mindful, of our brothers who are definitely going through these situations.
Mm.
We have to take a good look at it. We can't just push them to the side and somehow, with our speech, cause them to feel that we don't have an understanding of what it is that they're going through. Because listen, this is a very difficult situation, man. When you have a heart toward marriage and your spouse strays, that's devastating. Divorce, Brother Clarence, is similar to a death.
Yes, it is.
The whole grieving process of it all. And so we have to be able to detect the hurt in our brother's voice when he's fighting for his marriage and he's fighting against the odds, but it's not coming together. And he's at a crossroad. Lord, what should I do? You see what I'm saying? That's when the Bible says, those who are spiritual, restore such a one. But we're so busy worried about, what did he do then after 39 years? He must have done something. You just don't hop up and divorce. What did he do to her? Or some people could be thinking about, well, what did she do to him? That's not the point.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. The point is that there is a division caused. And now what do we do about it? We can sit and listen to the soothsayers. You see what I'm saying? And those who are still happily married, you see, have so much good advice. But we're not attentive to the heart. We have to be attentive to the heart. Man, the Bible talks about this. He says that every man goes about his own way thinking he's right in all of his doing. It goes on to say, but God ponders on the heart. That's what God looks at. And that's how we should be too when it comes to our brothers and sisters. Giving advice in love, giving advice, godly advice through love, not browbeat. You see what I'm saying? Not pressurized, not just so harsh. Sometimes a kind word, brings about deliverance. Hello. Sometimes a harsh word could make the situation worse. So, we got to be real mindful. I digress.
All right, gentlemen. I got to get to this video. I've been displaying this video for 2 hours and 39 minutes, and I still haven't got to it yet. I thought it was pretty interesting, some of the things he was saying about marriage. Speaking as a man who had never been married before, I think a lot of times people looking at marriage from the outside, there's some nuances to marriage that they don't quite see. You can't really see them. You gotta have to just be in it to see it. So I think D had to go. All right. So you gotta kind of be in it to see it. So let's take a look at this brother's thing, and let's take a look at it. Let's see what he's talking about. Greg Mathis' pending divorce.
I never enjoy having to do videos like this, one of which a marriage or relationship ends, especially one after so much time that they put in together, but it is absolutely necessary to do so we can all learn from it. Judge Mathis's wife, Linda Mathis, files for divorce after 39 years of marriage.
You were in jail before you became a judge?
Yeah, 15 years before being elected, I was a street kid, 17 years old, in jail being tried as an adult. Judge gave me a second chance after 9 months behind bars. Came out 15 years later after having gone to undergrad, gone to law school. They held my law license up even though it was expunged. After I got my law license at the state Supreme Court because they had denied me, I then began working for the city council, then the mayor, then Reverend Jackson, and then elected judge, and now 23 years later on television.
Man, 23 years, 3 seasons, 24 seasons?
Yep.
That is
right.
amazing.
But I like to make note of the fact that I had to go to the Supreme Court to get my law license, and I didn't give up.
Now, this story has taken mainstream media as well as internet media by storm, and rightfully so, because when you think about Judge Mathis and the legacy that he has created, a huge component of his legacy outside of his TV career has always been his wife and his family, which was actually documented on TV via Mathis Family Matters. This was actually back in 2022.
There's breaking news about another Hollywood divorce.
Come in over here, my beautiful wife.
After 39 years, Judge Greg Mathis and wife Linda are calling it quits.
You have to understand that marriage and love is give and take.
ET obtained Linda's court filing. She cites irreconcilable differences, lists their separation date as July 17th, and is asking for spousal support.
Of course, she's going to ask for spousal support.
Okay. Gentlemen, did you hear me when I told you what irreconcilable differences are?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that is when the woman cannot see a clear path to correcting whatever wrong has been made. That is called irreconcilable differences, right? The woman has to be able to see, and women know themselves, right? If she knows in her heart, however the marriage has been going, she's not able to mentally respect or look at you the way that she needs to look at you to be able to put, because a marriage is you putting your life in somebody's hands, right? She don't feel like that's going to be a smart move. And I'm not just talking about you in particular, Scorch. I'm just talking about us as men, period. They will see us and they feel like this man is not ready for me to put my life in his hands right now.
I'm not void of that. You can include me in it on that. Yeah.
I'm just saying, all of us are in this together. We all,
yeah, man.
we all experience this, right? So that's what I'm saying. So that's the irreconcilable differences. The woman has to be able to look at you and say, "You're my leader," right? You're our leader, and they have to be able to say that and be serious with that to be able to move into a long-term situation. If they don't see you in that way, then that's what's going to stop the situation right there. They're going to say, I can't do it. And a lot of times they can't figure out why, but it just ain't, they just know it ain't going to work. Well, that's what it is that they can't see a clear path to making the corrections that's needed to, and even if even if the behaviors that she saw were corrected, she's not able to reconcile that in her head and jump back on the good foot. And that's what that is. Okay, let's move on because we got a lot of video to get to, y'all. We've been talking so much.
This is her pension. Nobody is safe. If Judge Mathis can't make it, then nobody is safe. And of course, she's going to ask for spousal support. I mean, this is her pension, very large pension. Let's see how much.
You get a kiss on top of that.
The couple is worth an estimated $25 million, most of it from his TV court show.
I just got my limited edition Never Surrender coin, and it's even better in person than I expected from the videos I saw online. Before
Which ran for 24 seasons and won an Emmy in 2018.
24.99999 million of that stuff is as of him. Let's make that abundantly clear. And you would think after 40 years of marriage, you'd figure it out, right? Go get to your opposite end of the house and be roommates for a little while as you talk about your differences. But, and men, listen to me when I say this, the more well off that you are, the more incentivized that they are to leave you once they put in the necessary time for you to be obligated to do so. And being in the state of California, plus being married for 40 years with this income difference with no prenup means she's going to get half his shit. But of course, 2 years after the reality show was canceled, now she's all of a sudden singing a different tune.
You're giving Judge Judy a run for her money, aren't you? This is where it starts.
Oh, no, Judge Judy can't touch her. She's the queen.
It's unclear if the couple had a prenup, but keep in mind, they tied the knot in 1985, 14 years before Greg hit it big.
We met on the college campus. You know, she had the Betty Davis eye.
As for what went wrong,
We kind of got into a little rut sitting at home.
the couple, who have 4 adult children, talked about the issues.
She got bored.
She got bored.
What happens with a lot of them?
She got bored. She got bored. Now
he retired. He went home, and they saw that they didn't even really know each other. And instead of them sitting up there really get to know each other, remember the things that made them fall in love the first time before they had the marriage and all the kids. No, she decided that, you know what? It's something better out there for me, and I could take half his mess.
well, here's the thing. This happens to professional athletes a lot, right? They're out there, especially the ones that have real long careers, 10 years, 20 years careers, right? They finally
Clarence, it
retire.
happens to us all, man. We ain't gotta have money to sit up there and do that. That's why they sit up there and they put it happens to us all.
I'm not saying
People
it doesn't.
get
Let me make my point. When you finally are home, and you're right, Scorch, it does happen to a lot of men, but it mostly happens. This kind of thing mostly happens to well-to-do men. Usually, women that are married to guys that are not like really, really well off, they usually don't divorce them after 40 years. This is the kind of thing that happens with women that are with well-to-do guys, typically, right? But the guy, because a woman that's been married to a guy that's just working at the post office or something like that, you know, she will typically try to work it out. Whereas a woman that they see the money, they will see the money on the table, and they will say, you know, I can just spend the rest of my time shopping if I get depressed, right? I don't have to have a friend. I don't have to have a husband. I don't have to have any of that. But the point is, she got bored, right? This is why I tell people you have to constantly check in with your spouse. You have to constantly check in with them. What do you mean, Clarence? See, people just, like, when I say stuff, they just throw it away. But I'm telling you, you have to constantly check in. Hey, baby, are we still going to do this? How you feeling today? you know, you got to check and make sure that she's on the same page with you moving forward. You can't give them no time, because the devil ain't giving them no time to rest. The devil is on them. Hey, you know, Raul at the job, you know, he want to get with you, girl. What's the matter with you? What's wrong with going to lunch? You ain't doing nothing wrong. The devil is constantly pressing them, right? There you go, Sister Annie. Check in. That is the only way. Listen, I'm gonna give you guys some husband and some father game. How do you keep tabs on your children? You got to check in with them. You got to debrief them when they come to the house. Hey, what's going on with you, man? Oh, nothing. This. You gotta debrief them, because if you don't debrief them, they're gonna be walking around and you're gonna get a surprise. See, I don't know about the rest of y'all. I don't like surprises. Unless they come in with cake. If they ain't coming with cake, I don't want no surprise, right? But sometimes, but we as men, we get hit with surprise sometimes, right? Now I say they've been separated since July, right? They've been separated since July, right?
Last year or this year?
This year. They've been separated of July of this year. That was my understanding. So
that's really not a long time, right?
That's not a long time. That seems like to me that the pool boy got her attention.
Well, it might not be the pool boy. It just might be.
You don't know that now.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Things happen. Remember I told you earlier, man, people have hidden desire. They have hidden things that happen. And so when the stage is right, that's when the thing will appear. The thing will come out of them when the climate is right. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes, like right now, the lady say, man, you know, she was cool with him being gone 5 days a week or 7 days a week or whatever, and him coming checking, popping back in once a week.
Well, damn, I found a part-time goddamn job if it's like that, if it bothers you that much that I gotta be in the house with you. God dang, I'm pretty sure they're saying a goddamn 5-bedroom mansion or something. Shit.
But see,
I mean, come on, dude, man, that's just straight up selfishness. Let's call it what it is. Outside of them sleeping with somebody else. But see, that's just it, man. That's frustrating.
But Scorched, I think we got to go back to what Vaughn was saying. You got to do what you got to do. Now, whether
I get all that, but see, I get that. You got to do what you got to do, and of course, it's nothing. And see, and this is the thing. It's nothing that a man can do or a woman can do if that other party decides that they're gonna go down there to that courthouse and decide to file for a divorce for anything outside of the, as a believer, as a Christian. Let's just keep it down. That's where I'm at. I ain't talking about what the world does or anything like that, or what all these other religions that we confess, that we want to profess and be cool with. I'm talking about Christians. I ain't talking about anybody else. If that's what you rock with, that's what you rock with. But when it comes to us as believers and followers of Jesus Christ, outside of me sitting up there, outside of you fornicating, outside our marriage and you refusing to change, man, at the end of the day, you just plain old selfish, period. There's no need, there's no reason why somebody because you got marriages inside the community that ain't got the money that these two have, and doing this mess just because of the fact I ain't happy. Come on, let's not act like we can do. No, come on, brother. Go ahead.
Let me ask you something. Would you rather be with somebody that's not happy, or would you rather be with somebody that hated you and stayed married to you?
Jesus went on the cross and died for our sins, and we hated him. He still did it, right?
But that,
see, this is hold up. No, it's not, man, because when it comes to marriage, man, that's how he wants us as husbands to love
but he did that, but Scorch, Christ died. Okay, if we're gonna go that route, Christ died for select. He didn't die for all of Israel. He didn't die for all the believers. He even says that too. He died for that select that's gonna follow.
So basically, we're just sitting up here.
Unfortunately,
I get what you're saying, but the thing is, the conversation still needs to be had, because at the end of the day, This is what's going on in our community, and what we're really doing is.
But here's the thing: we don't know if their marriage was based in Christ.
There you go.
We don't know.
But see, hold up. I just said, Bolo, you didn't hear me. I said
No,
I'm not talking. I'm not talking to those whose marriages wasn't based in Christ. I'm not talking to those who live up under a different ideology of belief than what it is when we talk about the marriage between a man and woman of God that's following the order of Christ.
Shout out to Scam.
Now, when you come with that, Scorch, now you got to meet them where they are.
I get what you're saying, Bolo, but the thing is, man, at the end of the day, this is what's going on within our own community when it comes to the believers. And we sit up here and we constantly sit up here and we say all the niceties about, oh, well, you know, you got this, you got that. But then on the flip side, we have to stand accountable. We have to do what we need to do. And what was the prescription of Jesus when he talked to the husbands? We just had this conversation.
What was the
bro? Sorry. Let me, if I may interject real quick. Listen, bro. Okay, she's selfish. What can you do about that?
Well, this is where I was trying to get to before you guys jumped on me, which is fine.
All right, go ahead, bro.
That's why in some instances, if that husband or that wife, even if it comes to within the believer's circle, if I choose to turn down there and go down there to and say, I'm no longer happy, I want a divorce, irreconcilable differences, fine. Whatever it is that she's responsible for at that moment, God is not going to hold her accountable because of the fact that she held on to her beliefs of what it is that Jesus prescribed. And that's all I was getting ready to say. Hey, at the end of the day, she was selfish. She wanted out for whatever reason. Whether it was about the fact that she got tired of looking at his ugly mug at the end of the day, because for a lot of us, that's what's going on. Or if maybe somebody else.
But what if he was beating her ass, brother? And she didn't want to squash. Hold on. But what I'm saying to you is, we don't know what that whatever that damn word is. We don't know what that entails, bro. We can't just automatically factor.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, man, if we know that.
Yeah, bro,
I'm more tempted to believe that it's not that. I'm tended to believe that it's not the abuse and all that because there was no reports of it. That's what the reason. Hold up, brother, it was no. Hold up.
Wait. Yo. You guys, you got to stop,
gentlemen. We got to have one mic.
Got to be one mic, man. Because see, listen, the way these mics are set up, when you're talking over somebody, nobody can hear neither one of you.
Yeah.
I know that's how my mic is set up. I don't know about yours.
And why is it always got to be the extreme of somebody doing something in order for somebody to leave? Like Scam said, if they are happy and they want to leave, they don't really need a damn excuse. That's why they said irreconcilable differences.
Well, but that was the point, though, Scorch.
What I was saying, Bolo, go ahead. I'm done. I'm cool. I'm cool.
Listen, it seems
bro. You ain't gotta be like that. Go ahead.
I'm done. What I'm saying is, I'm done talking. I'm just gonna listen because we going backwards and forwards, and we're not gonna get nowhere with me and him talking over one another. So what I'm saying is, I'm done. I'm gonna let him talk. I'm done. I'm done talking. I'm gonna let him finish saying what he has to say. That's all I'm saying. I'm not getting. My name ain't Scorch for nothing. I do what I do. So
all I'm saying, Scorch, my G, all I'm saying is for the last hour and a half to 2 hours, what it sounds like is what you're saying is it's parsed unfairly. That's the gist of what I'm getting. Brother Clarence, would you agree with that?
I would definitely agree with that.
All right. And what you have to understand is it's parsed out differently because it is different.
Yes.
And that's the point that we've been trying to make. That with the Lord is not going to put anything on you that you can't handle. Those believers that decide to go left, they weren't believers. Even Christ said that. There are many that do call me by my name, but their heart is far from me. They're going to grow. What makes this so dangerous is the wheat is growing with the chaff. You don't know who's in, who's not.
Who's
You don't
out?
know. You don't know. So the Lord tells us, preach the gospel to everyone. Everybody. Don't pick and choose who's going to give it to. Give it to everybody.
Yeah.
And that's what we have to do. The problem is I understand the frustration. I understand your frustration. However, our job is to deal with the sisters that want to deal with the gospel. Those that don't want to follow God, do you. Don't look for my covering. Understand that. Even Christ tells you that. If you don't want to be under my covering, you want to be out there, go ahead. But understand, when you play in the devil's territory, he's going to play in yours. Understand that.
Amen.
Thank you. And that's what I was saying
Scam
coming
likely
in.
dust.
That's all I was saying when I was coming in. I was like, listen, like, you can't do nothing but adhere to your own code, to God's code of ethics and how you are to behave in this world. If your wife turns out to be like a false wife, then you can't do nothing about that but be a real ass husband and divorce the false wife. That's all you can do. I had to tell a grown man this, like a dude twice my age, who was sitting up here worried about a lady doing him wrong. Yes, I get it. She hurt you and everything, but what are you going to do differently? What did you not pay attention to? These people, there are wicked men and women in this world. There are selfish men and women of this world. There are people who are not of God. Your job is to pair up with another person of God and preach the word together to everybody. That's your job. And if your spouse, your partner, turns out to be one of the people who aren't on Team God, right? Then understand that just by being with that person, you're disobeying God. It doesn't really matter that they're selfish. It matters that they're not for Team God. They're a false one. Move accordingly.
Shout out to Marcus. Shout out to Marcus out there. All right, y'all. Can we get back to the video?
All right, go ahead.
Let's get back to the video, y'all. Let's get back to the video. Everybody's bringing up good points, but let's get back to the video because he's going to make some assertions that I don't agree with now. And I want the other people that's even thinking about marriage to look at it differently.
Of an empty nest on their 2022 docuseries.
Do you feel the romance died down any?
I'll say this, after you get the kids out the house, it goes way up. You kind of level off for a little while. You might hit a dip here and there. Like anything else, marriage is not easy.
As a man, you could do everything right. She can come from a nice family, be well-intentioned according to your perception, be family-minded, even hold you down while you make the entire family rich and still take half of your shit in the end. What's interesting about this one, though, is that she was with him way before he got all the money. So there was a bit of wanting to be with him for.
Okay. Let's discuss this, y'all. She wants half of his stuff. She
deserves it.
Wrong?
No. She deserves that because she was there at the beginning. So that much, I do agree. She should get that. Yeah, I feel that way. I mean, if you was rocking with me from the beginning, even though I may not agree with the fact that you're willing to walk away from all this now, but at the end of the day, I'm not going to deny you what it is or where you was. You was there at the beginning. Yeah, you wasn't behind the me doing the judgment and all that as a judge, but still and yet you was there with the kids. You took care of the home. You did your role. Now you decided that you want to graduate from your role that you did to go live elsewhere. And if you feel like you're entitled to it, California gonna make sure that you entitled to it in there. Some if they get the chance, so he'd be better off going to have it. Whatever you need here. Last thing I'm gonna do is fight with you.
Well, she was an integral part in his being a judge. I mean, somebody had to be there and make sure his kids was okay, because average man ain't gonna be able to build nothing knowing that his kids ain't okay. So she was integral in him being able to build himself up, because he could trust the fact that he had somebody competent looking after his kids, right? And so he didn't have to worry about that. So she definitely helped him become the man he was become financially.
Yeah.
Now we like Bolo said, we don't know what's going on in this marriage. We don't know. For all we know, he could have a bunch of women, she could have a bunch of men. Who knows?
Well, you know
right?
what the rumor is? They saying that when he went against the Democratic Party, all of a sudden 2 weeks later, this is when this popped up. Because
Maybe
he went.
Sometimes
Yeah,
it's so.
see, so it's a lot of that's the rumor. But I mean,
But sometimes
who knows?
it's so. That's why.
Yeah.
That's how you know that the marriage is not focused around God. When the marriage is focused around God, almost anything can be worked out. Almost anything can be worked out if the marriage is focused around God, because God is where we're going to get everything from. The forgiveness, the patience. God is where we're going to go to God for everything. When you have to go to your friends, one friend got this much patience, the other friend got this much patience, the other friend say, nah, don't take that. So you getting mixed messages all over the place. But when you go to God, you ain't gonna get no mixed messages. Either stay or leave, right? It ain't gonna be no whole bunch of mixed messages out there. That's why everything should be revolving around God. Everything. And I don't mean, a lot of time people say, yes, I'm God-fearing and this and that, but that's them talking. When the stuff start hitting the fan, that's when you gonna see whether they really believe in God or not. Because it's easy to say, you know what I mean? It's easy to say, oh, I believe, right? Easy to say that, right? Peter said, what? Somebody gonna get you up, Jesus? Man, I would never do nothing like that. I'm down by law.
And denied him 3 times.
He said, Peter, man, I love you, brother, but you're going to be one of the ones that's like,
gonna deny me.
Right? See, now that's a good analogy. Let's stay right there. Now, Peter thought in his own head, I love this man. Right? Remember Peter said, hey, man, me and my brother, we was making money. We was balling out there. We was big balling, we was fishermen. We was balling. We left our beautiful businesses. We left our jobs. We left our families for you. We left our families for you. When did we treat you in such way? He said, so as you have done it, inasmuch as you have done it unto these, the least of these, my brethren, you've done it unto me, right? He was teaching them a lesson, right? But they said, we left our job, we left our families, we left bustling businesses to be with you, to roll with you. And Jesus looked and realized that they loved him. But yet, temptations come hard and fast. Shout out to OG Patrice. Temptations come hard and fast. Your wife, your husband, that's why you should never leave. You should always check on your wife before she leave the house. Now I'm talking to the brothers. Women, I would say the same thing about the husband. But right now I'm talking to the brothers. Always check your woman's, see where she's at before she leave the house. You okay, baby? You need something? You all right? Right? You got to check, man. Why? Because this world is so wicked, man. This world is so wicked. Anybody could get caught up. Even Peter, even David. Anybody could get caught up in this world. Anybody. You could say, oh, man, they shouldn't do that because, they the men of God. You're looking at your pastor thinking that he's some type of way supposed to be some protected class of individual just because he read a little bit more of the Bible than you or me. This is what a lot of our people look at our pastors like that, and then you find out the pastor been messing with the little boys or messing with the little girls or whatever, or got a little thing on the side or whatever. They just human beings. They just human beings. And they're going to make mistakes. They're going to make mistakes. That's why, who is it up to when we get called to the day of judgment? Who going to be standing there with us? Is your wife going to be standing there with you? Is your husband going to be standing there with you? Is your children going to be standing there with you? Yeah, God, see, I was going to do good, but see all of them? Did you see all these little kids right here? They're the ones kept me from following. Hey, what's up, Big John? How you doing, brother? Is my kids, is your kids going to be right there with you? No. It's going to be us out there. We're going to have to explain why we did what we did. So, since it's only going to be us out there, we got to make sure that we have a tight connection with God so that when we get out there, we can say, hey, this is us. Me and you, God, we was dealing with this. This is when the situation hit me, but this is me and you when we was rolling with that through that situation. And I trusted you and I put my life on your hands, right? But when we don't do that, we put it on. And see, Scorch, I think everybody's with you except on the woman, on let's have this equal thing. Because we know in reality, there's no equality. We be equal. Women want equality, right? Until that war shows up. We need you to sign up for the Secret Service. Yeah, they want equality, but they ain't fighting to get on that Secret Service list, right? You a man, you get that letter from the Secret Service, right? Congratulations. Come down and sign up for the draft, right? Selective Service, excuse me, not the Secret Service, the Selective Service. You get that letter because you a male. They definitely discriminate because you are a male. The female don't get that letter. Hey, come down here. You got to sign up for the draft. You do, as an American citizen, as an American male, right? But I thought we was 50-50. You see them fighting? We want to get on the draft board. We want to be drafted. We want to be drafted. You see them fighting for that? No. No, they're not. And they shouldn't be, because that ain't their job. Their job is to make sure our children are together and they help raise the right kind of children that can come behind us, right? God gave these women, the ability to reproduce you. She's a copy machine that God made to copy you, to produce you. And she think enough of you to lay down and say, this man is such a great man. We need another one like that. I need to make another one for him. And let me give him another one. And let me give him another one. A man would never do something like that. A man would say, not even a hundredth of that pain. A man would say, no, I'm done. Count me out. What was that group, New Edition? You have to count me out? Okay, you got to count me out. It wouldn't be no kids if men had to do it, right? But that's not our goal. That's not what we're supposed to do. She's supposed to do that. So, coming back to divorce, you never know how things are going to go. That's why I brought up Peter. You never know how things are going to go. People can have good intentions. People will marry you with the best of intentions. And when they marry you thinking, I ain't never going to do this man wrong. I ain't never going to do this woman wrong. But temptation is so strong in this wicked society, man. When this society is so wicked, it's so wicked that it can turn anybody's head. That's why we got to always be ministering to our wives and our husbands, right? We got to minister. Sometimes you as a wife, you got to minister to your husband. Yeah. Hey, baby, let's say a prayer before you leave the house. Hey, baby, was you watching Bolo this morning? Bolo went over Psalms this morning. Did you catch that? Oh, let me go over with you. You missed it? Okay, let me go over with you real quick. You know what I'm saying? We gotta be looking out for each other, man, because temptation is out there.
Right.
My wife go walk out the door. You know, she could go into the grocery store and she'd come back home and say, you know, Clarence, I'm out of here, man. I met my true love in the grocery store today. I said, but we've been married 34 years. I thought I was your true love. She said, I thought you was too. But I met this man in the grocery store and he touched my hand and I knew he's the one. Bye. Right? What we'll do?
And you know what, Brother Clarence? It really takes two individuals to make a relationship work. You see what I'm saying? One can't want it to work and the other don't want it to work.
There you go.
One can't just say, well, it's working for me, but the other one says, well, it's not working for me. How can two walk together except they be in agreement? The Bible teaches us that.
That's what it should be.
So when the relationships get to the place where we're not on one accord anymore, and we're doing everything to try to get it back on track, but nothing seems to be working. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't understand. If two individuals desire for a marriage to work, then I'm not understanding why it's not working. See, there has to be a divide somewhere to the point to where, hey, this one wants it to work, but the other one is not willing. You can't have one willing partner and the other one is not willing, regardless to the longevity of marriage, regardless as to how long you've been married. You see what I'm saying? My wife could pick up tomorrow and say, I'm tired of this nigga. See what I'm saying? Tired of picking up his socks, tired of cooking his meal.
Oh, your wife don't talk like that.
You see what I'm saying? No, I'm just saying. It could happen.
Could happen.
But the thing is, we pay more attention. Now listen to this, because I just got this. Thank you, Holy Ghost. We pay more attention to the quote unquote marriage than we do to each other. You see what I'm saying? We don't see that there's something building up.
Right? A lot of times, right?
Right, because we're not paying attention. And see, this
complacency set in.
Yeah, you asked the question, Brother Clarence. You said, "Well, how can we prevent some of these divorces?" You see what I'm saying? Like you said, check in. I ask my wife constantly, you know, how you feel, how you doing?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Oh, I'm all right. Now, you know, my wife has a habit of, you know, looking like something's wrong. And then when you ask her, she says, oh, no, I'm fine. I'm okay. You know, I'm fine. I'm okay. You know, like, what is that? I'm not a mind reader. You know?
Hey, Brother Clarence, read M. Mills' statement after Bond finish.
Read whose statement?
No, I'm
M.
done.
Mills.
Oh, M. Mills. Please keep bad influences out of your relationship. Good point, M. Mills. They will tear up your home and move on. Yes, definitely. The problem is you can only control the influences from yourself. If you got a wife that's going out there, especially if she's working, you don't know who's talking to her, right? Ramon at the job. Hey, girl, Patrice, you look so good, girl. Girl, just let me try. Patrice like, no, I'm married. I can't do it. But one day I'll make her mad. I make Patrice mad. Patrice like, man, I can't stand you. Walk out the door, right? She's still steaming. Here come Ramon. Girl, you look so good, Patrice. I know. I hope Clarence telling you how good you look, Patrice. Nah, he ain't say nothing to me like that this morning. What? Girl, let me take you to lunch. I'll tell you. And Patrice been saying no for 6 months, but this one time she get I get, Ramon at the job get an opening. That's all it takes. Just like that. All the devil need is the baby toe in the door. Not the big
cracked
toe,
door.
the baby toe.
A cracked door, that's all it takes.
Yeah. And then before you
but
know
that goes both ways too.
Yeah, it's same thing with the man. I'm just using women for example because the women sometimes will see the stuff coming. A woman was, got some new cologne. They'll pay attention to stuff like that. Sometimes men be so caught up in what they're doing, they don't see the changes that the woman is making to become more appealing, not to him, but to other people, right? And so he don't see that. He's just like, she like, I got a new dress, right? And he like, well, okay. And after a while, when he ain't spend no time with her no more, She wear that dress. He'd be like, "Hey, you got a new dress?" She said, "I told you about this 3 months ago." Right. But my point is, we gotta stay connected, y'all. The only time you alive, is when you connected to somebody else. The only time you alive. You can't say you alive and you just doing for yourself. Mr. Farrakhan said, you can't be good to yourself. You have to be good to other people. So the only time we connected is when we're doing good for other people. So we as men, we naturally want a wife. We want to take care of somebody. We have a natural instinct to take care of people. But we want to be, I don't want to say compensated, but respected for that work as well. And when we feel disrespected from that work, we can get a tad unpleasant, right? Well, women are the same way. They don't want to work and do all this work because a woman, many of these women, they're sacrificing their whole life to follow you and your dream. Really? Most of the time, you ain't like, a woman ain't come to you and marry you, say, I'm going to be a doctor, I want to move to Virginia, then I want to work for the FBI. And you following her dream. Most of the time, she following you and yours. I want to drink beer and hang with my boys and play video games. Sometimes it doesn't work that way, right? Anyway, let me bring Patrice in here before I just talk. Because, some people, can y'all believe this? Some people think I'm a long stroker. I keep telling y'all about Patrice, man. Anyway, let's bring Patrice in.
You know I can hear you right. First of all, how are you gentlemen doing?
We're fine, beloved. How are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. Just got in not too long ago from work, and salute to the chat. How's all the lovely people in the chat doing? So let me ask this question before I jump in and give my little 2 cents. Has there been a woman's perspective of this situation?
Well, kind of with M. Mills, but not on the panel. No.
From the chat, but anybody on the panel. So this is good.
Okay, so can you give me a brief synopsis of the situation? I know about the divorce and everything, but just kind of give me a brief synopsis of what you guys have covered thus far.
We're going through how you can avoid the divorce or avoid the situations that promote that bring a divorce in, giving little suggestions here and there. What we had is we had Scorched Earth on, and Scorched Earth was, and I get it, he's kind of going through it, but and so it stings a little more when he's talking about it to him, but he was talking about how we're blaming the men. We're more blaming the men, or not blaming the men, but more putting most of the burden of dealing with it on the men, as opposed to having a joint situation where both the men and the woman share responsibility. And we all said, I think, that both people would share the responsibility, but we were just being realistic that it's going to hit the man a lot more because that's how the situation is. And so basically so now what we're doing is we're going through, MTR made a video talking about it. We're going through MTR's video and he's talking about it, and we watched him give out this crazy advice about the marriage, of course.
Okay. So, do you all know a lot of the history of Judge Mathis and his marriage to his wife, and some things that was out several years ago?
No, I don't know. I thought it was golden.
Okay, no, it's not golden, and I'm gonna say allegedly, but okay, Judge Mathis had been pretty nefarious doing his marriage. Yes, he has done some infidelities, and I said infidelities throughout the years. It was out a while back. I think Wendy Williams exposed him years ago because he had got one of his lady friends impregnated,
Oh,
and she had. Hold on one second.
told you what happened when you go into Costco buying them super duper oxtails. She got to step outside of Costco. All right, well,
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, she had gotten he had impregnated her. She threatened and blackmailed him to expose, the situation, and it did end up coming out because Wendy Williams got whiff of it, and that started the beef between Judge Mathis and Wendy Williams. I don't know if
Okay. I
y'all,
wonder what
I
made
don't know
them.
if y'all know that they had a long running beef.
Yes,
Is
now that I did know about.
and it started because Wendy Williams had exposed this situation with one of his many, girlfriends he had on the side during his marriage. And this one, allegedly, she um, got rid of the child, but he did pay her off, paid her off to allegedly keep her quiet or whatever. But some kind of way it got out. And I want to say this young lady wrote a book or something about it. I'll have to look into it. But if you got time, while we talking or whatever, you may want to pull up that part where Wendy Williams is exposing him. So Judge Mathis had been known for infidelities throughout the years with his marriage, and I'm not saying
Friendliness
she.
with the ladies.
Yeah, he was a ladies' man. Yeah, and one of the young ladies that he actually um was going with on the side was a friend of my cousin's, right?
Oh,
So yeah, in Chicago, because he had a lot of roots in Chicago, from Chicago to Detroit and things of that nature. So and again, I'm gonna say allegedly, this is rumor and hearsay, but he was pretty much a ladies' man. I think that getting married early in life like they did, 39 years is a long time. I believe she probably took a lot off of him. But like you guys are saying, that she was there when he had nothing, when he was struggling, when he was trying to get it. She was there doing that grind time. So if she is asking for half, she probably is deserving of it. She bore him children, and went through all of that with him, the infidelities or whatever. Then I had heard that she had allegedly had her little side piece. So I don't know. It depends on what type of marriage or relationship they ended up agreeing to and having, because during the time they had the reality show, it was alleged that they were together for the sake of that, but they really was kind of doing their own thing. That was the rumor that was going around at the time that they had the
kind of like the Clintons.
reality show. Exactly. So
Mm.
when you go, when you are higher up, in the upper echelons of the Judge Mathises, and you become very popular and stuff for having your own television show, you know, I guess he, got a little big headed. I know some people that went on his show, and they say he was very arrogant and very rude to them, because on those shows you got to paint a certain picture,
Yeah.
for the views and everything like that. But I heard he was very arrogant and very rude to a lot of people on the show. So that's as much as the knowledge that I know over the last, I would say, 5 to 10 years. I don't know. I haven't heard much, but this is from like 20 plus years ago, when he liked them younger, the younger ladies. He was a man in his 50s or whatever,
Yeah.
the time, and he liked them in their 20s and early
Yeah.
30s. It's just like what most men do, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Hey, I mean, you know what? Can I say this to the sisters out there? Always keep your keep your young spirit, even though you might be older. Keep your young spirit, man. Men like that. Men like that. You know, it's not so much that you have to be young, but that youthful spirit. Men like that, and if you know, because that youthful spirit, man, you can do a lot with it. You can, but when somebody like sometimes men do it too. Men be set in their ways, right? Hey, baby, let's go to the movies. Nah, you know, I don't feel so good. I gotta take my pills, right? Woman be like, man, I still want to get after it, man. You know what I mean? So everybody just gotta keep their youthful exuberance as much as they can. All right, y'all, let's get back to the video, man, because MTR is gonna give us some marriage advice, right? Would any of y'all let somebody who had never worked on a car work on your car? Like a dude say, I read a book on cars.
Yeah, that was my question, Brother Clarence. Is he married? Because I don't know.
Let me get under your Audi, Vaughn. What, have you ever worked on an Audi? No.
Is this brother married? Is this brother married?
No, he is not.
Okay,
he is not.
Maybe he
is trying to
don't
talk these young men out of marriage.
Oh well, I totally disagree with that.
That's the point of the video.
Yeah,
is
exactly. I disagree.
There is no guarantees, but we know that there's no guarantees in life, right?
Yeah.
There's no guarantee in life, right? Yeah. There's no guarantee that say we as black men we're supposed to live to about 72 years, right? There's no guarantee that you're gonna make it to 72. There's no guarantee of nothing. There's no guarantee your wife ain't gonna leave you. There's no guarantee your husband ain't gonna leave you. The only guarantee you got is God ain't gonna leave you. That's the only guarantee you got.
I'm just thoroughly amazed by these people in these spaces who, you know, are such experts at something that they have never experienced. You see what I'm saying? Especially when it comes to relationships. Do you have a successful relationship? But yet you have so much good advice for everybody else. I'm baffled.
Hold on, Vaughn. As they say down south, hold on to your hat.
Yeah, I'm baffled. But anyway, I have an open mind, so let me maybe he can give me some clues and
give you some advice, Vaughn.
Yeah, let me see.
Or potential that was there. But if I was to take a guess, they started off well-intentioned. He had a blossoming career. She stayed at home and raised the 4 children. The kids leave the home. They end up doing a reality show. And then Judge Mathis retired, taking what he would normally probably work 70, 80 hours a week. And now you're spending it at home alone with her. And she realized that she didn't want to spend the rest of her life with him. It is a shocking conclusion that something like this can happen after you seemingly do everything right. Linda actually wrote this on her Instagram underneath a picture of both of them when they got together. Met this man in the fall season of 1981, my first month of college at Eastern Michigan University.
Did you know that in Texas, rifles can be carried in public without a license? Whereas in Florida, no open carry.
He followed me around campus with comments about my dress, my jewelry. He loved the gold Nefertiti necklace of my mom's that wore, telling me what he could do for me, LOL, etc., etc. Judge Mathis sounds like a simp. Maybe this, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe this is
telling a woman what you can do for your simp.
Yeah,
remember that?
I can't with these dudes, man.
Hey.
I just can't do it.
Vaughn, great advice. Great advice, right?
Yeah, I just listen. I just can't do it, man. You know, what is this brother, like 25? You see what I mean?
No, he's actually almost 40.
Oh, is he
in his mid-30s.
Oh, well, good. Well, I've been 40, but he has never been 62.
Man, or married, right?
So, but I'm just saying, man, come on now. You got all this great advice.
Okay, like, you guys out there, if you do something for your wife, your daughter, your girlfriend, your aunt, you're a simp. You're a simp, right? Okay, we just want to make sure everybody's on the same page.
Well, I'm just waiting to see, is he gonna get to the part about all the Judge Mathis infidelities while he's talking about how, he worked so hard and she stayed at home and he did this and did that and now she want a divorce. I'm just waiting to see, is he going to bring the infidelities up?
Well, we got to see. We got to see Patrice. Right now, he's talking about Patrice. Patrice, right now, he's talking about simps. He's talking about me and Vaughn. He's talking about simps right now. So let him vent.
You gotta realize though, that's back in the 80s. He was just he was probably a young man or a teenager or something in 81, like, or maybe wasn't even born. What you say, he's 40 maybe?
21.
Yeah, he was a young buck. It was a different time, a different era, and they Mac game or they rap game or whatever you want to call it was a little more traditional and different from what it is now.
Yeah.
So if he was following her around singing, she got Betty Davis eyes and I could do this for you and I could do that, that was his way of trying to impress the woman he was trying to get at that time, and many guys did that. So I don't understand why he's kind of saying he's a simp, because that was his rap game. That was his Mac game that obviously got her attention.
You're making excuses, Patrice. It was simping. Just straight simping. Now, MCR is giving the advice here, so let's listen to him.
What this all comes the goddamn hell down to. You treat them like a star, they will treat you like a fan, even if you really are the star, because you're the one that's on TV. He would also sing a popular song while walking behind me or seeing me in the cafeteria. Yo, shit like this used to work back in the day. She has Betty Davis eyes by Kim Carnes. Well, he wore me down. This used to be the good old days where you could wear a chick down. But now this whole shit would be hashtag me too, right, baby. I invited him in. He took the draws. I'm just kidding. She didn't write that. And he has been in ever since. This is back in the old school, baby, where love used to be good. But the ever-increasing mind virus of feminist propaganda allows women to believe that after 40 years of marriage, they can leave and go find another, irrespective of the wall that hit 20 years ago. Looking at posts like this and seeing how smitten that he was, how early in his life that he wanted to get married without a true understanding of what he was going to amass or accumulate within his life, is why I do content like this. There's so many young men that are petrified, scared, or have no knowledge of doing things such as getting a prenup, or are so convinced that they want to get married in lieu of understanding the potential repercussions of becoming divorced. And they go into these contracts and sign the name on the dotted line that inevitably does not benefit them. Go ahead, girl. He not treating you right no more. This is not what you signed up for. You can go get you another man. You done did it before. And all that other feminist programming bullshit. And that is the antithesis of marriage till death do you part.
Well, we're not going to fight. If that's the condition of coming back, we're not coming back, because we are a whole family, a wholesome family. We all have our flaws, but we don't fight. Never have. And so we're going to see if we have to fight. If we have to fight, the answer is no.
Well, you mentioned our family show, Mathis, Family Matters. And as you see on there, our influence is that, Black families are great families. And though they're not filled with, just inner fighting. And so, we showed
the stereotypical tropes and trauma that they try to portray.
Exactly.
We don't see that here.
Exactly. So that's what, we want to have a strong influence on our community and show that.
Around here, lunch is what happens while you're busy making other plans.
And I keep telling y'all to stop paying attention to the highlights of people's life or things that they do in front of a camera, because the truth in private might be much different. Truly sad story, especially if considering, there's generally monikers in every race and every culture. And for Black culture, Judge Joe Mathis is one of those shining examples. It used to be Will and Jada back into the day pre-entanglement, but that's now over. And it sucks.
I thought it was Judge Greg Mathis. Is it Greg or Joe?
Greg.
It's Judge Joe Brown.
It's Greg. Yeah.
It's Greg Mathis.
Exactly.
Okay. this is to hype up the point of how people with no marriage experience, they come out and they give bad information. Now, I say, why not just give them the total thing, the total picture? It's going to be tough at times, right? That's why you have vows in marriage. If it was going to be great, you wouldn't need no vows. Till death do us part, for better, for worse, in sickness and in health. You would need that if nobody wasn't going to get sick. For richer, for poor. You would need that if nobody wasn't going to mess up no money, right? You put the vows in there to remind you that there are going to be times that are very unpleasant, but you need to keep your duty anyway. Your duty is to this paperwork that you signed, and your duty first is to the God who and to this man that you married or this woman that you married. That's your duty. Then if you want to shirk your duty because you feel like you're not getting compensated properly for it, then that's on you. And you have to figure out how you're going to do that. But when we go into a marriage, now we are obligated to try to make it work. It's not that we're obligated. If a problem arises, we're obligated to try to make it work. Would you guys agree with that or disagree with that?
Yeah, I would definitely say, yeah. I mean, you should be obligated to try to make it work. That's part of marriage. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. You know, I don't like my wife every day. She doesn't like me every day. This is a reality of life. You know, people look at these marriages in some fantasy manner, as if, you know, it's all bliss. No, it's not. There's some ups and downs. There's some valleys. There's some peaks. There's some highs. There's some lows. Are you willing to meet the task? You both have to have a made up mind. You see what I'm saying? And if you did it for 39 years and now all of a sudden you figure out that you don't want to do it anymore, hey, that's your choice. That's your decision. You see what I'm saying? It just didn't happen overnight, though. Let's be honest about that. You just didn't hop up one day after 39 years of marriage and just say, well, I don't want to be married no more. No, there's a reason behind that. And I'm pretty sure Patrice will probably get into that.
What do you think, Patrice?
What's the question? I'm sorry. Sorry, I was preoccupied.
It wasn't really no question. I was just talking. Well, yeah. I did ask a question. I asked a question. You know, what was my question, Ron? I forgot it already. Just that fast.
See, you talking about me and you forgot the question.
Well, no, I was leading up to Patrice giving the reason as to why they could have possibly, got to this place.
Oh, I know. I remember my question. Oh. My question was, no, you can answer Von's question too, but my question was, do you think that in a marriage that the people that are getting married are obligated to try to find a solution before they just cut bait? You know, like some people, they just, a problem come up, they just cut
walk
bait.
Away.
Yeah. And I'm saying, do you got, and Vaughn already answered the question, but you can answer too, Patrice. Do you think that the married person is obligated to at least try to find a solution before they just cut bait?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think that when you are in a marriage, right, if you take your vows seriously and if you love that person, I don't think that people should use certain things like maybe money of a reason to get married or money as a reason to get divorced, because if you knew that person was not as financially stable before you married them, then you have to deal with those trials and tribulations until they can be able to come up to a certain financial stability that can continue to grow the family and to grow the unit of the marriage, right? Because we know money does not solve all problems. If it's something internally going on, whether it be lack of communication, infidelity, there's so many other things that can come to play. Money is just one factor in it, right? So I believe absolutely you should be obligated to fight for your marriage if it is worth fighting for. Now, 39 years is a long time to be married to someone, right? Even though we know people stay together even longer than that, right? But we have to be for real. In reality, that's a long time to be with someone. People
Yeah.
change during those years. People grow apart.
Good
Different things
point.
happen
Good point.
in their lives that feelings even change for people. I
Good
mean, it just
point.
is what it is, and it happens even in a marriage. And it's unfortunate because one person may still love that person, but the other person don't love that person anymore. And it's a very hard thing, and a hard pill to swallow, but it's the reality of it. I don't think that a person should stay with someone that they no longer love just to make that person happy that loves them, because that's going to make you miserable. That's going to make you resent that person for staying with them. I don't believe that in marriages, people should stay together because of the kids anymore, like they did back in the day when my mother and father and grandmother's arms, they stayed together and went through a lot of crap and took a lot of crap off each other because of the kids, right? But you can still co-parent and not be together in the household together. So it's
Yeah.
so many different factors, right? But
Yeah.
if the marriage is worth fighting for, if the two people genuinely love each other, then the marriage should be worth fighting for. But if it's one sided, if it's something that was done that's unforgivable, because everybody have boundaries, right? Everybody have, their, deal breakers or whatever in relationships and marriages. And if that is broken within the marriage or relationship, it may not be no turning back for somebody, for one of them. One person in their marriage, you got one chance to cheat on me and I'm out. You know what I mean? And if you cheat that one time, that's my deal breaker. I'm done. Or
Right.
if get someone pregnant outside the marriage, or whatever, whatever that they deal breaker or they boundary may be. And we tend to push and press that in relationships and marriages, especially, right?
Right.
Because a
Right.
lot of times in marriages, we sometimes get complacent and take advantage of the person we in that marriage with, because that person has been with us forever and a day. We thinking that they probably never gonna get tired or never walk away. So
Right.
39 years of her putting in, that's a lot of work. And there has to be a, a very legitimate reason why she divorced him. And it could be that she no longer is in love with him. She can still love him, but
Right.
not still be in love with
Right.
him.
Right. Or maybe it's somebody else. Could be.
That too. That too. Or maybe he doing things that she just tired of after 39 years. And that's a long time to take some stuff off somebody.
Yeah.
39 years. You know what I'm saying? Because she allegedly took a lot of cheating off and on for a lot of years. A
Mm.
lot of years, because as he, and I'm gonna say this with some women, I've watched a lot of women do this. I'm still watching women do it currently. Um, they know that their husband is cheating. A lot of them know, because you know your spouse. You know
Right.
their routine. You know when something is off or different with them, right? You know
Right.
when they routine change. Why all of a sudden you want to smell so good? Why all of a sudden you care about cologne? Why all of a sudden you care
Right.
about how you look now? Why all of a sudden every Thursday you got this to do? Why, like, things change, right? And I see that women that have put in the work in the marriage, like Judge Mathis' wife, then took
Mm.
so much, but they ain't going nowhere because they so vested in the marriage. They
Right.
don't want no other woman to get the house. They don't want no other woman to get the pension. They don't want no other woman to get the 401k. They don't
Yeah.
want the other woman to get the half. They
Yeah.
done put it in. They say, I'm staying for the duration. I see that happening right today with
Right.
women that I know personally that know that their husbands are cheating,
Right.
but they ain't going nowhere. They tell you in a minute, baby, look, I done worked too hard and got too much vested. Me and him got this property. Me and him got this house. Me and him done got these kids, and we done raised these children. We done got this business. I ain't going nowhere. He do what he want to do, and I'm gonna do what I want. Whatever the
Right.
situation may be, I see that happening right today, and they
Right.
know that their spouses are cheating.
Right. I ain't gonna give it. I ain't gonna let him get. I ain't gonna let her get this house. Right.
Exactly. And I walk away. And I don't get and I don't get it. And I done took care of him when he was sick and washed his dirty drawers and cooked his
Yep.
meals and raised his
Yep.
kids and cleaned his house and when he was sick, wiped his dairy at whatever, you know what I'm saying? At the lowest of the lowest. And then she just gonna come in and reap the benefits? Oh,
Yeah.
heck
Nah.
to the no. So they will stay there and they will take all of the cheating until that man. Usually it happens like this with men. If it's the man that's cheating, right, and the woman is just being consistent with staying in the marriage and being knowing he's doing what he's doing. And I'm talking about, I'm telling y'all, these are women I know right now that I know are in these situations. They waited out because they say eventually they think he gonna stop cheating. 9
Yeah.
times out of 10, he ain't gonna stop cheating until that thing don't work no more. He got one foot in the grave and he's sick, and now he ain't got no choice but to go home to that for that woman to take care of him and become his nurse / wife. See, that's a lot of times when men compulsively cheat like that. That's usually when they stop. They will cheat until they can no longer cheat. It's not benefit to them because they thing don't work no more. They got one foot in the grave, all kind of health issues, and now it's time to go home to wifey so she can be the nurse too. That happens a lot.
Yeah.
And then she end up burying him, getting the money, getting the 401k, getting the pension, getting the house, and she's straight because she done took bared all the brunt of the bruises and bumps doing the marriage. So she ain't going nowhere. She like, let him go on out there and have fun. Whatever, do what he do. I'm saying right here, ain't going nowhere. Too much time, too much money, too much this, that invested. I ain't going nowhere. I'd be damned if I let the next woman come in and reap the benefits of my hard work. I'm telling you what I know. I'm telling you. This is the conversations that I've had with women or I've heard them have that I know that they know their husbands are cheating. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
that man, there's a lot of truth to what Sister OG is saying now. Come on.
yeah.
What I'm saying. And that's so crazy though, because we've brought the marriage down to just that. You see what I'm saying? Just monetary stuff. I'm gonna hold out just for the money. You know what I'm saying? But then at the same time, if you were the type of husband that went out and did all of those things, you see, you weren't really faithful to the marriage in the first place. You see? And so I'm surprised that a woman would even stick around for that. But like OG Patrice said, yeah, this is what happens. This is what the women are going through. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, they
And
got hope.
vice versa. And listen, and vice versa. There's always a vice versa now. You see what I'm saying? There's always a flip the script part too, where it's the woman out here doing the food too now. You see, and you have the faithful husband that's going to work and coming home and doing all that he can do, being there for her and the kids. You see what I'm saying? But because of her proclivity to be, sexually fluid, she's going out here doing improper things and bringing that back in the relationship. So listen, on both ends, we have some indiscretions, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I really say that. And Patrice is absolutely right. But that's why I say that, listen, it takes two people, to be dedicated to that
Yeah.
marriage being successful. Because all it takes is the other one not to be willing. And you're not going to have a successful union. And so this is what we're seeing. This is what we're seeing in our day and time. People are splitting up just for trivial little things, let alone some of these serious things like what OG Patrice was talking about. Go ahead, Brother Clarence.
No. I'm agreeing.
And let me say, let me flip the other side of the coin, because I've known it where the women are the ones that cheat on husband, right? So from my experience with having friends and relatives and women that I know that have went through that, where 9 times out of 10, when the woman is the one cheating, the scenario has been she's cheating because the man is either has a job where he's gone a lot. He may be in the military. Women tend to cheat when they have husbands that travel a lot. Women tend to cheat when they have um, uh, a husband that can't provide financially how they want them to. They will seek that outside the marriage. They tend to cheat if the husband is not sexually satisfying them. Those are the main 3 reasons why women that I know in my uh, circles or of friends or family that I've heard them say the reason. But the number one was when the man is always away. That was like the number one. If he was in the military, or if he had a job where he traveled all the time, she got lonely. She ended up giving in because a man started giving her attention, started, whispering the sweet nothings to her, started, you know how men do, and women ain't heard that in a long time because the husbands don't tell them they ain't beautiful no more.
Right.
The husbands don't whisper sweet nothings in their ear no more. Don't bring them flowers no more. It's that complacency that a lot of people get in their marriages, right? When they hit past a certain amount of years, right? And they just, I got this person now, so it's just what it is. And I've heard a lot of women say that. Number one was the loneliness of that husband being away for a long time. Number two, like I said, the financial part of it. She would go and seek someone that had more money than him that could help her financially with things, as where areas where it was gray areas for him. And then the third one is if he wasn't sexually satisfying her, she was going outside the marriage and getting it. That's just the truth, y'all. Now, as a woman, those are the perspectives of conversations that I've had with women that have done that.
Well, okay, y'all. I think we done did a lot, man. We try to put a lot out here. So let's try to wrap this thing up. Let's let's try to
Yeah, I wanna say one thing on what M. Mill said, because she's right. I know a couple men that did that. They have whole other families in another city or town or state, right? Because I know a guy that was married. He was a truck driver, over the road truck driver, and he had a whole nother family in another state. So she's right. Men especially do that. Now, men specifically will do that. I know men that was married and was, oh God, for a friend of mine, right? That lived a couple of doors down from me, right? They lived on the first floor, and the landlord, him and his wife, lived on the second floor, and her mother and father lived on the first floor. Their father started having an affair with the landlord's wife, and they lived upstairs. Yeah, this is and this was when I was a kid. And I remember it being like all in the neighborhood, talked about, or Mr. Johnny, who's married, is going with and got a baby by Shirley around the corner or 2 blocks up the street. Like that's the type of stuff that I heard growing up as a kid.
Right.
And having my friend be embarrassed because her father end up leaving their mother and for the landlord's wife, and she end up leaving her husband, and they end up getting married. Okay,
Man, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something crazy.
I grew up with around me.
I'm gonna tell you something that happened to me. I was kind of close to it, but before I tell you that story, one of y'all in trouble. One of y'all did something. One of y'all did something. Excuse
It gotta be Vaughn. It gotta be Vaughn. Vaughn gotta be in trouble.
Yeah, that's right. It's Vaughn. Whatever it was, Vaughn did it. Vaughn did it.
Yeah, Vaughn. Hey, y'all.
Hey, sis.
Hey, beautiful sister. How are you?
Good. Vaughn
Sis,
about to
can
get
I
in
tell
trouble
this
up
quick
here
story?
talking.
Sis Lenny, can I tell this quick
She
story
over here
before
on
you
the
get started?
couch.
Sis Lenny. Sister Annie.
But you know what? But listen, you know what, Sister Annie? I say that because it's a lot of these brothers that get on this YouTube space and they talk all of this rhetoric while they're down in the basement and their wife is like 2 stories up or up on the floor. You see, and they would make you think that, oh, well, she's in agreement with this rhetoric that I'm talking. You see what I'm saying? So there's no shame in mine. Because you would hear her voice in the background for sure.
All right, Sister Annie, before I let you get going, can I tell this quick story? Let me tell you this quick story.
Okay.
So Patrice was talking about how, and M. Mills was talking about how men have a family around the corner, right? So my wife, she had moved out of her house and she had a good friend that she worked with, right? And her friend and her friend was like, well, move in with me and my family. Where you and your family were? Imperial Courts, right? If you don't know, Imperial Courts is a world-renowned project down here in Watts, right? So my wife moved down to Imperial Courts with her, man. They stayed down there for about a year, maybe a year and a half, saving up money to get their own apartment, her and her friend, right? And so anyway, so she's living in Imperial Courts, right? And so while all this was going on, my wife's friend had an older sister, probably about 2 or 3 years older than her. And her friend used to come over her house all the time, right? They used to come to the place. So needless to say, sometimes the mother, she had like 3 different jobs. The father was kind of retired. Mother had 3 different jobs, trying to make it work, right? She was a caregiver, did this, did that for people. You know what I mean? So she was always out in the street. And so so this friend was always coming over, but nobody was never wise. Well, what ended up happening was this friend got pregnant. His friend turned up pregnant. And so one day the father came home and was like, that's my baby. I'm leaving. You know, I'm going to be with her. And the friend's like 40 years younger, right? And the guy was like, I think he was in his mid 50s, late 50s. The girl was like in her, about 40, maybe 30 years. She probably was like 21, 22. Not even that much. I think, yeah, because my wife was like 18. So, yeah, so I think they was probably about 21, 22, right? Everybody, dropped everybody. The brothers, my wife's friends' brothers, they wanted to kill the father, right? They're like, how could, you can't just leave my mother like that, right? So they wanted to get him. The dude was hiding out for a while. But I'm just saying, all this stuff was going on. Nobody was the wiser, right? Nobody knew what was going on. I would go down there and visit all the time, but I didn't see them together, right? So nobody knew what was going on. And this just happened out of nowhere. And he actually left the wife and married this girl, right? And the girl, once he got really sick, she left him. And you know that wife went back and took care of him anyway? Took that man and cared for him anyway. The whole family said, hey, you crazy. The man left you for this woman and you still gonna take him back and you gonna take care of him? She said, yep. But you know, she's old school lady, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So I'm just saying stuff like that does happen. Anyway, let's go let's go Bolo, and then let's try to start wrapping up, y'all.
Okay. Well, I didn't come up earlier. One, I've never been married. And I know in some conversations, sometimes people are not open to hearing the perspective of somebody if they are not married. What I will say is that I have been in some serious love with a man. So I know what it feels like to love someone and want that person to want the best for me and in me. So I pray that when I get married, first of all, it's his soul that is gonna, trump any part of our relationship. So whatever it is that he does in our marriage, if it goes against God, I'm going to be praying and wanting to be strong enough to help him through that. It may not make me feel good in my flesh, but his soul is what I'm marrying, not his physical being. And I'm praying for him to have patience, with me too, because I'm not going to be perfect either. So if he thinks that because I love God and I read the word every day and I listen to wise people, and, if he thinks that that doesn't mean that I'm going to be perfect, or he thinks that I'm not going to make some kind of mistake that might not intentionally hurt him, but I just may be in all of me. And that's all I can see is me. And that hurt, I'm praying, fight for me, baby. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want him to fight for me, fight for us. You know what I'm saying? Fight for my soul. Because that's what's going to be wrecked. So I don't want it to be where when I do something that he leaves. I want us to always have our boxing gloves on. And if at some point where it's like, you know what? That's it. We're going to just pray about just the separation. And I'm going to pray for some woman to love on him and do him like I either slipped up on and messed up on, but I'm going to always want the best for him. I'm going to want the best for me too, but I'm responsible for what I do, what I say, how I behave. So I want to show up as a woman of God in my marriage, but I want to be a woman of God first. So I can't say for somebody else in their relationship what needs to be the thing that ends it, because my tolerance for something may not be the same tolerance for somebody else. I seek wisdom from my elders, and I'll be honest, I sometimes look at like how little kids, oh, I got a crush on you. I want to learn from that too, because I want to keep crushing on my man too. I don't care if we married for 15 years. I want to still crush up on you. I want to blush and get butterflies when I think you're going to see, when you see me in some new outfit that, that I think I'm just a hot potato in. So I don't, I'm hesitant even saying I'm sorry for the divorce because I don't know what happened in that marriage.
Right. Yeah,
and it would be unfair for me to say, stay longer, if he's mentally and physically abusive. Not saying that he was. If she was, which I'm not saying that she was, if there was infidelity, there's some people that if you cheat on them, they can forgive you. There's some people that can't. I don't. That's a mental struggle there. So I can't decide for somebody else. For me, I just pray that I am able to be a woman of God through the totality of my marriage. But if I'm not, I still pray to be a woman of God in my exit of that marriage. So that's all I was saying.
I'm gonna tell you how you as a woman you could keep married, always keep the door open for conversation, because that's really what it is, man. People gonna feel like leaving every now and then. That's just the way it is. But the way you keep the person, this is where you, as a woman, keep yourself always can open the door at any time. I know people are going to think, oh, we talking about sex, Clarence. No, not necessarily sex. What I'm talking about is never let somebody else do most of the cooking for your husband. Never, never, never let that happen. See, that's what happened with this lady here. There were so many probably servants doing all of the things. She basically backed herself out of her job. So now the one thing that a woman could do, sex, Claire? No. Cook. You cook what this man like to eat. I'm telling you. I don't care what you did. He gonna at least sit down and talk to you about it, right? If you cook that good, telling you, I don't care what you say. I'm leaving. I ain't never coming back. Okay. If you cook that food, I guarantee you, he'll at least want to talk to you and sit down and talk. We can at least, the door is open. Now, is he gonna stay? I can't say he's gonna stay. Depending on what happened, but you got to at least be able to bring the other person to the table, right?
Ooh.
And
Wait,
so,
sorry. Go ahead. Finish.
no. Go ahead.
I was like, you just made me think of something. A series that you could do, Brother Clarence, is like, and I don't know what month to do it or whatever. Or it could be November, giving thanks or something like that. But like, do a stream where, let's say, like if it's cooking. Now I know Patrice, she can cook. She can really cook. Maybe one day you could like share recipes or something. Like, say like if it's the day of like what women can do.
Yeah.
And this may seem traditional, but like cooking, people can share recipes or talk about stories and stuff with cooking, but just like different things where on that particular stream, we're focusing on, if it's the female, then we're talking about the female, not, the guy should do. No, we ain't talking about that. Woman, learn how to cook a little bit more, cleaning. I know you talk about a whole lot with the, cellular cleanse, talk about that, like hygiene, you know what I'm saying? Like stuff that just help. Who knows? You could be as clean as you want to be and the guys still leave, but let's try to like equip women and men with as much as we can. Businesses, bring people in and talk about business, but just making individuals stronger. So some of the ways that things that maybe sometimes weigh heavy on us, that cause us to not be as present in our relationship, and maybe we can help with that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's just it for a man, the equivalent to that is another man is paying your wife's bills, right? You let another man come in and pay your wife's bills or pay her way, or whenever she needs something, there's another man that comes. She calls the pool boy to come in and rub her back or whatever like that. That's the equivalent to that. If you're attending to all of her needs, now maybe you don't attend it the way she wants you to, but at least she could think about it and say, well, maybe I should come to the table. This man does a lot for me. I should come to the table. So I'm just throwing stuff out there. It sounds cliche, but if we just take care of our business, our own business, our business will take care of us. That makes sense. What we do in righteousness will take care of us. Even if this person, we supposed to cut them loose. Because sometimes you get to a point where you can't grow with a person anymore and you got to cut them loose, right? Or God says, hey, this person can't come with you to the promised land. So you got to drop them off here. But I don't want to. God, I love Sister Annie. I love her. I love her so much. Yeah, but Sister Annie can't go with you because her feet are not planted in what I say. And I don't want you to take somebody that's going to do their own thing, right? Like Moses got cut up. Hey, I can't have you go down there. You're going to want to do your own thing down there. They go at this age, they really going to have you pulling your hair out. So I can't have you go down there, right? I want this to be a sucker-free thing, right? So sometimes God will make you cut that sucker loose, man or woman, right? All right, let's go to Brother Bolo. Brother Bolo.
Hey, what's going on?
What's
the only thing. Hey, sis, how's everything? The only thing I can say is that we got to come to the realization that everything isn't equally parsed out. Things can be fairly parsed out, but equally, it's not.
No.
And I think that a lot of these brothers are when they have the conversation, there's nothing wrong with having the conversation. The problem comes in when you start comparing men and women. That's where the issue comes. So if we're going to talk about a certain gender and compartmentalize, then let's do that. When you start comparing the two, here's where the problem is, because we have two different purposes. And this is where the conversation gets convoluted, and now we're dealing with the thought process or the opinion or the trauma of somebody trying to figure it out in real time, if that makes sense. And a lot of the times, we do that. We just do it. Well, how come she ain't getting this and how come she ain't getting that? Listen, brother, it is what it is. That's the position that the Lord put us in. You either want to take it or just be a unit. Don't put a woman. Promise yourself to the Father. The point of the matter is we have to start working on our relationship with God. Seek ye the kingdom first, and all else shall be added. And when you seek the Father truthfully, and I think that's where we need to be heavy-handed, truthful. A lot of us are not truthful with ourselves, so then how can we be truthful with God, right? If we're not willing to open up the door and say, okay, this is what it is. I got this problem with my mom. I got this problem with my dad, and I'm inadequate in this situation. How can you get healed if you don't get healed? So yeah, see, truthfully and with a broken and contrite heart, seeking a relationship with the Father. That's what I got.
I think you made a good point, because I think so many of the red pillars and some of them just men, period, man. I mean, call them red pillars, whatever, but just so many men are, kind of in that space where scorched is, where they feel like the woman did wrong for even wanting to leave the marriage. The woman did wrong. And they don't realize how they sound when they talk. The woman can hear the disturbance in your resonance when you talking, and so she feel like you're so upset with me for even thinking about leaving. If I go back with you, you're gonna punish me, right? They don't even realize how they sounding to this woman. So I'm saying that they need to just drop it. What the best thing is, get the relationship with God straight, and everything else will straighten out. But that's easy to say, Clarence, because you've been married 34 years, right? You think it's easy? The brother below me been married 20-something years, and Vaughn been married 20-something years. I've been married 34. I already know it ain't been no walk in the park every day. You know what I'm saying? I know it ain't been no walk in the park every day, because that's not, marriage is filled with a lot of challenges. And that's what people don't want to they think going into marriage it's going to be well, this is what men think. Let's do men. Men think going into a marriage it's going to be just unrestricted sex at one time, right? And it starts out that way, don't it? It starts out that way. But then a new challenge comes into the picture, maybe a baby, maybe a new job, right? And then another challenge comes, another baby. Then another challenge comes, a move, right? Another challenge comes, maybe a layoff, or you know what I'm saying? So it's always these different challenges, and you're trying to maintain a relationship that was based on not having these your initial relationship was based on no challenges, right? Just having fun. Now you in a thing where you got to try to squeeze some fun out of all these challenges, right? So that's where the thing is, where we have to learn how to be able to do that and still. And so how can we do that? What's the one thing we got? The one advantage we have over all these challenges is the love of the God, right? God has the love, right, for us. And so we can reach out and hang on to that love that he has for us, to say, that could settle us down, right? Because sometimes some of these challenges is crazy, right? Some of our kids are crazy, man. Some of these kids is crazy, right? You can raise them right. You can tell them right from wrong. You can raise them put them in a good school. You can do all this stuff. I got my oldest boy, man. He just wanted to be a gangster. If you saw him, you think he was in a motorcycle gang, got so many tattoos, right? He just wanted to be a gangster, man. He just wanted to be a gangster. No matter what I did, no matter what I do, no matter what I said to him, Yeah, these crazy gangster looking dudes coming up to my house. Hey, is your son here? Because you know, we get ready to go do something stupid. We're trying to get him to go with us. You know what I mean? I'm telling dudes, hey man, yeah, he here, but he can't go. And my son be behind me. Oh, Dad, no, you ain't going with these. Look at these characters. They are a racist policeman's wet dream. How about sending you out with them?
Wow.
They looking for trouble. Right? I said, no, sir, you're not going with these guys. Oh, Dad, come on, man. I'm almost a grown man. I said, nah, son, you can't go. If you go with them, you better stay with them. You're not coming back here. Whew. And then we find out later somebody got hurt or somebody did something crazy. But you know what I'm saying? You know, Bolo and Vaughn, when you look at these, you looking at the cat, you can see trouble written all over, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You're like, you're not going with this cat. You must be crazy.
Let me ask you a question, Brother Clarence, if you don't
Yes,
mind. My thought process is like when we have conversations with people that try to compare the accountability. What do you think? Because I have my assessment on it. Well, I want to know what your thought was on it. What do you think the issue is with them in the pushback?
Like, why do they push back when we try to tell them that, you know, it's the men and we stick to the men? I think they push back because some of them have never been held that accountable before. Like they've never been in that arena.
Mm-hmm.
So when you put them in that arena, they're like, no, you know, they feel like if you at me, then you know, then somebody else should be here too. Well, and it's like we try to, yeah, they got some accountability too, but guess who's first on the list? You first on the docket.
Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna have to go, and I think that's why they never been there. See, remember I was telling you guys about the captain? He wanted me and a couple other guys in the crew because he said, you know, I picked you guys. He said, I picked you guys because you guys have fathers, and I can go rough at you guys, and you guys don't fall apart like a card table, right? He knew he could scream at us and all this and all that. I remember I could tell you some stories about that, man, but you know what I mean? He used to dig into us, and then he'd come back like Rico. 2 minutes later, be like nothing ever happened, right? Like nothing ever happened, right? And so, you know, so because we have fathers like that, so we understood, right? Going on you, and then look at this, you know, you left a spot on the car, you were supposed to wash it, right? You wash it all over again. It's still not clean, but it's like they never gonna say it's clean, you did a good job. They're gonna bring you all the way to the precipice, but never gonna let you give it all the way up to you. So you got to constantly be trying to do better and better and better and better, right? But that's how they did it old school, right? But now you can tell us your version of the story, Bolo, but that's my version of the story is that they, you know, a lot of these guys weren't raised with dads. Mm-hmm. Or if they were raised with dad wasn't, you know, on top of everything. Or the dad just wasn't there. Or the men in their lives weren't those type of guys.
You hit it on the head. You know, speaking in general, not anything specific, speaking in general, when you look at it, you know how, you know, these same cats, they complain about the accountability of women not taking, right? Women don't take accountability to the fullest extent. They're doing the same thing. When you look at the brass tacks of it, you're doing the same thing, right? So let's use Scorched as an example.
Okay.
Sorry, Scorched. He said he knew he messed up from the jump. He knew he messed up. Why? From the jump, I shouldn't have had women bring us together. But see, those same women, you know, they were supposed to, you know, let me know what was going on, or, you know, have these conversations. So they went into it not genuinely. Okay. But it started with you.
Scam.
Everything that transpired down was because of you. It spiraled out of control because of you. Nah, I'm not gonna have no woman officiate over my wedding, over my marriage. Nah, I'm not doing that. No, you didn't take that stance. You
Yeah.
took the stance of, it is what it is. Let's deal with it.
I mean,
So-
let's be real, Bolo. You know what probably happened? He was like, "Girl, this girl fine. This girl
What
is
I-
good.
But what I'm saying is, I
I
get
don't care if a roach is doing the ceremony.
I get it.
Do it."
But then don't pass out the accountability and say, well, they no, it started with you. You're the root to that tree. You were the root.
Agreed.
And this is the problem. None of us, and this goes both ways, right? Both for the men and women. No one looks at the catalyst of how this situation progressed. No one looks at it. They just look at where we're at right now. I get it. We're here. How did we get here? Because if it's my fault, damn, I should have been able to lead us out of this a long time ago. How the hell did we get here? I need to figure that out. You know, and it's hard to look in the mirror and say it's me, because now you got some soul searching to do. This is why it's so important between the why and the what. A lot of us are stuck on the why. But why is it that the Lord does this? And why is it that we get more accountability? And why is it that blah, 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 why? Well, the Lord made you the head. That's why you have more accountability and more responsibility. No one is focused on the what. What is it that the Lord wants me to know about myself? What is it that he wants me to know about him? And what is the lesson that he needs me to learn in this moment? We're all stuck on the why. And that moment passes us. And then we have to go through the same thing over again to hopefully get it that moment. And sometimes we have so much trauma coming in from behind, we're unable to focus on what we need to focus on. You know, this life, man, is hard. It's not easy. But the last thing I want to end with is when Christ said, you know, take this cup from me, and he prayed to the Lord, there was a reason why he was showing that. And when that angel of the Lord ministered unto him, what did Christ gain at that specific moment? What did he do in that moment? He accepted. There's only one person that can do this, and that's me. So let's handle what we need to handle and deal what we need to deal. We all come to that daily as human beings, all of us. But there's only one person that can do what Anae does. It's Anae. There's only one person that can do what OG does. That's OG. Von Bryant, Von B, and Bro C's Bro C. No one else can do what you do. Accept that. Accept it. Once you accept that and accept the role that you play, now you can see things clearly. Doesn't mean it's going to all be good. Doesn't mean it's going to all be bad. The issue is now you're seeing clearly. You're not seeing linearly. You're seeing panoramically.
You know what I was going to do? I was going to read 1 Corinthians 7. But I think I'm going to save that for another day, y'all. I'm going to save that for another day because Sister Annie is on the panel and she may just go bananas on me. So I don't want that to happen.
I didn't want to say nothing, but then you try to speak scripty.
All right, y'all. Hey, you know, we had a good time talking about this issue, and it's a serious issue. And thank God, man, you know, we all have experience with love. We all had experience. Maybe not all of us have been married for a long, long, long time, but we all had, you know, some of us experience with marriage, some of us experience with long-term relationships. Some of us have, we've all had experience with love, and we all, at this age, you've gotten your heart broken by now, right? So you know how hard it is to give a person another chance after they have pretty much destroyed the trust that they had with you, right? They thought this situation was one way, but it's the other way, right? So it's tough to bring somebody back in and say, let's try this all over again. That's tough because we all have a certain level of self, wanting to protect ourselves, right? And we don't want to put ourselves in a situation like that all over again. and then we don't even trust. Then it comes to the point where sometimes when you get in a marriage and the marriage don't go right, you don't trust yourself. Like I don't trust my judgment anymore with men. I don't trust my judgment anymore with women, right? And so I just say, screw it. I'm gonna just be with anybody, and that's a bad alternative anyway. So y'all, can we think of some things that we can use, or some things, strategies to try to stay on top of the relationship so it doesn't even get to the point of divorce? Because the point of divorce is at the point where typically one person, but I would say typically, now people say this all the time and there's no proof of this, but they say women file for more divorces. There is no documentation nowhere that says that. I believe that. Don't get me wrong. I believe that most of the time it's the women, but I can't prove it. There's no proof. There's no number out there that can prove it. People are using a survey that they, I think they surveyed 200 people or something like that, and they saying based on that survey, that's the whole enchilada, right? To
I
me,
I I believe it's true. I believe women file more than men.
yeah, I believe it, Patrice, but you
Yeah.
can't prove it. There's no
Right,
number.
right, right,
There's no way
right.
that somebody
It's
keeps
true.
track of that number.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if they go by some divorce statistic
There
numbers,
is none.
the divorce census as to who filed, because it's a way to find out because it's in the courts as to who's the person that filed. So
But I
it's a
mean,
way they probably can do the
yeah, but
numbers, kind of get the percentages or
it's
whatever.
a
But
lot, that would be a lot of work for somebody to find that number. It's not like it's right there, right? You
yeah,
can't.
that's
They don't,
true.
they don't keep
Because
track of.
you would have to go by states, and then just say if you went back at least the last 20 to 25 years, just say that, right? Like who filed the most in the last 20 to 25 years in the state of Illinois or in the state of wherever,
Right.
it's a way that you can find out some
That would
numbers.
cost
But
an enormous amount of money. That
oh
would
yeah,
cost an enormous
but they
amount.
got people that work those type of census that do those type of things. These are the
Yeah,
same
yeah.
that do the divorce ratings and things of that nature, and what are the main top 5 reasons people divorce. It's usually your infidelity, the finances or something.
Top reason
Those
why
are like
people
some
get
of the top
divorced
5 reasons why,
money.
right? There's people that do those statistics, right? But some of the things that I think that can be done is I think we tend to forget how we got that person.
Great.
If
Okay.
you can remember to continue to do the same thing you did to get them to keep them, I think that's a start. And I ain't saying you got to do everything right, but I think like I know in my marriage, like me and my husband, we dated. We went on a main date once a month. I was so excited about the date because that was just our date time, our time, whether we went to a movie, whether we went to dinner, whether we went to the park, whether we went to eat ice cream. It didn't even matter how small or significant it was, right? It just as long as we did it. We did that. I was excited about date night. I think another thing is we stopped talking to each other. We stopped communicating. I think that's a main factor. We get complacent, like things like work, stress, children, all these, fireballs are coming at us. We get caught up in the world in different things and we stop. And then when you feel in a way about something, you don't even talk to your spouse about it. You just keep it in internally. And it could be something, you know, that start off small but then grows into something very significant and very big, right? That can be I think especially when it comes to Black men and communicating effectively with women. And I think it comes with Black women is listening, like mastering the craft of really listening to what a man is saying to you, because you all are more logical thinkers, we're more emotional thinkers, right? So if you say to me as my husband, um, I don't really want to go. I'll take it as you saying, okay, you say you don't really want to go, but we going. When in honesty, you don't want to go at all. You know what I mean? So
Right.
so women have to learn the science of really understanding what a man is saying to them, because they're not going to always be as blunt as we may be, or as emotional as we may be. So there's a communication gap going on with men and women. Um, and some of the other things is, I think that if you start to see the problem uh, happening, grasp at it head on before it gets bigger. And that may be counseling, that may be, whatever that looks like for you guys to do as a couple, right? Uh, to get to the bottom of the situation before it festers into something bigger. I think we tend to lapse and become very lazy or lackadaisy or complacent. Um, I don't believe in keeping a lot of people in your business in your marriage. I'm not saying don't talk to people about certain things, because sometimes it's good to get a perspective, but you got to know the right people to trust with that. You can't just talk and tell it to anybody. If you got somebody you can trust, somebody's going to give you the real deal and give you straight up no chaser opinion, or advice or counsel, it's cool to do that, right? But not just anybody. Having a conversation. Women tend to be on the phone gossiping all the time, saying things about their man and their husband that they shouldn't be telling to their girlfriends. They do. And, or a man could do it while he out at a bar having a drink. She done pissed him off. We tend to sometimes do that too much instead of going to the right people that we need to go to for the right advice and the good advice. I think that we lack that. I think we lack of really knowing what God meant for the institution of marriage to be, because we put all the other shit, excuse my French, in front of what the word says. We put money in front. We put, jobs in front. We put travel in front. We put children in front. Like we've missed the nucleus of what God's words say the institution of marriage is, right? We get caught up in that. That is one of the main things, right? And stop thinking you can change a person by marrying them. Because if they are this type of person and you don't like this, but you marry them thinking, well, maybe, they might change 2, 3, 5 years down the line when they get old, and they may not. We tend to think that that's the answer, especially women, to keep a man, get pregnant by a man, think it's going to keep them there. Things like that. Have to stop doing that and start focusing on what the nucleus really is. My most harmonious times of closeness in my marriage, when I was married to my husband, is when we were both on one accord with God and praying together and going to counseling, seek counseling prior to us getting married and things of that nature. That was the harmonious time in my marriage when I think about it now. And you don't want to have those type of regrets when it's too late and that person is ready to go or gone, because a woman checks out emotionally first. And she checks out emotionally, you in trouble. It's going to be hard to get her back.
Yes, ma'am.
She'll still be in that house doing things, going, taking the kids, but she have literally checked out this marriage. And the man don't know it, because she's still cooking, cleaning, still doing her wifely do, but she has emotionally checked out. Men don't pick up on that.
They don't.
So it's a lot of things that we need to do better in when it comes to understanding the science and the institution of what marriage is. And I'm gonna close with this, tell this other story, because we were talking about the Judge Mathis situation. And we went by, I told stories about things we heard about. And the reason why I said it's not always good to have people in your marriage. I don't know if y'all heard the Shania Twain story, the country singer Shania Twain.
No.
She was married to her husband, who was her manager.
Oh, okay.
And her best friend was her assistant. Her husband started cheating with her best friend, who was her assistant.
Oh man.
And the assistant was married.
Oh man.
You know what ended up happening?
What?
Shania Twain's husband left her for the best friend, married the best friend, and now Shania Twain is married to the best friend's husband.
What?
So they both married to each other's spouses.
Okay.
I don't know if y'all know, like that was so deep to me. So when you tell, like I believe she told some of the intimate things to her best friend, right? And then after the husband left and went to the best friend, I believe that her and the best friend's husband end up trauma bonding behind them being left by their spouses. And now they both married to each other. So Shania Twain's ex-husband married her best friend, and Shania married her best friend's ex-husband. And I will leave with that.
Thanks. I think. All right, y'all. Let's start wrapping up, because one of us. I think, how many long truckers I got? I got 1, 2.
Well, I'm gonna go now because I've got to leave in a few, if that's okay, Brother Clarence.
I'm gonna count Vaughn as a long stroker too. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Is that okay? Okay, that's fine. I'll take whatever you dish out, brother. But Patrice made a lot of excellent points about
definitely.
Relationships, how we can steer far from divorce, communication. Definitely, that's the strongest part of it, because we're not mind readers of each other. I was making a comment earlier and I was a little bit cut off, but that's okay because I know that happens in conversation. But I was making the point, what has helped me in my relationship, in my marriage, to have longevity. And that communication is definitely a major part of it. Like I say, my wife can walk around mean mugging and don't say anything really. But if I'm not paying attention that she's mean mugging, then I don't know if something wrong. You see what I'm saying? Because an individual's action speaks louder than any words that they could utter, right? So when I noticed that, I said, well, honey, what's wrong? What's the matter? And she said, oh, nothing. But yet your demeanor depicts that as something wrong. Do you see what I'm saying? So me being who I am, I'm going to have to dig a little deeper and until we get to the meat of what it is. If I have to pull it out of you, I'll pull it out of you. However God gives me to do it, but I want to get to the root of that problem. You see? And so with much conversation, maybe I'll find out that, well, this happened at work, or, I'm just not having I'm having a bad day today, or I'm feeling a little pressed. Do you see what I'm saying? Now that opens up the door for me to have conversation now. Well, what are you pressed about? What's going on? Is it something I did? Is it something I could change? Do you see what I'm saying? We have to pay attention to each other. You just can't wait to have a person say to you that, well, I'm having a problem in this particular area. Sometimes you have to watch their demeanor. Marriage is not that complicated, but at the same time, paying attention is definitely involved in it.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because if my wife is walking around looking unhappy, I need to know what is the source of that. Perhaps I said something earlier out of line, or with the wrong tone, or maybe somebody said something to her in the marketplace. I don't know what it is because I'm not a mind reader. So we have to understand that communication is a big part in the development, in the longevity of marriage and relationship. You know what I'm saying? Trust is another big thing. If I don't trust you, I don't know how I can lay down with you.
Mm.
So I think trust was one that was left out. But trust is another issue. If we're having trust issues, we need to bring that to the forefront.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? I just can't secretly distrust you. That's not good development of the relationship. Well, I don't trust you, but I'm going to keep it to myself. You see? And that ties in with communicating. You see? So yeah, so many different facets of marriage. Unfortunately, listen, I don't like to see anybody's marriage dissolve. I don't like to see people getting divorced.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It does something to me. It breaks me up on the inside, especially when you had such longevity, in your marriage, and then you get to this particular place. Like I said earlier, marriage is like, divorce is like a death. You see what I'm saying? There's a lot of grieving that's involved during divorce. Some people contemplate taking their lives because of divorce. Some people feel that there's no way to carry on and go forward because of divorce. So if we can get in a place to where we avoid that, that would be a good thing, And one other thing, and I'm going to close with this, and OG Patrice, made it very, very plain. Keep everybody out of your business. That goes for family members. She talked about the girlfriend talking to the girlfriend, but watch your family as well, because they like to get your business too. And some marriages have broken up exactly because of that reason, because of the involvement of other family members. The Bible said, now listen, you're going to leave your mother and your father, and you're going to cleave to your wife. And that goes both ways. You see what I'm saying? Wife got to leave her family too and cleave to her husband. So we're getting a lot of interference. All this interference that we're allowing to come in our relationships is one major cause of the demise of it. So with that being said, man, I appreciate this conversation, Brother Clarence. Everybody on the panel with today was excellent. There was some back and forth now, but I get it. I have to go back and listen to it. I think I came in on the tip end of that. But excellent job, everybody. Thank you for having me, Brother Clarence. Peace and blessings to everyone.
Shalom, brother. This it wouldn't even be right without you here. We appreciate you, Brother
Right,
Vaughn.
Brother Vaughn.
Okay, Brother Vaughn, I'm gonna pull you down. Okay, one long stroke of gun. Let's go, Sister Jenny. Let's go, Jenny. Let's get the short strokers out the way.
No, I'm about to dip set.
Oh, okay. Well, let me let
thank you for having me. It's an honor to have Sister Nano G up here with us, Vaughn. I'm a holla. I'm gonna complain to you later, Brother Clarence. You guys have a blessed night. Love you all, man.
All right, love you too.
Love you, brother. Take care, man. Take care.
Love you too, Brother Bolo. Good night.
All right. Love you too, Vaughn. All right. So that's Vaughn and Bolo. Okay, let's go, Sister Annie.
Okay.
And then real long stroker.
I'm not gonna long stroke, okay?
I think what we definitely have to remember is that before we're in a marriage with our spouse, we're in a covenant with God. And there's so much guidance in the word and who we're supposed to show up and be in a marriage. But what I would say is we need to be aware of ourselves. Like there's some things, like my eyebrows are so disrespectful, y'all. Sometimes it's not even funny. So I have to be mindful of that when I'm having certain conversations. So I can't, in knowing that about me, not be aware that the presentation of that serious arch can build more confrontation in the conversation. So I might have to say, wait, give me a second. So just kind of understanding the space that I need so that I can hear him better. I would want to work on. So like just being aware of who you are, what things kind of trigger you to behave and, may make your tone go up a little bit more in conversations. I think that, and I'm kind of hesitant in bringing anything up about Scorch, but there was something that just in that communication that y'all had that stuck out to me, and it was in one part. I think he said something about like, he's bringing this point up for other men, like what he hears from other men. But it's like you're advocating for other men while you're drowning in you. So let's not worry about like what other people are going through when we're going through the thing ourselves. Because if 10 other men are experiencing the same thing that you are, or they're experiencing certain things with their woman, it can't be the assumption that that has to be what you're experiencing while your woman is doing the thing that she's doing. You know your wife, you'll know your husband. You got to deal with the person in front of you. You know what I'm saying? Like, somebody may see some behavior in me and say, oh, that means that she's thinking this or that she's done this. But my husband knows me better than that. So he knows that's not why I'm doing that. So you can't talk to me the same way another man would talk to his woman, because that's not me. And we keep wanting to, I think, handle everybody in the same way, and we just can't. And my husband is going to be one of the people in my life that I will try to make sure that I am focused in on. This is him. This is his mannerisms. Like you, Brother Clarence, and Vaughn and Bolo, y'all are on these panels. Oh my gosh, I'm so thankful for how much you care about me and OG Patrice and Risa. I'm thankful. I'm humbled. I appreciate it. But I thank your wife every time I think about how much I'm thankful for you.
Amen to that.
She allows you to be able to be that for us. So I'm thankful. You tell her thank you when you go home tonight. I'm thankful for that. But somebody else might see this. Oh, this is not appropriate for you to be caring so much about, 3 other women that's not your wife. But your wife knows you.
She knows
and
me.
She knows where your heart is. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And she knows how you care. And it's an innocent thing. It's nothing ever disrespectful said or anything like that. So we got to treat who we're in a relationship with that person. Give them the benefit of the doubt. Don't treat them like they're the statistic that you marry. So that's what I would say. Just being aware of you. And probably the last thing I would say is be teachable.
That's a good point.
Regardless of how old or young or experienced or inexperienced you are, you can always be taught something. And I don't ever want to intentionally make a person I'm in a relationship with feel bad for what they don't know. I wouldn't, and I don't want to get all graphic or anything, but like, I hear a lot where people talk about like, even like in intimacy, there's going to be some stuff I don't know. Teach me, so just be teachable.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
That is very good advice. That is very good advice. That is very good advice. And if we were all more teachable, we would be able to learn how to communicate better with each other. Because when I tell people, like, I agree with Patrice was talking about communication earlier, but the real thing is honest communication. Honest communication, because somebody can communicate to you, but they can be lying the whole time. We need honest communication. Honest communication. So, if you don't like something, you tell me, right? Because, we all grown. Are we all grown, y'all?
A little
Well,
bit, just a little bit, a little
we all
bit.
know. Hey,
Mhm.
how many times have you had this happen where somebody you really care about is doing some type of sexual thing with you and you really ain't feeling it,
Mhm.
but you letting them do it, right? And you like, and finally they say, it seems like you don't really care for this. Well, what was it? And the person say, well, why did you let me do it? I've been that person. Why did you let me do that all the time? Well, I thought you liked to do it, so I was just letting you do that. But I really don't care. You really don't have to do all that. Let's get right to the chase, right? Like, okay, all right.
A lot of that's been a lot of times in relationships and marriages that you do something or allow something to be done to you because that other person likes to do it or whatever. That's
Or you
been both
thought they
ways,
did,
and
Patrice,
yeah,
or you thought this person really, you don't want to hurt their
like
feelings because they go
uh-huh,
through all this effort to do this,
right,
and
yeah.
but you know what? Hey, this is the cake. Let's get to the main course. You know what I'm saying? We don't need this. We can get to the main course. You know what I mean? And so, we both been each both person, right? So that's my thing is in an honest conversation, you could save a lot of time and energy and effort by just saying, hey, look, man, I would prefer this. I would prefer that.
Right. And I would hope that you wouldn't be with somebody as long as Judge Mathis and his wife were together and not know them and not know when they not being honest, communicating with you. You know what I mean? I think that their marriage and now divorce is definitely lessons learned for us all, but we have to look at the longevity that they did have together and the things that they did accomplish together, the children they raised, and
But
the
see,
success in their careers that they've had, right? We know that, you
right.
know, all marriages is not going to last forever in reality, but they're from the old school and they 39 years in. Can we say that about this generation now? Can we look back and say that this generation 39 years from now can gonna be in on a 39-year marriage working on 40 years? You know what I mean?
But also we learning that it doesn't matter how much money you got, right? It doesn't matter how much the world thinks of you. It matters what this person that you're sleeping next to thinks of you. That's all that matters. And what you and how you feel God is looking at you, the impression you're giving to God. That's all that matters. Because this man been married 39 years. I got 34. I'm running up there. I'm getting close. But 39 years. But that just go to show you, nothing is a lock. Nothing out here is a lock. The only lock we got is to God. And
I
so we
agree.
got to stick to that.
That's why I said, this should be a lesson learned. But I think the younger generation can get something from this. That this is a couple that had 39 years in, that raised children, that had wonderful careers and lives and whatever. And everything wasn't perfect, yeah, but they hung in there for the long haul until she just didn't want to hang anymore.
Well, I'm gonna go into some things when I do my long stroking. I'm gonna go into things where I feel like she
Yeah, no,
could.
that's all I wanted to say. I'm pretty much done. Pretty much said all I had to say. What I will say is I'm not surprised by
Me either.
this at all. Like nothing surprised me. You got couples that get married thinking they're in for the long haul. 5, 6 months in, and they realize they don't want to be married to each other, and then they get an annulment. That just happened to somebody I know recently. So yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised in this day and age.
I'm not
What
surprised it happened.
what
I was
happened?
surprised
People
it
wake up. People wake up and realize they really don't love that person or not in love with that person. They was in love with the idea of the person, or they thought this or that or the other, and then they were like, "Oh, I can't see myself with this person 20 years, 10 years, not even 5 years." You know what I mean? So it's lots of reasons why people are waking up, and it's easy for them to walk away. I think it's easier now for the younger generation to walk away when you're looking at things like reality TV
Yeah.
and music and what all is affecting the younger generation now. It's no wonder that they're not staying married or walking away, or there's consistent cheating and things of that nature in their relationships and marriage. They can't even stay faithful in the relationship, let alone the marriage. I mean, prime example of that is Offset. He cheated in the relationship prior to the marriage. I don't know why Cardi B thought marrying him was going to make a difference, and having two, now she's pregnant again with the third child, and she's filing for divorce. So
God wasn't in the marriage. See, they think they married this dude. God is gonna, like a big hand is gonna come out of the clouds and fix this guy, right? Because he married it. He married me. So some hand is gonna come out of the sky. This imaginary hand is gonna come out of the sky.
But they think they different. That's all. The women think they different. They think they the one that's gonna change them. The one that's gonna.
Exactly.
But see, look at his track record prior to him even meeting and getting with Cardi. Look at the track record of the different baby mamas and the habitual cheating and the habitual. He had that before her. So she gets with him and thinking, I'm gonna be the one. I'm gonna be the one to change him. I'm gonna be the one. He gonna stop that line. He gonna stop that cheating. He gonna stop that. And he did it all while they were married, pretty much.
I got the men do the same thing. I got the magic stick. I'm gonna change her. See, with this magic stick, I'm gonna change her forever. And it never works out that way. Why? Because God was not involved in it. The person, you didn't check and see if you was equally yoked on virtue, spirituality, and none of that stuff. But I digress, ladies. I'm going to say anything else between the both of you.
No,
I'm good, brother. This was a good conversation. I wish Judge Mathis and his soon-to-be ex-wife, I wish them all the best and continue happiness in their life, whether they, find it within themselves or with other people. And that's what you have to do. You have to find it within yourself first before you can even get with somebody else and thinking that you're gonna find happiness in someone else.
Good point. Good point. All right, ladies, I'm gonna bring you down. Love you both. Take
All right,
care.
love you too. All right, love you, Sister
Can I say
Annie.
one more thing before I leave?
The chat is hands on.
Okay.
If Patrice
I
would
just
be
thought
quiet
about.
long enough for you to say something else,
All right,
can say something.
I was just thinking about, because what I was going to say when I was going to, just jump off was, I thank God for y'all in this friendship. And it made me think about, in relationships, it's good to see who people's friends are. Like, who they gonna go to with counsel? Like, for counsel. Like, do they have reckless friends where it's like, something going, that friend gonna be like, yeah, go to the club, girl, just dance it off or something.
or have a drink, or get drunk. Go get drunk.
Yeah, you may want to pay attention to the people that you're.
Hey, that's why I said be careful who you confide in and get advice from, to get counsel from. Yes, absolutely. I know that I could go to Anae if I want to talk to a woman situation, or I know I could go to my brothers about something, and they not gonna give me no crazy wrong advice about something. So that's why I said you have to know who you can trust and to having those type of conversations with and confide in.
Okay, y'all. All right, great job, y'all. Great job.
All right, love y'all. Go ahead and close out, brother, and don't long stroke too much. And don't have me have to come back up here, because I will.
Crazy girl.
I will. I will come back up here, and always remember, I do hear you. Okay, I hear you.
All right, bye, y'all.
All right, love y'all.
All right, love you, girl. All right, see you later. That was Sister Annie and Patrice, affectionately known as Crazy Girl. All right, man, y'all, I gotta put my avatar up because it's dark in my room, and I gotta walk way across the room to turn the light on. So I'm just gonna leave it like this, man. All right, y'all. We talked about divorce today, man. We talked about a real serious issue. I hope we was able to kind of, put a little light on it. Man, divorce is hard, man. It's a really tough situation. Any kind of breakup is hard when you've been around for a couple of years, but I mean, divorce, man, a lot of times you got property, you own property with this person, and you got children with the person, man, and you got to work that out, and you got to work out a lot of stuff. And unfortunately, most people in a divorce, if they could keep the pain to themselves, they would just keep it to themselves, man. But unfortunately, in a divorce, man, it falls on the kids as well. Even if they're grown kids, man. Because a lot of times the kids don't understand. I thought you guys loved each other. What happened, right? They don't understand that the marriages are dynamic, man. And if you don't keep on top of your spouse, especially us as men, we're supposed to be the guiding light, the voice of God in the relationship. Oh, Clarence, you don't put all that pressure on me, Clarence. Don't put all that pressure on me. I'm not putting that pressure on you. You put that pressure on yourself when you signed all those documents and you made your vows to this woman and to God. You put that pressure on yourself by saying, I'm going to eliminate any other woman from being a sexual target for me and being an emotional target for me. I'm going to remove all these women. I'm just going to have you be that target. Well, that's easy to say until, Mr. Farrakhan said, when you start having a big influence on people, he said that your enemies will raise a kid up for you. They will raise one up for you. What you mean they raise one up for you, Clan? I mean, they will find a woman. They find out what you like. Oh, you like light skin? You like long hair? You like green eye? Whatever kind of craziness whatever you like, right? You like one leg longer than the other one? They will raise from a little girl, they'll raise her up. They'll teach her how to act just like you like them to act. And then they'll send it to you. I mean, temptation is all around all of us, man. Temptation around all of us. And a lot of us be saying, hey, these preachers, man, they shouldn't be, man. The kind of pressure is on a the kind of pressure, the kind of temptation. You think you talking about temptation like, oh, you got a girl you work with and you want to talk to her. That ain't no pressure. That ain't no pressure. Pressure, you got a syndicated television show. You got women of all ages coming at you with everything. Greg, I don't care if you got a wife. Shit, move. I'll tell her, just scoot over. There's room for all of us in this bed. Or not. You can just come to my place and hit it. Right? That you guys out here talking about Greg shouldn't be. You don't have no idea of the pressure. Same thing with his wife. Greg Mathis out of town, maybe 18 days out of the month, shooting shows, doing different events, right? Wife is sitting there going to the beauty shop, going everything. She see the pool boy. She see these young men. Greg Mathis got a little limp. She see these young men, they got to hop in their step. They said, wow, Miss Mathis, you sure looking good today. Wow, I'd never seen you this dress. Right? Wow, you looking great. Right? Y'all don't know what pressure is. Y'all think y'all know what pressure is. Y'all don't know what pressure is. Imagine you a syndicated author, a syndicated television host. You making millions of dollars a year. You can have literally anything you can think of, you could have it. And the women that's around you know it. Y'all don't know what pressure is. Y'all don't know what pressure is. That's why the only thing we can do is hope for the best. Like Patrice said, we hope for the best for these people, right? Because we don't know what happened. Greg Mathis probably might have, I would assume he did get caught up in some stuff. You making millions of dollars a year and women around you, man. Listen, let me tell you something. When you make $1 million a year, man, those women that work in trailer parks, you ain't getting that kind of woman. You get the kind of woman that hit the gym 6 days a week, fast twice a week. Every dress they got is an eye popper. Those are the kind of women that come up to you when you're making 25 mil. You don't get nobody that's just running off of down here off of Figueroa. You don't get those kind of women. You get women that's graduated from Morehouse, all these different Georgetown, all these different universities. They smart, they're intelligent, they look good, and they cunning. They're cunning. You ain't getting no women that they ain't got no brains. The only thing is they're ruthless. They're ruthless. They don't have no boundaries of what they willing to do, what was willing to keep them from what they want. If they want a man like Greg Mathis, they're going to go all out. Breasts is out, butt all out, legs out. I mean, everything out there. Nice weave, whatever they think the man like, they're going to have it. Smelling good, right? They know his wife is out of town or his wife ain't with him. This is how they did it in the 50s and the 60s. They just did it straight out. They just did it straight out. They was at least able to give him a job. Now, of course, the women are more intelligent, women more on point with it. Your wife ain't gonna let you hire no nice young assistant. Barely out the package. She ain't gonna let you do that. So now your people gotta hide this person and bring them along and move them around for you. It's easy for divorces to happen. Why? Because there's so much temptation now. It's so much false sense of security that a lot of women have false sense of security. I believe a lot of women are leaving in relationships too. Don't get me wrong, y'all. We don't find a way to prove it because there is no state that keeps records on who by gender is filing for divorce. I believe, like Patricia said, you can get that information, but who would pay for it? Why would they do it? There's no way that somebody would get that information, be able to make money off of it. So ain't nobody gonna do it until somebody can make some money off of it. So in the meantime, we just gotta hypothecate and say, hey, okay, probably it's women filing for more divorces. But why are women filing for more divorces? Because they don't see staying with a man or even trying to work it out as an option. Don't want to work it out. That's the problem that we have today. Before, at least in the old days, one would try to work it out, right? Try to work it out, try to go to counseling, try to go to Big Mama and them, somebody to try to work this thing out. Now you don't go to nobody. What? You cheated on me? I'm gone. What? You spent all the money? I'm gone. Now, I will say this. You should never take abuse. So these comments that we made today are outside of a woman being abused, a man being abused, or being misused or mishandled. Because if you're being mishandled and abused, no. There's no expectation of a woman sitting there getting abused or a man sitting there getting abused for 30, 40 years, right? Nobody should be able to do that. We gotta look at our family and look at our women and look at ourselves as men. We gotta look at ourselves as, what can we do? What can we do to patch this thing up? Now, if you don't want to patch it up, hey, make your move, right? Make your move. But if you do want to patch things up, if you want to have things work out right, your marriage is hitting the rocks, right? First person you got to look at is the man in the mirror, right? You got to look at the man in the mirror. I say to yourself, what can I do? What have I done? What can I do? What have I done? How can I make this thing better? How can I make life better for not only you, but for myself, for my children? Because like I tell you, a lot of times we got people involved in this situation. That's you got your children involved. I know, Clarence, but I met this girl here. She looks so good. I met this girl that I work with. She looks so good, Clarence. You don't understand. I said, man, I understand. I remember I was working with a dude, man. He said, Clarence, man, you don't understand. He went from working in the field with me to working in the office. And I said, bruh, be careful down there. Now you're on the floor with 300 people, 260 of them are women. He said, I know. He said, Clarence, man, they invite me to breakfast. They invite me to dinner. They invite me to lunch. He said they married, not married, separated, whatever, right? I said, man, I'm going to tell you something. I said, brother, his name was Demenzo. I said, brother, you're going to get caught. You're going to get yourself caught up. I said, you better just leave them girls alone, do your job, and get the hell out of there as fast as you can. I meant like, get another gig, right? I said, get transferred to something else or get a promotion into something else. He lasted 5 years down there and gone. Because just so much temptation. So much temptation. But let me get to what I really want to talk about, which is solutions to how you can steer your marriage away from divorce. One of the number one ways you can steer your marriage away from divorce is with honest communication. You got to have honest communication, right? Honest communication. I told my wife this morning, I said, I told her, my wife likes to have the fans blowing in the house, right? She likes fans when she sleeps and stuff. And so I told her, I said, hey, she was up and taking my granddaughter to school. I said, both of them were up and out of there. So I said, hey, turn that air off, turn that fan off. Cause I don't need it now. I don't need it when you guys are gone. There's not that many people in the room anymore. It's gone, right? And so my wife was like, nah, I'm gonna leave it on. And I was like, what? I just told you to turn it off. She said, but see, it gets too hot in here. Yeah, but you ain't gonna even be in here. I like it hot. You ain't gonna be in here. So she said, no, I'm just gonna leave it on. So she left it on, right? I was hot. I was mad. I told her, okay, I was mad. So she knew I was mad when I left. I said, all right, I'll see you later, right? So she knew, she could tell I was mad, right? So she called me later and said, hey, what's wrong with you? Why are you mad? She knew I was mad, but she called me, you know how y'all do as women. Y'all act like y'all brand new. What happened? Why are you mad? Right? So she knew I was mad. So she called me and said, hey, what's going on? Why are you mad? And I said, I ain't like when I told you to turn the fan off. You didn't just turn it off. I shouldn't have to explain to you over and over if I want something to have it done. You should just do it. Now, sometimes she do. This is the thing I don't like. Is sometimes she's pretty consistent, and sometimes she's not. So I'm like, man, damn. So I told her, I said, look, we can't have, we're not gonna get anywhere with, you doing that. We're not gonna get nowhere if you gotta take 10 minutes to explain to me something that you asked me to do. We're not gonna get nowhere. You know how we gonna get somewhere? Is if I listen to you and I just do it. Because that's what I try to do with her. I don't have her to try to, she got to explain to me why and all that. I don't need to understand. My wife is one of the kind of people that I need to understand what you're talking about. No, I told her today, I said, you don't need to understand what I'm talking about. Not every time. Sometimes you just got to be like, hey, that's what he said. That's what we're gonna do. Sometimes she do. I say most of the time. But sometimes, man, she get this little defiance in her, right? And I got to straighten that out. And we can't do that, because if we continue to do that, that's going to be anarchy. You can have anarchy in your house. So no. We can't do that. So I said, I love you. I said, sweetheart, I love you. But this has to be corrected. So you got to correct it. She said, okay, all right. I like that. See, I didn't have to go into the long thing, and I didn't have to browbeat her. You're just a bad person. You didn't do that. I didn't have to browbeat her. I had to explain to the situation that it makes me nervous to have to be around people that if I say move this way, right? One time I was at Legoland. I was at Legoland, right? And we were in line to get food. Buying kids burgers and stuff, man. Probably about, I think my oldest boy was probably around 8 or 9 years old. So this is probably like 20 years ago, right? So we down here in San Diego in Legoland, right? And so I was in line. Me and my family was in line, right? And so the very next person behind us, it was some biker dude and his girlfriend, right? And so the biker dude kept looking at me kind of funny. And I was like, I'm looking at him at the corner of my eye. I got the kids running around my legs and everything. Because it was me, my 3 sons, and one of my baby boy's friend. He had came with us. And so I said, he was staying in a hotel with my boys. We had the suite. Anyway, so I said, I'm looking at the dude out the corner of his eye, and then I started listening to what he was saying to his girl. I could tell he had a bad spirit, right? And so I could hear him. He started telling his girl, "That dude cut us. He cut us." And the girl kept telling him, "No, he didn't. He was here when we got here. He was here when we got here. What are you talking about?" So I told, and he said, "Nah." He said, and he's telling the girl, "Nah, I'm finna go jam him up. Nah, I'm finna go get him, because that ain't right. I know he wasn't here." Clearly the dude was, I guess, a little inebriated or whatever, right? So because I had been there before, I was there, and the girl saw me there. So anyway, she's trying to tell him, no, he was there. Just, I don't know what you're talking about. I could hear her saying that, but my family wasn't paying no attention to that. So what I told my wife was, I said, take the boys and go over there and go take them over there, and she did it. She just left, right? Because why? I can't fight when I got to put one hand over this child and one hand over this child. How can I fight properly, right? I can't. That's why the Nation of Islam, they tell us, you don't push no basket in the store. You let the woman push the basket. Why? Because if you got to get into a scrap, you need your hands free. You let her hold the babies. You don't hold no babies. Not in public. You know what I'm saying? Not in a public situation. You at home, yeah, you hold your babies, walk around or whatever. He said, but in the public, you got to have your hands free so you can work on somebody. Somebody try to do something to your family, you can work on them. That's what we was taught. So anyway, shout out to Captain Shaheed. So anyway, I'm telling her, hey, so my wife went over there, right? So I was waiting. I could see dude inching closer and closer, right? He was pushing the girl closer and closer. And then they finally got to me so I could order my food, because we was in a line, right? So it got to me, I could order my food. And I ordered my food. So I thought, okay, as soon as I'm thinking to myself, so as soon as the dude make a move towards me, I'm gonna send him to Sandman, right? So I was waiting. I was younger, bigger. You know what I'm saying? I was stronger. I was faster back then, right? So I was like, okay, as soon as he take that step, bow, right? So anyway, he came, and so I ordered my food, and I was standing off to the side, fully expecting him to come over there and try to start some mess with me. He didn't never do it. I don't know if the girl said something to him, or my aura said something to him, or God spoke to him in his head. He ain't the one. You don't want to do that. You're going to get a surprise. You might end up in the hospital. So I don't know what happened, but the point is, she listened to me and she took the kids away, so it was a safer environment for me. Now I had room to work, right? You can't protect what you can't control. Listen, you cannot protect who you can't control. If you tell a kid don't run in the street and the kid don't listen to you, you can't protect that kid, right? That's why I'm telling y'all all my secrets. That's why I never let none of my son's friends stay over at my house. Never. Why? Because I know I don't have authority over that kid. I know I don't have authority over that kid. So I can't force the kid to listen. Kid gonna do what he want to do. He may listen, he may not listen, right? Depending on his respect level for me. You know? Or he just might be just some kids are just, they got internal problems. They can't listen to good teaching if you pay them to, right? So I never let other people's kids, I never had other people's kids with me. Very rarely, if I knew that person would listen to me, I would have them. But very rarely I do that. I hardly ever did that. Shit, I was trying to do all I can to have my own kids listen to me, right? But you can't protect what you can't control. Can't protect what you can't control. So if you can't control your spouse, and I mean women and men, because a woman, you can control your man. You can control your man with your demeanor, right? Baby, I think this is something, right? Baby, I think we can. I'm not saying you as a man, you come, girl, sit down. Girl, shut up. Right? That ain't controlling nobody. That's intimidating somebody. Controlling somebody is when you're able to, they respect you enough that if you give them instruction, they'll follow it. That's what I mean when I say control. I'm not talking about the controlling like the common person would say, you're controlling me. You're telling me what to do. You're controlling me. That's what a lot of our women think. But I can't protect you if I can't control. If I don't know your movements, I don't know that, if I ain't confident that if I give you an instruction, you're gonna follow it, I can't protect you. And part of our job as men is protection. So if you come to a point in your marriage where you feel that your spouse is not going to follow an instruction that you're going to give them as a man, that's very telling. That's very telling. Do you really want to try to be in a situation with someone who you can't protect? And it's not that you can't protect, they won't allow you to protect them properly. It's like a woman. This man won't allow you to love him properly because he keeps on having other women. He got some kind of issue where he don't want to commit his whole heart to one woman because he's been hurt so much, or as a child, he don't want to commit his heart to one person. So he just keep on having love for it. Just in case you drop the bomb on him, he got another person to go to instead of going to God, right? These things, most of them are really simple. But we put our heart in the middle of it. We put our emotions in the middle of these things, and that's how come we get toe up. We get toe up. God be showing us what to do, but you know what I'm saying? We be like Lot. No, God, I know the person could turn around at some point, right? So finally, God had to send somebody else into the situation to force Lot out of this, force Lot to leave, right? Lot wouldn't have left on his own because there's all these kids out here, and I don't want none of them to die, right? He was that kind of dude, right? He cared about a lot of people. But God said, I don't care who you care about. We can ready to do like Snoop Dogg, blaze it up. We can ready to get busy over here. If you don't want to find yourself in this rubble, you need to get up out of here. Take you and your family and get up out of here. Well, I say it's like trying to save a drowning person who fights against you. You both could end up drowning. Yeah. Yeah. You know what the best thing you can do for somebody drowning? Throw them a line. Throw them one of them jackets and throw them a line. One of those floating things. That's the best thing. Don't jump out there and try to pull them out. Don't do that. Go, Gus. You know what? How many stories have y'all heard of somebody going out to save somebody that's drowning, and the drowning person drowns the person that came to save them? We're not doing that no more. You know what we doing nowadays? We're staying sucker free. If you drown, I'll throw you a line, right? I'll throw you a line. But I ain't going, I'm not going out there. I'm not. Especially I try to give you good, I try to give you good, what's the word I want to use? Good teaching? Homie, nah. Homie, not even. You don't want to listen? That's fine. I'm not, I'm going to do my best to try to help you, but if you don't want to listen to me, then don't listen to me. But I'm not going to cry over it. No, bro, C ain't crying over it. But we talking about how to steer your marriage clear from divorce, or steer your relationship clear from a super breakup, right? The number one thing is honest communication. Next thing is always be checking in. ABC, always be checking in. Always. You want to keep your kids out of trouble? Well, let me put it like this. You want to try to keep your kids out of as much trouble as possible. Always be checking in. They're going to get in trouble. They're going to do something stupid, because that's just the nature of a kid. They do stuff stupid. They don't realize the consequences of things that they may do, right? So they're going to do something. My oldest boy, I told him, I said, I'm not bailing you out of jail. I'm not going to, I had to talk to him like that, man, because he was, he would do some of the stupidest stuff. Now, of course, he's a man now, we're building a better relationship. So, I mean, he kind of realizes now that he's a dad, some of the situations and some of the things I was trying to press upon him, he understands that now. But at the time, man, I put that kid in the best schools, put him around the best place, and he still wanted to be a gangster. Still a gangster, right? Still a gangster, right? But he's my gangster, right? But my point is this: how can we steer clear from divorce? You got to always be checking in. You got to check in on your kids. You got to check in on your wife. When I say check in on them, I mean you got to talk to them, physically, verbally talk to them. Hey, how you doing? What's going on? Why? Because the mouth is the window to the mind. What people say is kind of gives you a clue of how their mind is working, right? So, you know what I'm saying? You just kind of get a clue on how they talking, and see if they talking, if they're giving you some indication that there's an issue. You talk to your wife. How you doing, baby? What's going on? Oh, nothing. How's work today? All right. What are we still going on that vacation? Well, I was thinking I'm gonna go this all girls trip to Jamaica, because Maisha wanted to go out there and all the girls want to go out there. No husbands allowed. Your antennas should go up, right? As Money Mike would say in Fridays, right? Your antennas should go up when you hear stuff like that, right? What you say? Yeah, we're gonna go to Jamaica. It's all girls, and all girls. We're gonna have an all girls trip. No husbands, no boyfriends. We're just going to Jamaica. Oh, really? You're gonna fly 2,000, 3,000 miles just so you can drink fruity drinks? I understand. I get that. I get that, right? But see, when your wife say stuff like that, then you got to understand, okay, something has altered her thinking process about this marriage, right? So if she gonna follow through with something like that, what else she gonna do? What else she gonna do with no husbands allowed? That's the beginning of sorrows right there. So you want to step in there and say, hey, look, baby, I know you want to be around your friends, but is this something you really want to do? I would never try to discourage somebody from something they really wanted to do. I only want to know if that's what you really want to do. Then I'm gonna explain to you how that's gonna affect me. Now, in the process of me explaining to you how it's gonna affect you, if it's still worth it to you to do it, now I gotta make some decisions. But you can't get ahead of anything that you don't see coming. That makes sense? A lot of men, they get complacent, right? You get in a marriage and you marry this woman and you think it's a static situation. You think the woman don't want no attention no more. You think the woman don't want no affection no more. And you just constantly dropping all your baggage on her. Come in, how you doing? I'm all right, I guess. I'm the only person. You just dropping all your weight on her. And she just, that can put a woman in a depression, right? You don't want to be with a woman that's in depression, man. Oh man, that's so sad of a situation, man. I was with a girl, man, and she was in a serious depression, man. I'm so glad she cut me a loose. She cut me a loose. Best thing that ever happened to me, man. At the time, I was sad, right? I used to play this Commodore album, right? Whoa, zoom. I like to fly away. Would I like to fly away? I used to play that song over and over and over again for about 2 weeks. Finally, I got my basketball, and I said, I'm going to shoot some hoop. Got back out there shooting the hoop, man. Next thing you know, forgot all about that situation, right? Got to stay connected, y'all. Got to stay connected to your spouse. Got to stay connected to your kids. Got to stay connected. Because why? Temptation is everywhere. Temptation is everywhere. In the Quran, the devil says, since you put me out and you put me out and you said I got a limit on the days that I have to run through I'm going to run through your sheep. He said, I'm going to be on, in Arabic, it's called Sarat al-Mustaqim. I'm going to lay in your straight path. He said, they ain't going to have to wander off the path to find me. I'm going to be right there in a straight path. The straight path you laid for them, I'm going to be there. That's how much upset I am. I should respect you enough to stay off of your straight path, God, but I know that I'm better than him. You made me out of fire and you made him out of dust. Black mud, if you get down to it. Why should I bow down to him? You made me first and you made him second, and then now you telling me I gotta bow down to him? And I made of fire? He said, go do what you gotta do. He said, because I'm gonna surely feel hell with you all. Right? In many places, he said, surely I know what you know not. You don't even know how this thing gonna go. So how can you dispute me? That's so stupid. You trying to dispute God? But the devil said, I'm gonna be in a straight path. I'm gonna have temptation waiting for them. Right? They're gonna be in a good marriage with you backing it. I'm gonna send a woman to that man. I'm gonna send a man to that woman. Right? So God knew this. So he tells us later in the Quran, he said, Do men think that they will be left alone on saying, we believe and will not be tried? You're going to be tried. In this life, you're going to be tried. Something of fear, something of death, something of hunger. You're going to be tried every now and then. You're going to be tried. That's cool. Trials to make us tighten up our game, right? Right? To make us tighten up our game. But he said we're going to be tried. You say you want to be a believer in God and you think you ain't going to get tried? You say you want to preach the word of God and you think you ain't going to get super tried? Right? You stand in that pulpit, these women start coming out of nowhere, out of everywhere. Pastor, I'm having problems with my husband. I would feel better if I could just sit on your lap. I used to sit on my grandfather's lap. Looking good, smelling good. You gotta pray for your pastor. Pray for him. Anybody could get caught up in a wicked world like this. Anybody could get caught up in a wicked world like this. My wife, Clarence, my wife. I love my wife. I loved her. I loved it her. Yeah. Your wife could get caught up. Dude, anybody get caught up in a wicked, you know how, see, this is what I understand, man. Even people that get married, they don't realize how wicked this world is. It's wicked. It's so wicked. It's so wicked. You can get a wicked idea from just the television or the internet. You don't even have to be there in goddamn person. You can be off to the side watching it on the internet, and they can infect you with the wickedness that they doing on the screen there. And they can do it to lots of people at the same time. You know, the Elijah Muhammad called that? He called it mass hypnosis. You can hypnotize the people because they think they're having a good time, and they're not getting the underlying message that you're trying to send to them, which is to take over their mind, body, and soul. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad, man, he said so many different things that so many people disagreed with. And he made a challenge to all of them. He said, if I said one thing, he said, I'll give you $10,000 for every word that's a lie than anything I've said to you. Ain't nobody even took him up on that challenge yet. Well, anyway, that's about him. I'm talking about divorce. Family, I don't want you to get divorced. I don't want none of us to get divorced. Another way we can is on the front side. On the front side, what can you do on the front side to make sure your marriage ain't gonna go into divorce? Well, you can get as much information about your spouse as possible, their health records, their if they have any mental issues. A lot of our people are so good at hiding these mental issues. Instead of them getting treated for them, they go into a marriage thinking they'll have somebody that'll always be at be on fodder for their medical issue, their mental issues. We can't do this no more, family. We cannot be having, and then you have a child with this person. We cannot have children with these mentally ill people, but we keep on doing it. My son had a daughter with a mentally ill person. What do you mean mentally ill? She drooling, Claire? She drew. No. She's looks normal. She looks normal, but she's diagnosed a schizophrenic paranoia. Right? My son wasn't told this before he married, but now he never married her, but he had a baby with her, right? Sometimes we are told this stuff and we think we can, especially as men, we can blast it out of them, right? I'm going to keep blasting her with this magic stick. I'm bow, I can just blast it out of her, right? You can't blast mental illness out of nobody. Only thing you do is ramp it up. When you start blasting her hard like that, you're just going to ramp it up. Now they're gonna throw the jealousy at you. And jealousy gonna be on a whole nother level. Right? Oh, G. Patrice said, you still going, bro? I walk my dog and he's yeah, I'm still here, crazy girl. But we gotta check on the front end. If you do most of the work on the front end, the back end is gonna be a lot less stressful. The front end, look at her family. What kind of family life did she have? I'm not saying you got to disqualify them, but you got to add all this stuff up. Was she ever raised to be reciprocate love? Was she raised to reciprocate love? Does she know what reciprocating love looks like? I mean, it's going to affect you. You give it somebody that doesn't know how to reciprocate that love, now what? I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. The front end is the best place to start, to put your marriage in a place where you can protect yourself in case something happens, and you can protect your spouse in case something happens. Your spouse should want you protected, right? You should want to protect your spouse. That's why what columns are good. Prenuptial agreements. I wish I would have had one. I wish I would have had, not that I'm rich or anything, I have money and everything like that. I just would have been more organized when I got married. I didn't know what I was doing. We had to grow together. A lot of painful moments because we had to grow. We had to literally grow up together. We got married very early. So we had to, and we still growing up. I told you I had that talk with my wife this morning, right? But luckily, we're at a point in our marriage, man, we can have those honest conversations. It ain't nothing that can't be put on the table. You know? But that's kind of where you got to be with your spouse. You got to always have an honest communication, because even if somebody say, Clarence, I don't love you anymore, that you need to know that, because if they keep telling you, yeah, I love you and everything, and they think about Ramon at the hotel, Ramon in the motel every time they're with you, eventually the more they think about you, let me say this is my experience. If a woman has two men that she may be that may be vying for her attention. Yeah, I'm here. That may be vying for her attention, and they may be they may be having physical encounters with her. So she's intimate with two guys at the same time. At a certain point, she's gonna love one and hate the other one. At a certain point, most women are not cut like that to be having multiple simultaneous relationships. They're going to usually invest in one and hate the other one, or disrespect the other one, or lose respect for the other one. Because the woman's going to look at you and say, why would you be with a woman that's having sex with another man? They're going to lose respect for you. They're going to say most men wouldn't allow this to happen. But the fact that you allowing it to happen, I know you ain't the cat. Now, the other cat might not know about you. But we don't want to see, we got to check the character of these women out. Now, women got to check the character of the men too. But today I'm talking to the men. But since any of you have made a good comment, maybe I should have a show just for women and how women could escape this type of thing. True indeed. Maybe I need to do that. But right now I'm talking to men. You got to check these women out, man. You got to check the family out. That's why in the Nation of Islam, man, we got a courting procedure where you meet the family. You have dinner with the family. You go on an outing with the chaperones. There's a courting procedure. Why? Because you need to know that this person comes from good stock. We can't have people from bad stock. What do you mean bad stock, Glenn? You mean just because they was poor? No. Poverty has nothing to do with it. When I say poor, I mean poor in spirit and ungodly ways. If you're a godly person, you don't want to marry a person with ungodly ways. You can teach a person with ungodly ways, but to marry them, you ain't doing nothing but putting stress on yourself. Anyway, beloved, I hope I said something that could help you in your marriage. Hope I said something to help you in your long-term relationship. Hope I said something just in trying to find that special person that you're trying to find. How to go about at least making sure that you making sure that you're checking them out enough to know whether they're going to be a good fit for you or not. If they're not going to be a good fit for you, why in the hell are you spending time with them? Clarence, you don't know this guy got this magic stick. You don't know this brother's got this magic stick, Clarence. Yeah, but eventually you're going to get to his, what else have we got going on? What else have we got going on? I mean, sooner or later, magic stick ain't going to be the main issue no more. That's where the love come in. That's why you got vows in your marriage. For rich or for poor. Yeah, man, some money gonna come up missing. Some funny stuff gonna happen with some money. Talk about 30, 40 years. That's a lot of pressure to say, you have to be perfect for the next 40 years. You can't make one mistake. Is that realistic, y'all? That ain't realistic, man. Even in a marriage, that ain't realistic. Some money gonna come up missing. A bill or two ain't gonna get paid. Somebody gonna overshot something, right? Somebody gonna get sick. Somebody laid out on their back. Can't work, can't move. Right? Can't do this, can't do that. That's why I say for rich or for poor, in sickness and in health. Right? For better, for worse. Sometimes the situation gonna be better. And sometimes the situation gonna be worse. But you can't just say, F it is bad, so I'm leaving. Not in marriage. God don't like divorce. He don't. But he understand, man, hey, some of y'all should have never got married in the first place. Should have never got married in the first place. But be careful out there, family. Be careful. Watch yourself. Make sure that you check a person out, man. Check out their family. Check out how was they raised a certain way? Was it, do they have, like I'm a clean freak. I like things clean. So y'all see it's messy around here, man, because I was sick, but I still got to get in here and clean up. But I still clean up a little bit. But I mean, I like things clean, right? I think this is the last thing I'm going to say, y'all, and I'm going to close it out. I think a woman, the cleanliness of a woman shows you what her hygiene is like. If you see her car and it's dirty, and you go to her house and it's dirty, you go to her kitchen and it's dirty, how do you think she probably gonna keep her private areas dirty? Probably keeps her mouth dirty and her private areas dirty, right? Obviously, because if she has all these dirty, all these other areas of her life dirty, and she's still getting attention from men, then she has no incentive to keep herself clean and keep. And this is why women, like a supermodel women and all that. That's why they always have bad attitudes, is because they don't have no incentive to improve their personalities, because men are going to give them attention no matter what, just because they feel like their looks are, it's worth it to shoot at them because of their looks. So they have no incentive on improving their personality, improving their relationship to God. They don't have no incentive to do it. Yet, we all gonna get there where we got the incentive. Something's gonna happen sooner or later. The Quran says the overwhelming event, right? The Bible called it the day of judgment. Something gonna happen, man, where you can't you absent of God, you realize that you really are making a move. You really are being a fool, having your life absent of God. We all come to that realization at some point. I don't care what we talking about when we're young, but at some point we come to the realization, I can't go no further and be successful without God in my life. I can't. God can help me fix everything that's wrong in my life. My job, my coworkers, my wife, my family, everything. My mom, my relationship with my mother, my siblings. All right, brother. Thank you. God can help us fix all that. But like I said, I mean, the one thing we got to have is the humility to listen. We got to have the humility to put God could tell us all kind of stuff, right? But if we ain't got the humility to listen and put it into action, what good is it? What good is it? We all trying. Ain't none of us perfect, man. Ain't none of us out here perfect. We all trying to do God's work, man. We all, we was born in iniquity. We were born in this wicked world, man. So some of us still got a little bit of love for it. We got to try to burn it out. We got to try to burn it out. All right, y'all. Y'all can hit me up, man. I'm getting all this free advice. I ain't no counselor. None of us up here today was no recognized counselor. We don't have no certifications. We ain't no doctors. We just people that's concerned and putting our opinions out there to try to help whoever it can help. Hopefully, if you got something out of it, hit me up and say, hey, Patrice said something that helped me. Bolo said something that helped me. Scorch said something that helped me. Any said something that helped me. Vaughn said something that helped me. Right? Demetrius said something that helped me. You know what I mean? Because, man, we over here, man, this is a labor of love, man. Ain't none of us getting no pay for this. We ain't out here getting paid. Oh, Clarence, you out here doing a show so you can get money. Really? I ain't making no money off these shows. They invited me so many times to the what you call the program, to the what's that program? The money program. I don't even respond to them because I know that what I'm saying, I'm not at that level or at that point where it would even make, like, they would just keep messing with me with that. So I don't even do it. I don't even do it. They send me stuff now and I'm not monetized. Talking about we ain't gonna monetize this video. I already know that. I didn't ask for you to monetize it. Right? So imagine if I was getting money and they say, hey, we're going to cut your money off right now. I don't like that. I appreciate the service and everything like that. But if I have the option of not doing it, then I'm going to ride that out until it becomes a better option for me to do it. Right. Anyway, y'all, let's do the roundup and then we out of here. The chat's where it's at, man. Everybody did a great job in the chat. Shout out to everybody. We missed our resident sniper, but we had one of our resident snipers. We had M. Mills in the house. We missed our number one resident sniper, Risa Neal, but you know what I'm saying? I kind of sprung this up on everybody because I heard Judge Mathis was getting a divorce. I said, what? I never heard the man say nothing but good things about his wife. And I'm like, I was like a little like thrown off. Not surprised that he getting a divorce, but surprised that he was getting a divorce at this point. You know what I mean? I know, man, there's always people going to get divorces. And it's always going to be a surprise, right? I thought these people would be together forever. You never, it just goes, you never know, nothing's promised. Nothing's promised but God's love. So keep that in your heart. But the chat did very well. Shout out to the chat. Very solid performance from the chat. Very strong performance from the chat. Everybody on the panel. Let's see, we have Bolo, Patrice, Vaughn, Scorch, Demetrius, and Sister Annie. Everybody did a great job. And so, I can't even, say it was an issue at all. Thank you, everybody, for coming up on the show. Appreciate y'all. Hopefully one of us says something. Bolo, hopefully one of us says something that could, help you in your travels to try to get a good, stable relationship. Because what good is a relationship with a high and low, high, low, high, low? What good is a relationship that's got all that on? What you want is a flat situation that's constantly going up, right? Constantly going up. That's what you want. You don't want something that's up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. It's like shaking a cup, man. It makes everything on the inside unstable. But everybody did a great job. Shout out to everybody who came on the panel. Very solid performance from everybody. Very strong. And okay, gang. Maybe we'll be back on Thursday. I don't know. Most likely we'll be back on Sunday. But yeah, we will see. We will see. We'll check it out. But thank you guys for hanging in there, and I'll see y'all later. Peace.